Well, good morning, good afternoon, or indeed good evening, wherever you are. Thanks for joining me, Rash Mahmood, here under the beautiful April sunshine at Ticknall Cricket Club in Derbyshire for this Intra-Squad game. Sun's out, guns out, Benno jacket on. It can mean only one thing, folks. The start of another season covering the England seniors and the England Lions. And I'm delighted to be here along with the rest of the crew from Gloucester University, who will be bringing you the live stream and myself and my colleague Adam, ball by ball commentary. Well, it's all set fair here. The 22 players have been selected. Ed Gordon-Lennox, the England skipper, is captain in Team A, non-playing. Team B captained by the England line skipper, Jason Corn, again, not playing. So the onus is on these players. There's a lot of pressure on them. Places up for grabs for both the England seniors and the England Lions teams for the rest of the summer fixtures. But the back of the mind of all these players, of course, the World Cup squad, shortly to be announced. World Cup this year taking place in Toronto, Canada, in August this year. So, 45 overs aside. Batters are going to retire at 40 runs, and each bowler will get a minimum of 6 runs. Pink ball being used, the reason being that that's the colour of the ball that's going to be used in the World Cup. So slightly different to what these players normally play with. Listen, the facilities here are excellent. Few people milling around. I'm sure the crowd will get better as the afternoon progresses. Play due to start at midday. Join us out in the middle at 11:30 for the coin toss. But for me, Rash Mahmood for now. We'll see you in a bit. We field a quick outfield here, long boundaries either side, shorter ones thing, but it doesn't matter. Skipped over there for 4.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, as I said, we were running out slightly late today, so you might have missed the early part of the commentary. Which reminded Ticknall Cricket Club here for this inter-squad game. Paul McEwen from Cumbria. That's a good delivery outside the off stump. Now there's lots more content that we did record prior to the game starting. New innovation this year, those who've been following the England team over the last couple of years. We've got some drone footage, we've got interviews with the skippers, a few of the players, the pitch reports and the coin toss, and we'll try and get you to them later on in this broadcast. McEwen in again, watchful this time, played back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, he's been really solid challenging the batter early here, and the one that he went too full and straight got clipped away for 4, and it was a good shot. But otherwise, you know, putting pressure on the batters early.
Well, it's Steve Small, left-hander on strike. That's an expansive shot, and it's one of his favourite areas, Steve Small. If you'd been watching him last year, scored a magnificent century at Dunnington Cricket Club in the second one-day international against the West Indies. But 2 boundaries for him, good start.
Well, I was talking about the bowling, but it's time to talk about the batting a bit now, because that was a lovely cover drive. The shape was perfect, and the timing, and it just rushed away for 4. I mean, a good start for Small there. Get the summer off with 2 boundaries first over. Yeah,
he's a very technically gifted player, Steve Small. I mean, he made his debut last year up at Saltburn, I think it was, against Scotland. If memory serves, I think he got 80 odd. Has a whole range of shots. Just tailed off towards the back end, Adam. I don't know whether he's carrying an injury or not, but on his day, he's a fine, fine player.
Well, we've had Steve Small there in the first over, and now we've got the taller of the 2 batsmen on strike, and that's Andy Sapie.
Yeah, Andy Sapie from Somerset. I hope he travelled up last night. It's a long way from Somerset, isn't it?
It'll be Gibson to bowl this over. Colin Gibson.
Yeah, I saw Colin last week at Littledale. He's playing for the Northern Superchargers versus the Midland Mavericks in the new over 65s competition.
The only place you'll find Northern Superchargers nowadays.
Yeah, absolutely true, yes. And I managed to grab a word with a couple of the players there and the captains. It's Gibson in. That's down the leg side. Bottom edge on that. Fielded at short fine leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, big boot early on there in the field. Starting with an expansive sweep shot there.
Well, he's normally a very difficult bowler to get away, Colin Gibson. That's 2. Oh, just in front of that fielder at short fine. That's going to race away, should be 4. And it is.
Yeah, it just trickles over the rope. It was low and to the right of the fielder. I think it landed just a touch short of him, and once it had beaten him, it was 4 runs. It was a nice shot there, and he's clearly got the intent to sweep here, Andy Sapie. He's played both first shots sweeps.
Well, as I said at the top of the broadcast, folks, a lot of pressure on these players. It's called an intra-squad game, but these players are on trial. Make no mistake about it. Oh, back in his crease that time. Well taken by the keeper. Kent's finest, Simon Routh. But wide signalled. Apologies for the noise, folks. Our little canopy is just about to take off.
Well, it was another sweep shot, and it again beat the same fielder and again went for 4. He's not quite got hold of that shot perfectly, but it's given him 2 boundaries in the first over here, and now both batsmen have got 2 boundaries to their name.
Well, a good bit of fielding in the slips. I think it's. I fancy it just bounced off Sapie's pad. No appeal. Yeah, Gibson, uncharacteristic for him, Adam. He's normally right on point. Squirts off the inside edge. Bit of an ugly looking shot. 2 overs gone then.
Yeah, 2 overs gone, and it's 19 already on the scoreboard here, and it's a quick start. We've seen quite a few boundaries. In that last over, there was some more. Most of them were a bit off the edge. They weren't exactly out the middle, but they all still went to the boundary, and Gibson went for a couple of runs, and now we have to see if Paul McEwen can bring back the economy back down after his first over.
Well, you'll see the coverage of my pitch report later on, folks, but I can tell you it looks an absolute belter. What a shot that is. Absolute quality from Steve Small. Just leant into it, slightly fuller from McEwen this time, but Small recognised the length, didn't try and hit it too hard. One of the finest shots in cricket. An orthodox cover drive.
Well, the pitch is an absolute belter, and that shot was too. What a shot. We've seen it twice now. We've been treated here early on. It's a lovely, lovely shot from Steve Small. And he's just shown us all that he can play that shot as much as he wants. But yeah, the pitch is really, really nice. There's a touch of green on it, and on the field end there's a couple cracks, but otherwise it's lovely.
That should be a wide ball down the leg side. Yeah, it's a good point, Adam. It's a true pitch as well, and what I mean by that, folks, that ball is going to travel nicely. It's going to come onto the bat nicely, which most batters really, really like. It's fair pace to it as well. That's another good shot. Fielder out there this time. Charles Schofield from Middlesex. Keeps it to 1.
Just a small hesitation in the running there, but they only took the 1 run. Yeah, I mean, you can see the proof of the good pitch with the shots played early on. You don't see cover drives and sweep shots being brought out straight away normally, but good wicket, play your shots, and you've already got a man out at cover, and he's now just coming into point as I say that. Oh no, square leg for the left-hander.
Yeah, left-hand, right-hand combination. Just a few problems for Paul McEwen. Oh, that's short. Sapie onto the back foot, just plays it into the offside, fielded at cover, and there's no run. One of the things I was going to touch on, Adam, and we'll probably discuss it in a few hours' time. The batsman retiring at 40, it's a different mindset for these players. 45 over game, opening up, probably play themselves in. I'll just break off as McEwen comes in again. Oh, beaten that time. Good work by Simon Routh, keeping Sapie honest. Yeah, it was a genuine play and a miss that time. Beaten outside the off stump. Good take by the Kent keeper.
And Routh just shown everyone that he's in the game early on. He can take the bails off, and he did so there. It's his 3rd take, and he's already got the bails off.
Yeah, it's probably with the emphasis on that 40 and you retire. A few players are going to be out of their comfort zones. A few of them like to build innings and what have you, but certainly not a place to be scoring 40 off 92 balls. You've got to get on with it, but it comes with its own risk as well. As McEwen makes his way in again. He bowls. Oh, beaten again. Better delivery.
Well, this has been a much better over and a really, really good finish there from McEwen. His first over went for 9, but his last 4 balls in that second over, no runs from it. Really, really good comeback there after his first.
Yeah, good finish. The last 2 deliveries in that over from Paul McEwen. Genuine played and missed by Andy Sapie.
I reckon it's going to be a lovely day today. It was a bit cold this morning, but it's warming up nicely. It should be a nice day.
Yeah, temperatures at the moment 17 degrees. Bit of breeze that's lifting our canopy. Temperatures expected to get up to 20 degrees by mid-afternoon, and that's 68 degrees in old money. You won't know what that is, will you? 68? No, you're
no chance.
Oh, poor old Adam. He's looking at me like I'm gone out. Yeah, very pleasant, beautiful setting here though, Adam, isn't it? Church in the background.
Oh, it's proper. It's a really nice English cricket ground.
And that time, Steve Small just rocking back in the crease. He's playing it out to the man at point, and there's no run. Better length from Colin Gibson that time, as he makes his way in again. Fuller, stroked, beautifully stroked. Well, a bit more flight, but it was a length it did for Colin Gibson then, and Steve Small was on it like a flash. Absolutely smashed it through mid-off for 4.
Well, that was your fault, that one. Curse to the commentator. Said he bowled a lovely length, and he did, and then he followed it up with one that was nice and full. And Steve Small, he's not going to say no to that early on. He's 17 off 9 runs here, and you were talking about batsers going quickly out the blocks, and that's what we've seen so far. It's a nice wicket, retire at 40, and Steve Small saying, I'll have a go.
Yeah, I think the wicket, Adam, I don't think it holds any terrors for the batters. And I said most batters, I mean, these boys have been playing a long time, but generally most batters like the ball to come onto the bat. And we've seen, obviously, he's not express-based. Colin Gibson is a spinner, but we've seen from Paul McEwen from the other end, ball's coming on nicely. You're not having to second-guess yourself. Steve Small recognised that length very quickly and had the confidence to know that as he was coming forward, he was meeting the ball at the correct height, and he absolutely crunched it.
Yeah, he did give it a thump, didn't he? Went right down the ground, slightly aerially for a bit.
That's another good shot. That's gone for 4 as well. Width on offer.
And you can see there, lovely, lovely shot. Just goes onto the back foot, and it will beat the diving fielder as it goes past, but he just rocks back and cuts it nicely.
Yeah, well summarised, Adam. Beautiful shot. Nothing the fielder can do. As I said, he's a class act, Steve Small, when he's on song. It was a real pleasure to watch him at Donington. Beginning of the summer against the West Indies, it really was a fantastic century. And himself and Nick Gaywood put on, I don't know how many, to get England up to 350, 360. But he's raced on to 21 off just 11.
He just blocks that one there. But yeah, it's only the 4th over here, and it's already been a pleasure to watch this innings too.
Very quietly spoken. But a good man to have in and around the squad, Steve Small. Lovely fella. End of that over then. 4 gone.
Yeah, Gibson finally found his length there at the end of that over. He had 2 dot balls at the end there, and that last one just beat the bat. It was on a length, and he finally got Steve Small pushing at one a bit, which he hasn't done for the rest of this innings so far.
Yeah, it's a good end to the over, as you say, Adam. And as I say, it's difficult. I mean, the batters have got pressure on them. The bowlers have got some pressure on them too. You know, sometimes it can make you try just a little too hard, and your body gets a bit tense. So it is going to be Paul McEwen to continue from the Sladefield end. Andy Sapie on strike. Just place it out backwards a point on the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, and he gets the arm into the keeper, and it's the first throw into the keeper's gloves. Make sure it's a good one. It's always a worry when you're throwing it into the keeper's gloves for the first time.
It is, but everything else has been bashed to the boundary, hasn't it? That's yeah, Paul McEwen at the end of that delivery, Adam, he had his hands on his head. He thought he'd just done Andy Sapie, took a bit of pace off, and Sapie got there a bit quickly, had to change his shot.
Yeah, you could see his hands in front of his body there, and he was just reaching for it. And that's played much better there. Still for dot though. And Paul McGowan comes in again. Here he is. And it's just turned into the leg side, and it'll be a quick single as they get round. Just quick single. First time they've had to push the running a bit. Everything else has gone to the boundary. And McEwen might be a bit annoyed by that one because he's bowled so well, and they've still managed to get a single and get Steve Small back onto strike.
Well, Steve Small, he really does look in the mood. Just a prod forward there, but it went flying off his bat, straight to the fielder, but the sound off the bat, right out the screws.
It's got a nice middle on that, hasn't it?
Yeah, it sounded wonderful, didn't it, Adam? This time just a bit wider. Schofield again does the fielding, keeps it to 1. End of the over then, 5 gone.
And Steve Small can feel a bit aggrieved there because he's played an excellent shot, but that will only be 1. And following on from the cover drives for 4, they've placed that cover out. And so every time he plays that shot now, he'll only be allowed 1 run.
And you can just see on the screen, rattling along.
It has been incredibly quick scoring so far. And it was a good over though there from Paul McEwen. He first one slowed down a bit. I think it was 3 from it. Field has gone out a bit, which shows the attacking nature so far that you've seen from the batters. And it's definitely more from Steve Small, who is on strike still. And he'll just pat that one back to the bowler. Sprawling stop there from Gibson. It was across the pitch, Colin Gibson there. And that'll be 1. Just push past the mid-off. They thought about a second, but there wasn't one there. Right. Colin Gibson's got Sapie on strike. He was getting him to push at the in the last over. He'll just need to find his length here, which has been a bit on and off so far in his opening overs. And it was a touch short there, but just turned round to the short fine leg, and that'll be no run. In he comes. And the sweep comes out again, and that's the first time he's absolutely middled it. And that will be 4 runs all the way down there to the roller.
Yeah, good shot from Andy Sapie. Gibson just straying again, but as Adam said, he's had 2 down there that have been a bit squirty bottom edge. That was right out the middle of the bat, and it raced away. Yeah, for 4, he moves on to 13. 40 without loss then.
Oh, and that beaten everything. That's beaten bat and keeper, and it will go away to the boundary, and it will be signalled leg byes. It's an excellent bit of bowling there from Gibson, but Colin Gibson won't get any result from it. It will just run away to the boundary, and leg byes there.
Yeah, Andy Sapie just had a quick look down at the pitch. It's out to the west square onto the wicket, so as you're looking folks, where Andy Sapie is now, where probably it's a deep extra cover. It's hard to say if it moved a touch, but he certainly had a look at the pitch.
And that's he's really followed through on that shot. It's a bit of a toe ender, and it's down to mid-on. It will just be a dot. And that will be the over there. There's been 5 runs from the bat, but 9 overall from that over. So again, it will be really good for the batting side. They've continued the scoring rate, and it was a good over. There were some good deliveries in there, especially the one that went for leg byes.
Yeah, 44 without loss. Good delivery from Colin Gibson. I fancy that that did a bit because it outfoxed Sapien, and it certainly outfoxed Simon Ralph behind the stumps. Raced away over this lightning quick outfield for 4 leg byes.
Yeah, early on we have been bigging up this pitch, but we never know. There could be a few demons in it. Just on the Slade Field end, there's a few cracks in the pitch, and it's a bit more dry. There's a few more dry spots. So if spin's going to do anything, you can see why they're bowling from the farmhouse, because there's just a few spots in the wicket there which they'll look to target, but it's mostly for the left-hander.
Yeah, that's a valid point. I don't think it's going to turn massively. It might just be a little nibble, but that's certainly confused the batsman.
Paul McGowan in again, and there's a big shout, but the umpire doesn't look moved at all, and there's no run as well. He probably put in a big shout there.
He did, and you just saw it on the replay, folks. That was a really good shout because it hit Steve Small's back pad, and it was below the knee roll. I fancy it was just outside, but a good shout.
Yeah, first thing that the bowlers have had to get behind, and that's nicely put square leg, and just races around and fields that. Nice single there, just working the field around, getting down to the non-striker's end there from Sapie. Oh, apologies from Steve Small.
Yeah, Steve Small moves on to 24 off just the 19. Andy Sapie, well, he's 17 off 19, a bit more circumspect.
And Paul McGowan coming in again. This is the 3rd ball of the over. Oh, and it's a delivery. It's a really beautiful delivery, just outside off, getting Sapie pushing forward and taken well by the keeper.
Yeah, that's the 3rd time he's beaten him outside the off stump. It's rinse and repeat each time. Sapie not really getting forward, just having a little half prod at it.
Yeah, great work from the gloveman behind the stumps. And again, poke back, and it'll be another single, just short mid-wicket as the ball gets worked around the field.
Yeah, and he did him again with the slower ball, Paul McEwen. Good, sensible, intelligent bowling. He was through that shot before the ball had reached him, Sapie.
He's bring that slow ball in early. It's only his 4th over and only the 7th over of the game, and he's already bring that slow ball in quite a few times, and that's driven to mid-off. Dot ball just out the toe, that one. He was going for the full-blooded drive there.
Yeah, you don't want to tempt fate, do you? But just visually looking, folks, I fancy Paul McEwen licking his lips. He probably wants to bowl at Sapie.
Well, you heard it from Rash. He's backing him to get a wicket here. And if we just look at this, just the block at the end of the over there. Very nice shapes there.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a good point we're making, and our thanks to Lucy and Molly for showing that, because he's been beaten 3 times genuinely outside the off stump, Adam. So that there is probably what I'd like to see him do a bit more. An orthodox forward defensive shot doesn't seem much, but in the context of being beaten outside the off stump a few times, something like that, right out the middle of the bat, you know, no issues, just gives you a bit more confidence. I mean, I fancy Paul McEwen he's going to be wanting to bowl at Sapie a bit more. I
think it's fair to say Paul McEwen's definitely looking the dangerous of the two so far. So with the run rate looking so healthy, the run rate's currently over 6 and over, as you can see, and you can block out or just score a couple runs and over off the better bowler.
Well, it's prompted a change at the farmhouse end, and it's Middlesex's Charles Schofield. Leg spinner, very impressed with Charles' back end of last season in the series against the USA. Now he is somebody who can get the ball to turn a long way. Whether this pitch is going to be conducive for him, Adam, I really don't know, but generally he's a very good bowler. Works out batsmen very quickly.
Well, here we go with the leggy. And it's flighted up, and looks like you can see a bit drift there. He just turns the bat face and captures the leading edge there.
It did. It did. Absolutely perfectly caught on the replay there.
And again, and he's just covering that leading edge. He had it last ball, and he was very focused there, not to turn the bat face, not to catch that leading edge. It's the slow flighted leggy, and he just needs to watch out for that. It's a good start here.
Yeah, he's a very good bowler. Of course, bowling to the left-hander, that ball is going to come into Steve Small. Hence, he was just trying to play that through the vacant mid-wicket area. Nearly a leading edge, but it did pop up. Good flight, good drift. That's a quicker one. Gone down on one leg.
And there was a small appeal there as he goes for the sweep shot right here.
He's a long way down.
It also looks leg side, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, long way down. Optimistic. But good variations of pace and flight.
And it doesn't stop him from going for the shot again. And again, it will collide with his pad.
Steve Small's been done there, Adam. Schofield has got him absolutely bang. He's flighted it, but it's slower. And Steve Small was through that shot before the ball had got halfway down the pitch.
And there will be another dot ball, and that will be a maiden for Schofield's first over here. We talked about the run rate being high. It's now dropped below 6, and that was a lovely over. He started it so well in it, carried on throughout.
Well, I was singing his praises at the start of the over. He really is a very, very impressive bowler indeed. As I said, he's had 6 or 7 overs to look at Steve Small out there batting. That was right on point. Variations of flight, variations of pace. He did Steve Small there. All ends up really. Wrapping him on the pads a couple of times. No chance of an LBW, but good, intelligent bowling. And Paul McEwen's going to continue.
Oh, and beaten outside off there. Just going back to the last over again, I think it's fair to say that's the first time Smalls looked genuinely troubled there. It was a really good over. He was in full flow, Steve Small, and he's just been halted a bit there with a maiden.
Yeah, new bowler. He knows all about him, of course. But it's just the different variations and flight and pace. Just puts you in two minds as a batsman.
Paul McEwen here, in his 5th over, he's bowling five from the top. Could probably be his last over, you'd say?
Yeah, possibly, Adam. If he just comes in again. As Sapey can do, just prods that back into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, just going for 18 runs. That's not a bad return, really.
Yeah, his first overs went for a few, but since then he's been on the mark, and I'd say he's settled into this spell quite nicely. He's found his length, and the last few overs you've seen a few beat that off stump and beat the batters at the same time. Well, it was a shot, but it was for no runs again. Just a bit of pressure building. We've seen quite a few dot balls in a row here, and for the first time, the run rates. Well, the run rate isn't the problem, but it's just a bit of pressure building. And Paul McEwen comes in again. There'll be another.
So Team A, as they're called. Not very imaginative, that is it. Team A and Team B. I'm sure we can come up with a better name, Adam.
Oh, I'll brainstorm on that one. I'll come back to you.
And just at the end of this over, we'll have a word about you viewers getting in touch. Oh, great bit of fielding close in.
It was fantastic. Fantastic bit of fielding as he goes onto the front foot, trying to play that drive, and it will mean that there's 2 back-to-back maidens there, and the run rate has definitely gone down a touch. Just look at that flatten out there a bit.
you can see from the Manhattan. Blistering start. Here's the in-between over, but 2 out of the 3 have been very, very good. This time, well, he tried it twice in the previous over from Schofield. This time Steve Small has connected and Ella's absolutely whistled across the ground for 4. 4 more to him.
He tried it twice without avail last over. Both cladding into the pads, and he's going to keep going for it, it looks like. He's played that sweep shot. I mean, we've seen lots of sweeps so far this morning to the spin. And we've seen lots of spin from that end, so maybe we see a lot of sweep shots today.
Well, there's a fielder at inside the 30-metre circle. You can just see the white disc on the floor, fellas. Thank you, Ivor. As our canopy threatens to blow away. Fielder just been moved now to an orthodox deep fine leg. Steve Small's just had a little look. Schofield flighted this time outside the off stump and beaten. Giving us a wide.
I wonder, he got onto the front foot early there. I was wondering if he was looking for another sweep shot, maybe.
From our position, it looks a bit harsh, I've got to say, for a wide. Full toss this time. But Small plays it straight to the fielder. Close in the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, please get in touch with us, folks. Let us know where you're following this stream from. Get involved in the chat on the YouTube channel. And he's gone again. Fielder there this time. Oh, misfield.
Yeah, it was a really, really good sweep shot. Again, he's middled it, but the man out there just beat him. He was at fine leg, and he didn't look comfortable as he saw it coming towards him.
Yes, and with that boundary, 54 on the board. Steve Small 32 off just the 28 deliveries.
Yeah, he raced along early.
His 7th 4.
It's almost been exclusively 4s.
Class, absolute class.
Yeah, he's just been looking for 4s. He doesn't want to run. Well, eight 4s.
That's his 8th 4, but that's probably his the cover drive that he played at the start of his innings was an absolute quality shot. That was even better. Just picked the length very, very quickly at him, but he just rocked back. Didn't try and hit that hard at all. It was sheer timing and placement. Quality cricket shot.
Well, sadly for everyone watching, he's only got 1 potential 4 left in him. And there's a bit of a hesitation there. He's knocked it to mid-off, and he's set off looking for the single there, as you can see. But there was no single. Straight to the fielder. He's tried to step back again there to cut, but it's quite a full ball to try and cut there.
Yeah, it was fuller and just a touch quicker from Schofield to finish his over. 10 overs gone then here at Ticknall Cricket Club. This intra-squad game. Team A and Team B. Send us in your suggestions, folks. We need better names than Team A and Team B. 58 without loss. The openers, Steve Small, 36 not out of the 31 deliveries he's faced with 8 4s. His opening partner, Andy Sapie, 17 off 29. They're going along at a good old clip. 5.80 runs per over. 35 overs remaining. Just a reminder, folks, it was communicated to me by the 2 skippers, non-playing skippers. Batters to retire on reaching 40. Oh, it's a good bit of work by Paul McEwen off his own bowling. Hit very powerfully by Sapie, and then do trot through for a single. He moves on to 18. The bowlers, they'd be getting a minimum of 6 overs.
Yeah, there's good communication there running between the wicket. Just collided with the ball collided with the bowler, and it fell into just a space, empty space, no fielders there, and they called each other through after a bit of looking. And we talked about that retirement at 40. Steve Small on 36 right now. Although I won't speak too much because otherwise I'll put the
Your colleague from last year, Owen Mason, Just break off. I'll just show you that. Just didn't quite catch hold of it. Squirted off the outside edge. Straight to the man at point. It was Razi Ahmed. Gloucester's Razi Ahmed. Yeah, he was famous for that Owen. Again, not quite timed, but should get a single, and they do. He, for his troubles, he got wrapped on the knee last year by, was it Bill Blair, Ivor, who smacked the ball?
Well, I'm sure that's why he's off the commentary now. He's been told he can't do it anymore because he's putting the muckers on people.
He's got to. Owen and Matt, I hope you're well, my friends. I know you'll be tuning in. Oh, beaten. Maybe a bottom edge, but that's racing away across the outfield for 4. Yep. Outside edge.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of an outside edge off the toe. It was a good ball, but maybe slightly too full. He took the edge, and it's a difficult one as a fast bowler. You take the edge, and it goes for 4, and you think, why am I a fast bowler?
Yeah, I mean, McEwen's going to be a bit annoyed at that. We played the replay in the last over that he bowled, and Sapie played an orthodox forward defensive shot, and I was saying how good it was to give him confidence. He was just half prodding forward again there. Genuine edge. He's reached for that outside off stump, and it was a wide, as signalled by the umpire.
Yeah, he's not looked so comfortable with his shapes at the crease so far, Sapie, but he's trying to settle in here. He's 22 off 31, so he's not exactly going along too slow. And with Steve Small on the other end, he's fine.
That's a full toss. Didn't have to do it. Didn't have to do anything than roll his wrist round. Have a look on the replay, folks. Full toss, no effort. Well, just having said that, he had to reach for it a bit, but just turned his wrist round it. Threw mid wicket for 4.
Yeah, very small movement there from the batter, but it will go all the way to the boundary. When you hit out the middle, you don't need to do too much. And he did.
So the end of 6 overs for Paul McEwen. No wicket for 29. 69 for no wicket off 11. Somerset's Andy Sapie. 26 off 33. Worcestershire's Steve Small. 37 off the 33 deliveries that he's faced. The run rate is 6.27 runs per over. And it will be Charles Schofield to continue.
Yes, so far Schofield, he's gone for 13 runs in 2 overs, but it doesn't tell the story of a maiden followed by an over that's gone for 13. We'll see how he goes in his 3rd over here. Just a few changes going around the field. And now he's ready to bowl.
Just pushed nicely into the offside. Fielded by Razi Ahmed at long off. Steve Small, 1 more to the total. 70 without loss then. It's a change in the field for the right-hander.
A good opening partnership here, isn't it? Really, really, really good.
Yeah, in the context of any cricket, Adam, 70 without loss after 11, you'll be happy.
Yeah, positive run rate, no wickets, sunny day, good wicket. And perhaps because of how well they've been going, you've got a few discussions here between bowler and captain about the field so far this over.
Yeah, just tinkering a bit. Just moved the fielder one way, then moved him back again. Man at mid-wicket. That's shorter from Schofield and didn't make full use of it, Sapie. Straight to the man. Fancy that looks like the skipper head. Good Gordon Lennox. I don't know what he's doing out there. Thought the captains were non-playing. That's wide this time. Oh, misfield. That's going to race away for 4. Well, the man at point. I think it's Colin Gibson. I see the umpire just blocked his view a touch, but he sort of went down in stages then,
yeah,
didn't
he did. He's got 2 things he has to contend with at that position of point there. He's got to contend with the AstroTurf that's right in front of his fielding position. He's got to contend with the square leg umpire.
Yes, maybe been a touch unkind to Colin, I feel.
He's not happy though. Just a kick of the turf there.
There you go. Sapey, the first man to go. Oh, it's an ugly looking shot, really. And Schofield takes the first wicket. Somerset's Andy Sapey out for 30 off 37. Clean bowled by Charles Schofield. It was a very ugly looking hoik as he was trying to deposit it into the churchyard at deep mid wicket.
Well, the shot wasn't the prettiest one, but we talk about finding your line in length, and you can't do much better than that. That is truly top of off, and it's probably what's made him get in such a ugly position.
Yeah, I fancy that just moved a touch as well off the pitch, Adam, because if you look at how Sapey was looking to play it, he must have seen it pitch somewhere around the line of middle and leg. Hence the hoik may have moved a touch. It's hard to tell from here. And again, hard to tell on the replay. But a good knock from him. There's going to be no respite because the very dangerous Michael Jadanath from Middlesex makes his way out. Very nutty white helmet. Haven't seen one of them for ages. Very nice, Michael.
We have a Middlesex rivalry here with the bat and the ball.
We do, yeah. They know each other very well. And 2 left-handers.
Well, I think it was the case that they'd batted really well so far, but it wasn't that they were undeserving of a wicket, the so-called Team A. Well, we talk about ugly technique for the last shot. That's a lovely forward defence. It's only a forward defence, but he's got his bat right under his body there, and the ball's just stopped there, right under his eye. And first ball out the way for him. And I think we have a new bowler here from the field end. And with the new bowler comes a few changes in the field. And the new bowler is Ahmed. Razi Ahmed here, the Gloucestershire bowler. Seems to be a lot of discussion going into the to the field, and you can see why with how Steve Small has batted so far. Played some lovely shots, and it's been a good innings. And he's ready to mark out his run up finally. Right, here we go, Razi Ahmed into bowl. And it's a big peel. He's just gone onto the back foot here, Steve Small, and he's hit on the pads above the knee roll. It was quite high, but he was on the back foot. It must have been close, but Razi Ahmed seemed the only one who was interested in the appeal there. And there we go, wide. Followed up with a wide. A really, really good start with the first ball. Wide second ball. And that's a quick run single there. They make it through. Steve Small moves on to 39. And it brings the new bat of Michael. Jagannath to the crease. He really does keep his bat under his eyes, doesn't he? It's a lovely looking technique. I need to calm down. I've only seen the the 3 balls he's faced, or 2 rather. As he just rocks onto the back foot there. Another dot ball. I've got to say, Rash was talking about the white helmet. He hasn't seen one in a while. I've never seen a batter with a white helmet. It's definitely a look. Jammed into the pitch there. Full ball and negated by slamming the bat into the pitch. Blocking it out. And that's just turned around the corner. I wasn't sure whether it was off bat or pad. We'll see the umpire signal or not signal there. So it was off the bat. Just turned around the corner for a quick single, and that's Jagannath off the mark, and he'll keep the strike because that's the end of the over. And it'll be the wicket taker, Schofield, back on to bowl from the farmhouse end, or farmhouse end as I should say rather. And something's just caught Jagannath's eye as Schofield's come in to deliver, so it'll be a small delay. Because it's just people walking past the sight screen. In he comes. And again. Maybe 3rd time's a charm. I think, again, just a little leading edge there, and slow leg spin has been doing that so far. He's got it a couple of times on a few occasions. Just the pace off the pitch and the flight in the air, probably. And he's responded with a full-blooded drive, and that will go all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot from Jagannath. It's his first boundary. What a shot. We've seen some really good drives so far. They're not few to come by. And it's a great response to struggling, getting a leading edge. Just drive it for 4. And that one had a lot more flight, and Schofield was very excited there. He's gone down for the sweep, as you can see here. Just struck full. There may have been a bit of bat involved. He's really firing it in now. That was a bit quicker, wasn't it? Fired in full. He's changed his length here. The last 3 have been significantly fuller. Just pushing it in more. And I think that's what caught him off guard when he tried to sweep it. And talk about a change of pace. We had one that was a lot fuller and that was a lot fuller again, but it was just a lot quicker, a lot slower too. England B, again looking for suggestions for team names. 81 for 1, with just the one player gone so far, being Andy Sapie. Steve Small, back on strike. Oh, yeah, he will be. Again, it's Razi Ahmed with the ball. Razi Ahmed from the Slade Field end. And that's just pushed past the fielder. He waited till it had gone past him and then can just walk basically down to the non-striker's end. Push at the ball. And he just waited for it to trickle past the fielder in close. That's the second time we've seen a drive from him, and that was more of a cover drive. And it was definitely full-blooded, as we can see there. Lovely, lovely shape. Really got to the ball and cut it down. And cut it away for 4. It wasn't a cut shot, but he definitely attacked the ball. And so far, he's shown that he's not afraid to take the ball all the way to the boundary rope. He's only faced the 12 balls, but we've seen 2 boundaries. He's just a bit late there on the cut. It's beaten him. And he got in a bit of a struggle there, but quick single turn. Keeper picks the ball but can't get round to field it. Back to the stumps, and they'll get a single. As Rash joins me back again in the tent.
Yes, thank you, Adam. Hello again, everybody. Just went to get myself a brew.
I think that's allowed. I think.
Allowed. Yeah, the pictures in the clubhouse. They're great and they're good here. Saying thoroughly impressed with the coverage. They weren't expecting it. So well done, everybody. Well done, Adam. Well done, Ivor. Well done, Molly. Well done, Lucy. And well done, Mix.
It's a nice looking clubhouse, isn't it?
Yes, it's very nice. They've got Madry on. Always good to see. Oh!
We can see him here again. He just pushed at that one a bit, and it will go to the boundary, but it really went aerially. Just a bit too early on it. Hands were in the wrong place, and it went past the fielder in the air, but just to his left. And it will run away from a boundary to the annoyance of Ahmed.
Yeah, it wasn't far from that fielder at cover. Steve Small moves on to 44 from 39, so it looks like they may have abandoned the retire at 40. I think because Steve Small's going along at such a good rate that they might let him stay out there until he gets another 6. You can see from the Manhattan, it was a bit of a good fight back. Overs 7, 8 and 9. And the wicket in over 12. Sapie clean bowled by Schofield.
New batter definitely looking dangerous though. We've seen some nice shots from him so far. 2 good drives.
Yeah, he's quality. Absolute quality. Michael Jennanath.
And he's it's clear which one's him in the white cap. As he just pushes it for a single. And he'll take that single. Yeah, he's played 2 drives, 1 more straight, 1 more cover drive, and both of them were full-blooded, and it thundered away to the boundary. Really shows a good set of intent. Schofield He flights up the ball so much that every time he releases it, I think it's going to be a full toss. And then it lands on the pitch every time. He's bowled really well so far though, and deserved at the wicket. The cut shot hasn't been one that's been too rewarded today though. A lot of the times you see people rush by it. Don't know if it's something to do with the pitch on the cut shot there.
He's missed it a couple of times, hasn't he, Adam? Steve Small. And he's gone for it again and missed it again. He played that very nice shot a few hours back. I said it was the quality shot. If his cover drive to start off was good, the one that he played backwards at point was probably an even better one. He's just gone for it again. Just has a tendency to sort of rock back in his crease and go. His left leg tends to move towards his leg stump, and it just has him reaching for it at times. Just probably better just stepping back and across.
Well, that's really well played.
Good cricket and a good round of applause as well. Good recognition. It's Razi Ahmed in there. He's no slouch by any means, Razi. Just pushed out into the offside. Quick call, quick response by his partner. One more to the total. 93 for one then. Yeah, rinse and repeat. Very good. That's only gone about 10 to 12 yards into the offside. But again, instant call, instant reaction from the non-striker. End of that Schofield over them. He's bowled 5, 1 for 25. 16 overs gone here at Ticknall Cricket Club, this inter-squad game. 94 for 1. Steve Small, 45 not out of 43. His batting partner was out in the middle. Michael Jadanath, 12 off 16.
Well, you know that was good cricket because really good bowling there, and they were just struggling to get the run from the over and just drop it right by his toes. Even with the man in close, he couldn't get to it twice in a row. Seeing double. Excellent running.
Yeah, this is a feature of seniors cricket, Adam. You know, the boys are still playing at an exceptionally high level, but the run isn't as quick as it used to be. And if you're putting the bad balls away for 4 and you're scampering through for 1s, and particularly on this pitch, I mean, if you clear the 30 metres, it's gone. You're not stopping it, so it's going to be a 4. But there are plenty of 2s on offer. Do 2 or 3 of them and over in a boundary. Suddenly, without trying, you've scored 10 off the over. And it puts a lot of pressure on the fielders. Well, Razi Ahmed, Gloucester's Razi Ahmed from the Sladefield end. He was on he was on the seniors tour to Australia with us in back end of 2024. Took a number of wickets, including a fifer when we were out in Western Australia. One of the games against, I'm trying to think who it was. My mind's gone completely blank. We played 2 state sides out in Western Australia before playing 4th and 5th one-day international. You got a 5 for that. Good start to this over. 3 dot balls. Got him.
I'm not sure what he was trying to do with the shot there. He was looking so confident with the bat, and he's gone back to one that was taken halfway up the stumps.
Beaten by pace.
Yeah.
Sounds a daft thing to say when there's a spinner on, but that was appreciably a quicker delivery from Razi Ahmed. I fancy it was just his arm ball, and he's a great exponent of that. He does try a lot of things, Razi Ahmed. I've said to him on a number of occasions, just go back to your basics. You've got a great arm ball. I fancy that was it. But Michael Jadanath, he retires. He's gone.
Well, it's smart cricket there. Both batsmen, I mean, Jadanath was fairly new to the crease, but both batsmen looking very comfortable. And just fires the one in fuller and straighter, and you get reward for that.
You do. He departs for 12 off 20, 94 for 2, wicket for Razi Ahmed, 3 dot balls and in that wicket. 1 for 13 so far.
We have got the new batsman to the crease. We'll just confirm who it is.
I fancy it's Kent's Phil Holston. I'll just have to wait for the screen to come up. I was looking the other way when he was walking out, unfortunately, viewers. But it looks like Phil Holston.
Well, we were preoccupied with the talking about the wicket, talking about the delivery, use of pace.
Yeah, it's not easy, this commentating, like, you know. Yeah, there you go on the screen, folks. Phil Holston, good player. Ooh.
Well, that man in close is going to be interested after that. Got a short cover in.
Just popped up.
And his second defence was a lot more comfortable looking.
Wicket maiden for Razi Ahmed then. Good over from him. 94 for 2, 17 gone here. Steve Small, 45 not out of 43. The man Phil Holston from Kent. Just the 2 deliveries that he's faced. Run rate now at 5.53 runs and overs. Come down quite a lot, Adam. 28 overs remaining. As the sun continues to beat down here. Cloudless sky. Just a hint of breeze, which will be welcome for the guys out in the field.
Yeah, it started off really, really fast going. So the bowlers have done an excellent job just to slow it down ever so slightly. It's now dropped comfortably below 6 and over, and they've taken 2 wickets now, and Schofield's back in. It was another example of one of those sweep shots we've seen so many of.
Yeah, passing outside the natural line of the batter's leg side. It's always going to be a call to wide in this format, folks. Signalled as such. 1 more to the total then.
And beaten again. He's gone for the cut shot again, as we talked about last over, and again he's beaten.
It's his left foot, Adam, I think that's causing him the problem. I mean, he's recognising the length. There's nothing wrong with the choice of shot. Just think he's giving himself a bit too much to do by stretching with that left leg going back towards the leg side. Oh, and he's reached for that and it's ended up on the floor. It's gone through mid-wicket for 4.
Comical cricket in a way, but it's also middled, and it's gone all the way through mid-wicket for 4 runs. I'm not quite sure how to describe that. He was almost falling towards it as he played the shot.
I think he changed his mind. I genuinely think he changed his mind. I think he was looking to play that somewhere through cover initially, and then realised that his feet were in the wrong place. And he was fortunate that he managed to get enough bat on it. I think otherwise that's clattering into his pads and maybe the stumps.
Well, it's almost impressive to be able to middle that for 4 after getting in a sticky situation.
It certainly was.
Yep.
He had a big smile on his face afterwards, did Steve Small. 49 for him then.
Yeah. And he's just trying to look for that single to bring up his 50. You could see him there just trying to take a single. It won't happen, that ball, though. Schofield looking to keep him on 49 for as long as possible. And we talked about that cut shot specifically, and that was less of a cut and more trying to guide it down, but it, again, was just outside off beaten.
Yeah, he was, Adam, and you can just see on the replay there, folks, that left leg. That's better. Beautifully played out into the offside. Goes for 4. Orthodox cover drive again. Brings up a very, very good 50 from Steve Small. 53 of 48 deliveries. That's his 11th for fine knock.
Well, I'm so glad that how he brought up the 50 was the push for 4 rather than the falling over sweep, because that shot shows how good an innings it's been. It's been a great innings with lots of really good shots, and he finally gets that cutaway, and it's running all the way down to the boundary, just fielded at deep point, and they'll look for 2. They turn, and it's going to be close, and he gets to the crease.
Well, it looked like a decent throw out in the deep first off, and I thought Steve Small was in a hell of a lot of trouble, but the ball seemed to just spin backwards when it hit the turf.
Yeah, really well battered from Steve Small. He started so quickly, and since then has just kept the run rate going and brought up that 50. And with his 50, when his 50 came up, that also brought up the team 100. End of the 18th over now, 105 for 2. Just going at 5.83 and over.
Welcome everybody, Jason Corntier, Lions captain. What a glorious day here at Ticknall.
What have you thought of the cricket so far that's happened?
Yeah, it's been pretty positive. The wicket looks flat, good toss to win. Outfield's very quick, and we've made most of some of the bowling, which was probably a bit too full early doors. Steve Small's batting well. It's been good what we've seen so far, so it's still very competitive, early days, but like I say, a glorious setting here in sunshine, church in the background, fantastic tree selection.
Yeah, Steve Small definitely came out early and played his shots quickly. At one point I think he was 17 off 9 or something like that.
Yeah, it's within the England setup, there's obviously loads of competition for batsmen, and obviously we try and encourage people to bat as positively as they can. In fact, a very fast single there. Phil called and Steve didn't respond, and so we don't want people to just be like standing on the heels. So we're encouraging people to like keep the run rate ticking over, and if the ball's there to hit, obviously hit it, but try and build a platform if you're an opening batter.
Is it Bazball then? Influenced?
No, not at all. Not at all. No. Obviously, like I say, we encourage people to score as quick as they can. But what we don't want is Bazball and being 80 for 6. It's all about using all the allotted overs and scoring and manipulating the ball around where there aren't fielders. And so far, Steve Small's done that very well. A lot of flight there from Razzie. Keeps mixing it up. Never bowls 2 balls the same.
That was very full. That was almost Yorker length there.
Yeah.
Just struggled to get it out the pitch there.
Yeah. Well, you can't hit them all, can you? You've got to defend a few. But I'm quite pleased with the score so far.
It's been a good start here. 106 for 2 after 19.
Yep. Hope we get a few more before drinks. It's not. I don't think it's an easy wicket to bowl on. We're playing with pink balls, and in my experience playing with pink balls, they swing early doors sometimes, but once the lacquer's off them, it's very difficult to maintain a shine on them, and some of them do go soft. But I don't know which brand we're playing with today. So fingers crossed it'll retain a bit of its hardness.
Jason, have you abandoned the? Obviously, you have abandoned. I don't even know why I'm asking this. Stupid boy, Rash. 40 and retire. Steve Small on 55.
We talked about that post my initial. I must apologise for that, Rash. Post our initial discussions, we then looked at how many batters in each side, and we decided that it's probably better to let them bat. We've still got the option to pull people off, and that's what we've told people. But yeah, Steve Small's going along all right, and because we're down to like an 11 and a 12, and we've not got a wealth of batters in either side, we just thought no, we'll let them carry on, and it'll probably make for a good game.
Schofield in again. Nicely played by Steve Small. Just back in his crease, just a little punch into the onside. It raced away. Another boundary to him. He moves on to 59 of 51 deliveries. How many fours is that, Adam, he's got now?
It must be over double figures.
12, 13?
luckily I've got some WD-40 in my bag that I'll share with Ed the skipper, with that little bending over there, and didn't field the ball, to be fair, but he won't thank me for that.
Steve Small will be happy as well to get 4 runs off the back foot. A lot of it has been on the front foot, on the sweep, on the drive. Yeah, he's had 12 boundaries here, Steve Small. All of them 4s. And that is an incredible shot. Just takes it up and over and it clatters into the screen. Look at that. Fluid, full-blooded shot.
To be fair, it was a half volley and got the treatment it required. Hopefully Charles will come back with something. It's not easy being a leg spinner bowling to a left-hander who can sweep and can drive. So he's just got to find something else in his armoury.
Well, he's come back with a dot ball there. I think he has bowled quite well so far. Of course, he's got one of the 2 wickets.
Yeah. But it's quite a small ground, which suits normally 60-year-olds or 60 plus. Because we can't normally throw it too far, and we don't like chasing the ball.
We?
Well, I'm on about my fellow 60-year-olds. There's not many who like scampering round, and so smaller grounds are better. But obviously that favours the batsman in terms of they don't have to hit it so far. But hey ho. But yes, definitely a very good shot on the off drive into the side screen.
Well, this is our first outing, folks, with our new crew from Gloucester University, and we're indebted to them for giving up their time. Ivor Richards, who oversees it, of course, from BBA Media. We've got Mix on the camera. We've got Anna Harrington next to me, Lucy and Molly, splitting work between the cameras and the directors. And I've just been informed that our stalwarts from last year, Nuala, who was our vision mixer, and Benny, our erstwhile cameraman, he'd have loved this today. He'd have been lathered up, absolutely lathered up, that lad. So he's a speck of sun and he's gone. But thank you for all your hard work last year, folks, along with Owen Mason and Matt Evans. They've all graduated last year. We wish them well on their future careers. It's a new crop from the university this year. So if things are slightly different, folks, please bear with them. It's the first outing. They are nervous. And it's a difficult thing to do if you've not done it before. But we're absolutely delighted that they're here, providing the pictures. And I've just been in the clubhouse looking at the live stream. It's absolutely fantastic. So well done, everybody involved.
Yes, good work, excellent. It looks like we've got a bowling change here. So Razi Ahmed's off and Vince Mulholland is on. He's coming back from injury. Played with us in India on the Lions tour early in the new year, and bowled pretty well there. So it's an interesting choice. I'm surprised not had the ball a bit earlier, to be fair, because he bowls seam, and so he'll be bowling with a bit of a softer ball now. But hopefully that won't affect him too much. But so let's see how he goes.
You think he'll turn to cross seam as he did in India, Jace?
Probably. I think that's in his armoury now. I think it's pretty. First ball dot, good start, Vinny. I just hope his Achilles holds up, because he's had lots of treatment on it, lots of physio, and he says he's good to go today. So let's see.
Well, I caught up with him at Loughborough, as I did with you, JC, and he was saying that the Achilles, he didn't want to risk it at that 2-day meet-up at Loughborough as he comes in again. Raps Huxton on the pads, looking to turn it into the leg side. Charles Schofield, mid-wicket, does the fielding, and there's no run. But he was saying how in India and a fabulous tour that you had. Then you could listen to JC's thoughts about that and what Vinny had to say on the Willows to Wisdom podcast. Blatant plug that I'm the host of. We had his first episode last month, and I'm delighted to say we've been listened to in over 19 countries, JC. Do you know that?
No, that's good work.
Good work. Vietnam, Japan, Finland, to name a few. Last count, we were up to something like 208 downloads, which for a niche podcast like that starting out, I'm absolutely delighted with. The next episode, folks, will be out on Monday the 4th of May at 5 p.m. You can download it from your preferred podcast provider. But give it a listen and let me know your thoughts.
Yeah, it's well worth a listen. Yours truly is on it, albeit for a little short on the first episode, and I understand for future ones you've got other cricketers and a whole variety coming, but definitely worth a listen if you follow anything to do with England seniors cricket, and we're ingratiated to Rash and his team for pulling it together, because it's no mean feat, but it's good to watch, and certainly the support that the guys from Gloucester give us as well is excellent. So it looks like the first over there from Mull Island is on the money straight away. Just hope he's all right there. He was on the floor, but no, he's all right. He's up and moving. Fine. No need for a stretcher.
Yeah, good start from Vinny. Part of that very, very powerful Essex contingent. You've got the likes of Phil Hilson as well, who was out in India, JC. He looked different class out there. 238 odd runs, only out there once. I spoke to him at Loughborough as well. You add to that the players that they've got there as well, the likes of Melisay, Neil Brathwaite, and Mr. Gelder. He's lurking about, isn't he?
Yeah, he's moving about. He's had a haircut.
He has had an haircut.
Yeah, he looks very smart. Very smart. He's sharpened himself up, which is good news.
So 21 gone here. I think Drinks will be taking the next over, JC. Is that right? 22?
It is. I might need to go and sort that out. It looks like we've got a bowling change here as well, have we? We've got Alan
Whitman from Hampshire.
Hampshire, yeah.
Nice fella. Got the chance to speak to him. Jason, you go and attend to your duties. Thanks for dropping in, my friend. Always a pleasure. That's the England line skipper. And was non-playing captain, but I think he is playing today. He's playing, but he's absolutely confusing the life out of me. He's playing, but he's not playing, he says.
The playing, non-playing captain.
The playing, non-playing captain. And yes, as Steve Small just pushes that into the offside, into the deep, trots through for another single. He moves on to 64 off 56 deliveries. His partner, it's been a bit of a struggle for Phil Holston from Kent. Just the 2 runs off the 14 deliveries he faced. He obviously faced that maiden over from Vince Mulholland, the previous one. And I believe drinks are going to be taken at the end of this over. Although I've been made to look foolish before on many occasions. We shall see.
I'm just trying to think of any examples where in international games or such you have captains that aren't playing. Oh, what a good ball there. Bails have been taken off by the keeper. All good keepers get excited and take the bails off.
Look at the speed of that glove work. Excellent. He's a top keeper, Simon Routh. One of the many good keepers that England have got. Obviously, Steve Aston from Staffordshire. Probably the best gloves person in world cricket. You've got the likes of John Goldthorpe as well. Yorkshire. Alan Lees from Yorkshire Ridings. I mean, they're just really, really good exponents of the art of wicket keeping. And you saw there the speed at them that the bails were whipped off.
Quick hands. At the end of... I'll break off here. He comes in to bowl. Again, bails off. We were just talking about the keeping. He's just showing all the bats that he's got quick hands, and you can see his back foot there, a bit of a twitch, but didn't leave the crease.
Well, great in the good around here. Melisay mincing towards me. Hello, Mel. I'm all right.
Didn't expect this set-up today.
That's a good shot from Holston, but straight to the fielder. Yes, I just mentioned Essex's Melisay, and he's sidled over to the commentary area. We'll try and get a word with Mel. He's always good value. But this time finds the gap, does Holston. That'll give him a bit more confidence. Just a touch short from Whitman, the final delivery of his over. Other than that, it was a pretty decent one. But Phil Holston just rocked back, punched it through the offside for 4. 120 for 2, then 22 overs gone. Yes, I've been made to look a complete fool. There's absolutely no movement, drinks
Well,
at all.
You said you might be, and there's no drinks, and I don't see any movement, and I was expecting it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a conspiracy. They're making me look foolish.
It's a lovely shot, that, on the back foot.
Yeah, it was, Adam. He just got a bit bogged down, as I mentioned, but 6 off 19. But that would give him a lot of confidence. It was a control shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just punched it through the offside.
Rash is just complaining about how he's been... the drinks haven't come out. He said they would. We've all blamed it on Rash. Deservedly so.
Is it you young'uns, you see? You've got no respect. Got no respect for your elders. Where's Owen when you need him? Used to use Owen as a blame hound and gopher.
Yeah, Owen definitely has respect.
Is he still working in that butcher's?
Oh, I don't know, actually.
Yeah, you'll have to find it, folks. He works in a butcher's somewhere near where he lives. Ledbury, I think it is. And he does these little videos. They are very good.
They're amazing to watch.
They are very good, I have to say.
They're well worth the watch. You think, oh, that can't be worth the watch. It's just a promotional video for a butcher's. It's worth the watch.
Right. Now waffling on. Vince Mulholland. He's going to continue from the Slade Field end. Steve Small on strike. 64 off 56 for him. As Mulholland comes in. Bowls. That's a nice shot, beautifully timed. Nothing the fielder could do about that. That's an excellent shot by Steve Small. Rocked back in his crease, just angled the bat all along the ground for 4. Another boundary to him then. He moves on to 68. 124 for 2. His 14th 4.
It was a lovely shot. Really, really lovely shot. Just beat the fielder on the dive and raced away.
Yeah, this is the innings he played. I mentioned it at the top of the broadcast, folks. If you're just joining his century at Dunnington Cricket Club up near York, the second one-day international against the West Indies last summer. That's another lovely shot through the offside. Fielder should get round to it this time. Oh, the 2 is the call. And they make it good running. Good running, Phil Holston. He was the one who engineered that. I think Steve Small was happy for the single, but he got an immediate shout from Holston. And in the end, they got in quite comfortably. Excellent cricket. 126 for 2.
Yeah, it was Holston that wanted that run. You could see him, and I think he was halfway down the wicket before Small had even set off. But he was running to the danger end, and he'd called it very well. It was well run. That ball's just stopped right by the foot of Steve Small there. Just sat down almost.
It was a very, very thick inside edge that went straight down. He's very fortunate the ball didn't roll backwards. Like you said, Adam, it just stopped. I'm not sure how that stopped dead, but it did. No harm done. Beaten, pacier delivery.
Yeah, and we just see it again here. I think it just beats him on the bounce here. Just goes over the top of the bat there.
Yeah, Vince Mulholland warming up to his task. Steve Small beaten for pace there. And it is a good wicket. The ball's going to come on to the bat.
He really does hop and skip in, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's off his, off his sort of. I think it's his wrong. That's a beautiful shot as well.
Should go.
Oh, well fielded. Well fielded. Good cricket all round. Good shot, good fielding, good throw, and good camera work. Well done, Mix. Absolutely caught that perfectly.
It was a lovely bit of fielding there out in the deep. He wasn't in the position. He had to track round, and he did so ever so well. Pulled out the dive, got the throw in. It was close. It was close to the running there, but also well run, I guess, all round. And he'll have to do it again. This one's a bit easier. And there won't be a second. Good throw there, right to the top of the stumps into the keeper's hands. He'll be blowing though after doing all the fielding those balls. And it'll be drinks now. 23 overs in, and England B team 129 for 2. That's Holston on 6 off 19, and Steve Small with a really, really impressive look in 73 off 62 balls so far.
So, while drinks are taken, and those of you who are joining us at the top of the broadcast, we were just running slightly behind. There's a bit of miscommunication on times and trying to set things up, etc., etc. Well, you had my introduction at the top, but the team were here early on. And one of the new things we're trying to introduce to the broadcast this year is the use of the drone. It just gives you a different perspective. As you can see, the pictures from the high camera here, the church spire in the distance, but it just gives you a different perspective, and we're hoping that during the course of the summer we may be able to get the drone up whilst the live action is taking place. It gives another dynamic, and we're hoping that you're going to enjoy it. Just please get in touch and give us your thoughts. Give us your thoughts about the broadcast in general. As I said, with the caveat, all the people working here today, Mix, Adam, who is not new to this, but wasn't with us last year. Lucy and Molly, it's their first real outing, so I think they're doing a sterling job. The pictures look excellent. So, while we just cue this drone footage up. 23 gone then, 22 to go, 129 for 2. This inter-squad match.
Yeah, drone footage would be really, really cool, especially at this ground. You've got the picturesque view, trees, church in the background.
So you can see on the left of the screen, players taking drinks. We will try and get that drone footage for you. If we don't get it before the drinks break is finished, we will play it during half time, along with all the other bits and pieces that we did at prior to the game commencing. So there's the pitch report with yours truly. Adam was out in the middle with the skippers for the coin toss, and we managed to catch a word with a couple of the players. Charles Schofield, Phil Holston, Alan Whitman, and also the two skippers, Jason Cornt and Ed Gordon-Lennox. So as I say, we'll get that to you during the course of the broadcast.
Well, we've had a recommendation for the team names of
yes,
possibles versus probables.
Possibles versus probables.
I feel like you could mix those up. I think anything's better than Team A and Team B. Some inventiveness.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, I mentioned good old Nuala. Nuala, good lad. Our vision mixer from last year. The stream's looking great, guys. Fantastic work. You're smashing the coverage. Well, we have got that drone coverage for you now. Here you go. Look at this. It's fantastic.
Yeah, that was the pitch before the game started. And you can see everything around the ground here. Cinematic shots here at the cricket.
Oh, there's BAFTAs coming. I can feel it in my water. But as I say, folks, it's a different dynamic, and we're hoping to get more coverage as the summer comes on. But look at that. Beautiful setting. Church just disappearing on the right-hand side of the screen. Open fields. Beautiful, green, lush. We've had a bit of a wet winter, but spring's been very, very good indeed. Few showers and what have you. As we pan down to the clubhouse. And a very nice clubhouse it is as well, Adam, isn't it? There you see the truck where we are. Team setting up in the morning.
Yeah, the clubhouse is, as we zoom in on the clubhouse, or fly towards it rather, you can see how nice the clubhouse is. Really, really lovely ground. You've got green everywhere, trees, grass, fields, church though as well. Lovely cricket ground.
And we're sport in the UK. There's plenty of grounds like this, tucked away. Well supported as well, Ticknall. The Joan pans back out. But really good footage. Thank you to Mix. He was operating the drone this morning. First thing. I can't tell you how much work goes into this. So there you go. An innovation that I hope you enjoy. Let us know your comments on the YouTube stream. So drinks just been completed then. Just about to get back underway. Alan Whitman from the farm end. That's a nice shot. Steve Small had to fetch it a bit. Played into the leg side, down to square leg where it is fielded. One more run to the total.
Yeah, it was almost forced into the leg side, that one. It didn't want to go. He had to manoeuvre it around the corner, but gets a single and he gets underway after the drinks. And the wind's picked up again. I don't know if you can hear that, but we got some groaning from the coverage above us. Phil Hudson's still going fairly slowly so far. Of course, he had that lovely back foot punch that he definitely would value. Get him some runs on the board. And he's looking to do it again, as I say. Doesn't beat the man. We'll go straight back to the bowler. But yeah, just touch slow so far. In comes Whitman. Full. And he's screamed. He's called really loudly there for the single and he'll get it. Clear calling.
An aircraft jetliner goes past us to our left, going into East Midlands Airport. We're not far from East Midlands here, folks. Beautiful day. Sun beating down. Bit of breeze. Very, very picturesque ground. There's Whitman, makes his way in again then. Steve Small on strike, moves down the pitch. Squirts off the inside edge out to Ed Gordon-Lennox at mid-wicket, and there's no run. What a shot that is. That's 6 from Steve Small. Beautiful timing. Minimal amount of effort, and it flew over the boundary for 6.
Well, I can't believe I missed it. I didn't see it. Somehow I've managed to miss the first 6 of the game there. But heard it was a lovely strike, and you will have all been able to see.
Well, a far way for Steve Small to finish that over. 80 off 65. 14 fours and a 6. Vince Mulholland, Adam, he's going to continue. 2 overs. No wicket for 9 so far. Good first over from him. Phil Hulston, 7 off 22. Oh dear. We're in danger of being blown away here. Holston just pushes out into the offside, straight to the fielder, and there's no run.
One thing I can say about Phil Holston so far, from what I can see, is here clear calling, very loud on the calls. I can hear it all the way from the boundary rope, which is always a good sign.
Yes, very positive. Shorter this time, yeah, just again punched out into the offside, and you can hear him shouting for two. They're going to have to hurry if the throw's good, and the throw isn't good. Excellent running. Halfway down the wicket, Phil Holston, he was shouting 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Backing himself. Good cricket.
Well, I would say I think if the throw was stronger, it would have been very close, because at the halfway point, I thought that he was going to be struggling as Mulholland comes back in with that skipping action, and he's just punched back down the ground, and there's going to be another single just off a small misfield there. That's good calling though. Holston gets a single directly after that too, and it will take him to double figures. And due to the two and the single, there's just been a few movements around the field. You've also got to consider, you know, the left-hander, right-hander. You've got Mulholland just mulling over his field. That was a pun. Don't expect any more. That was terrible.
That's come straight out the Owen Mason textbook, that.
It's because I've heard too much from him speak before.
Matt Evans, if he's listening, he'll have his hands over his ears. Hope you're doing well, Matt.
I had to go for it, I think. Other people would be saying otherwise, probably. Anyway, in he comes, and that may have just come off the inside edge. Yes, it has. The umpire signals 4, so it must have just taken a small inside edge on the way through, and it will run down for 4.
Very, very fortunate man, Steve Small. Another boundary for him. That was inside edge. It was ever so close to the stumps.
Well, out of everything we've seen off Steve Small's bat today, I don't think anyone, including him, will think that that was his strongest shot. But I'm sure he'll take it as he's on to 84, and I bet he's really happy that they decided to move the retirement, retire at 40 rule. He's now 84 off 66, and he's looking in a really good position here. And you can see that confidence.
Brilliant, brilliant work out in the deep. Pick it up on the camera. Absolutely smashed by Steve Small. Great work out there to prevent what looked like a certain boundary.
It was, I mean, he was across the pitch there. Full length dive. And it was, not only it was a full length dive, but he had to stop a ball going at quite a speed. So he did an excellent job out there in the deep. You can see a bit of confidence there from the batter. He's on 85 and he's walking down to the fast bowler, trying to hit him down the ground. And now another quick single, which has been a trademark of Holston so far this innings. Without doing too much wrong. Mulholland's gone for quite a few in that over.
Yeah, 9 off that Vince Mulholland over, but it could have been worse for a fabulous bit of fielding out in the deep. 25 gone then, 20 to go, 146 for 2. Team B. We've had some suggestions for names. Have we got any updates, Adam? Someone suggested England skippers' names from the past.
Well, someone's been on to mention that it's lovely to hear your dulcet tones.
Goodness me, who's that?
Claude.
Oh, it's the big O. Claude Orlando, all the way from Tasmania. Thanks, Claude. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Congratulations on your selection to the England, the Australia squad for the World Cup. And fingers crossed I shall be out in Toronto. Absolutely top-class gentleman. And while I was prattling on, that was the retirement of Steve Small. And an excellent innings from him. He retires, and it's Paul Clements from Cornwall who makes his way out into the middle. But well battered Steve Small.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching that innings. It was a terrific innings to watch, and with the pitch looking so good, we might see quite a few of those today, hopefully. People playing through the line, confident to hit those drives and those sweeps. There's just a few signals here before Whitman starts his over. I think just the fielder on the rope being moved round squarer.
Yeah, Steve Small just retired 85 or 67. Tremendous knock from him.
Here comes Whitman. Just sat on his bat there, ready for the ball to come to him, and he sits on the back foot, hits it quite hard down to the fielder in the deep. There's a small fumble and it will help him get back for two. He's just jogging back into his crease, comfortable on the two.
What I really like about that, Adam, was immediately he knew the fielder had to make a lot of room to his right, Colin Gibson. It was two immediately was the shout. Left it. Oh,
I believe there was
that's
a
a
small
drop.
one.
Looking at Simon Rouse's reaction. Oh, I think that's a drop.
I think, you may even be able to see a small amount of deviation on that replay we just watched there.
Very, very difficult chance. It was an edge, but it flew up, hit Simon in the chest. Chance, nevertheless.
And they will look for another two. You can hear him
shouting.
He's been sent back though. It'll only be one this time. Yeah, they're always tough when you're trying to catch an edge off the back foot, because your reaction time's so little when it's off a back foot shot. You get a feather of an edge through and it pops into his chest. We talked about how good his keeping's been so far, and that was quick hands. But just that chance went down.
Well, the other thing with Phil Holston doing this by shouting too, the fielders, we can hear it, and we're over the boundary edge and we've got our headphones on, but we can hear it, so can the fielders, so it puts pressure on them immediately because they can hear that the batsmen are going for two. Any slight misfield, they're on it like a flash, the batters, but it really does put pressure on the fielding side.
He's just dropping his bat on that there, Clements. And it will signal the end of the over there from Whitman's, and we'll have more of Vince Mulholland.
So 26 gone here, 149 for two, 19 to go. Myself, Rash Mahmood, Adam Harrington alongside me, Molly and Lucy in the OB truck. Mick's doing the camera work, overseen by Ivy Richards from BBA Media. Great job the team do. Their first outing. It's not easy to bring you these pictures. I think they do a fabulous job. And there'll be plenty more cricket during the summer. A couple of weeks' time. The first international matches of the season. England and the England Lions playing Scotland up at Martin Cricket Club in the North East, and then the next day at Seaton Carew, I believe. And there were two good games against Scotland last year. First one at Saltburn. Tony Burbeck returning, smashing 130 not out to get England up to 299 for a loss of, I think it was 4. Steve Small made his debut there, scored a very good 80 odd. Scotland falling about 49 runs short, and then the next day saw the debut of Timor Allen, 73 not out, I think he got. And Scotland gave it a right good go at him. They failed by just 7 runs, so they're an improving side. And they've been on a tour of the northern counties last week, playing Yorkshire, Lancashire and Durham. I'll just break off as Vince Mulholland comes in. And Clements just turns that into the onside, straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And they beat the very powerful Lancashire outfit on their tour. Lost to Yorkshire and probably should have beaten Durham, so they are improving. So it's going to be a test for England. Unfortunately, those matches up in the northeast, I think the 14th and 15th of May, are not going to be covered. But there'll be plenty more cricket during the summer. Matches against Wales, the England Lions playing the Welsh second team, the Dragons as well. And the Lions versus the UK Indians. And two sides from Australia touring, Geelong. And the Western Australia boys are coming back again. They were here last year. They must be absolutely loaded out in Australia. It's QWERTY off the outside edge by Clements, but that's him away. Long chase for the fielder. Should make two comfortably. Three's the call.
It's going to be really close here. And he got a bit caught in his hands there. I don't know whether there was a chance for the run out. He made his ground in the end. See him chucking his glove to the side there before he got the ball in his hands.
Yeah, Simon Roth made the decision because he saw the throw wasn't going to come. He was going to come this side of the stumps and let the ball naturally come into his gloves, but he could see it wasn't going to do it, so he had to go the other side of the stumps. He had his back to the stumps and then had to turn, but good running from Phil Hulston. He was the one who was shouting three. I'm not sure Paul Clements was so keen, but he made his ground. Oh, beaten.
You know what? I think
that's an edge as well.
I was about to say, I think that could be a second edge.
Yeah, it is. You see the reaction of Simon Routh. Well captured on the replay.
Just fingertips of the glove there. I think it's hit the end of the gloves.
Yeah, 2 in 2 overs for Phil Hulston. Having a bit of a charmed life. That's a good shot. Very good shot.
Rushing away, and it might just be stopped. It won't be. It runs all the way to the boundary. That outfield flowing. It's quick outfield here. Just sat on top of it and tapped it down for 4.
Yeah, well, he's played one from both ends of the wicket, hasn't he? Adam didn't try and thrash it, just rocking back in the crease. And away he went. Another 4 to him then. 19 off 33 for him. You can see, for the most part, it's been steady progress.
Yeah, they batted really well so far, and even with the wickets, they're not slowing down too much, and it's been good cricket to watch. You've had the 2 wickets, you've had the 1 retirement, and you've had consistently scoring about 6 and over. It started above, just gone below, but it's sustained since then. Lots of boundaries too. Lots and lots of boundaries.
So Alan Whitman from Hampshire in again from the farmhouse end. Paul Clements on strike from Cornwall. Oh, he went to give it a big handle there, Clements.
Yeah, you could see the ball before, he was just on top of it, and that one he opened up to try and heave it. Just didn't catch it all. It's the wind's ripping round our tent, our van. And the misfield gives them the chance to get the quick single, and they do run, but Whitman's thrown blindsided into the stumps at the non-striker's end, and that was an excellent throw.
Yeah, it was a great bit of fielding. Misfield initially, but Whitman had his pardon the pun, he had his wits about him.
Ooh.
Great pick-up. And as Adam said, blindsided throw. Hit the stumps, but Clements had made his ground. But good cricket.
I'm thinking it must have been really close. It was an excellent bit of fielding from Whitman.
Well, Hulston this time goes aerial. Shouts for 2, but this time good work out in the deep. Just a single.
Well, Holston looks like he started slow. Since then he's picked up with lots of 2s, lots of singles. We've talked about how good his calling's been. And I think that's the first sign that he's tried to really go after one there. He didn't quite get hold of it, but he'll get a single.
Well, I don't know if this is mind games. There's been a fielder that's stuck out at long on. And Paul Clements was giving him the eyes as he ran all the way back there. But in the end, the ball wasn't tossed up. Played it back down the pitch. End of that Whitman over then. 28 gone here at Ticknall Cricket Club. 159 for 2. The men out in the middle. Phil Holston from Kent, 20 off 34. Paul Clements from Cornwall, 4 off 10. 17 overs remaining. And looks like Vince Mulholland is going to continue from the Sladefield end. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 26 so far, but he's bowled better than that for me, Adam.
Well, last over he did get put down. You've got the keeper up to the stumps, which is always tricky to the pace bowler, but it was an edge off a back foot defence, I believe, that just went down in the last over. His bowling's improved through his spell. He's getting some bounce from this wicket. We'll see what he can do here in this over. It will be Phil Holston on strike.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to know what he's bowling. When we had JC on, Jason Combe, he was out in India with him on the Lions tour. And Vince, he said he went to the cross seam and it worked wonders for him. And he's used it in county games for Essex. I just wonder if he's using it now, because that one in the previous over seemed to bounce a bit more. And you're using cross seam, of course, it doesn't give a bit of variable bounce. He's comfortable with it, he's confident with it. I'll try and grab a word with him at half time to see what he's in playing. But in he comes again. Orthodox defensive shot from Holston. And there's no run.
He just pushed that back to Mulholland, who defended it with his boot. You can't be a fast bowler without knowing how to stop the ball with your foot. And again back to Mulholland. It's just pinball here back to him.
It's a good length though, isn't it? It's a good length, Adam.
He's bowling really well here this over. 3 dot balls in a row so far. And Phil Holston was looking to go after it a bit more. He's getting a bit expansive.
Oh, good fielding. Mix up here. Gone. He's gone. It was a great bit of fielding. That stems from, I think it's this. I'm trying to see who the player is.
It went through three pairs of hands there.
Yeah, it's like a triple play in baseball. It was well fielded by the fielder at sort of 3/4 way back towards the long on boundary. Into the bowler. Yes was the call. Paul Clements was going absolutely nowhere. Into the bowler. Good recognition. Good throw into Simon Routh. He had the simple task of removing the stumps. So Phil Holston run out.
Yeah, it was to continue your baseball analogy a bit. Throw to second base, round to first base. Caught the runner out. I don't know much about baseball though. So
yeah, I don't know if they call it a triple play.
Well, we talked about his running between the wicket. It's been a marker of that 20 that he scored. Do you reckon the run was potential there?
I think I can't blame Phil Holston at all, because he waltzed down the pitch, hit it really, really hard. The fielder has actually done a wonderful bit of fielding, because it was going so quickly, but managed to get his hands on it half turned, and I think it's the half turn that actually got him into the position to throw to the bowler. If he'd gone his natural way, he would have had to stop, turn 180 degrees and then throw it in. I think Phil will probably have got home.
Well, we were talking about Mulholland building pressure with dot balls. I think you could say that wicket partially come about because the reason he's gone down the wicket is he's looking to put some pressure back on the bowler, and it has led to that run out, or helped out definitely.
Yeah, absolutely, Adam. Good bowling. So, viewers, probably not used to seeing this gentleman with a bat in his hand and a pair of pads, but it is former top-class goalkeeper Nigel Martin. Went to clubs, Crystal Palace, of course, one of his clubs. Fabulous, fabulous keeper in his time, but a more than useful cricketer.
Does he keep wicket?
He does keep wicket, yeah. Plays for Cornwall, but I think he plays his club cricket up in North Yorkshire. Might be Knaresborough. I could be wrong. And if anybody from Knaresborough Cricket Club is watching this and he doesn't play for you, please let me know.
Cornwall to Yorkshire is quite a trip.
It certainly is. But a good over there, wicket maiden for Vince Mulholland. He continues to impress, carrying on his fine form from the Lions tour in the India over 60 national championships at the back end of January this year. 159 for 3 then, 16 overs to go. And the team skippered by Ed Gordon-Lennox, I think have fought back very well indeed.
Yeah, you've just seen. I mean, such a strong opening partnership. Was it 93 runs odd for the opening partnership, and since then there have been consistent wicket plus the retirement. So you've had new batsmen at the crease constantly enough. It's been good work here from the fielding side. It's Alan Whitman to continue from the farmhouse end.
Yes, he's bowled out quite tidily as well. Just a couple of deliveries that Phil Hulston got him away through the offside with very, very good cricket shots, just punched through the offside. But on the whole, I think he's been quite tidy. But that's gone.
Well, that was up and off. It was over the inner circle. And he just looked to create that room, I think, on the offside. And that's where the ball went, the offside. Bouncing a couple of times over the rope.
Yeah, just cleared his front foot, didn't he? Give himself some room to Clements. Full swing of the bat. Confident in his stroke selection. And nothing the man could do with the offside. Way over his head. 2 bouncers across the boundary rope for 4. Good boundary from him. He moves on to 8 from the 11 deliveries he's faced.
Yeah, Whitman's kept his field up though on the offside. He's not put the man back. Let's see if he goes for it again. He's on the defence that time, more on the back foot, as he just practices a cut shot. It was too close to cut that one though. And that's why he's been practicing his cut shot. He just brings it out and it will trickle down all the way to the van. I could almost reach out and stop the ball there. That was a lovely cut shot.
Very good indeed, Adam. Very good indeed. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Again, good recognition of the length. Got into position quickly. Didn't try and force it. And as I say, as soon as it passes that 30-metre circle, you may just be able to see the white disc on the coverage, folks. It's gone. This outfield is lightning quick.
And again, he follows up a boundary with a block after. You could, he almost preempted the ball to cut though, because the ball just before it was delivered, he was practicing his cut shot. And we see the push forward again. He really reaches forward on that forward defence.
He does. It's not an orthodox forward defensive shot. He's sort of walking into it. I'm trying to rack my brains to think who he reminds me of. A famous international cricketer who used to do that. He used to walk forward and play his forward defensive shots. Anyway, over from Whitman, 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 26 for him. The score after 30 overs, 167 for 3. Nigel Martin, recently at the crease following the dismissal of Phil Hulston. He's yet to score after 2 deliveries he's faced. And Paul Clements, his Cornish teammate, 12 off 16. Courtesy of 2 very nice boundaries in that previous over. So, 15 to go.
It's been a good start here from Clemens. He has looked good with his shots that he's played so far. Another man that's looked good though, Vince Mulholland. And here he comes in, skipping again. And it's just turned round on the back foot and he says no to the run. And I've just got a comment on the chat. We were talking about his goalkeeping and it's a comment that just says first £1 million goalkeeper. I'm assuming that's talking about Martin.
Oh, that was before you were a glint in the milkman's eye, you. Yeah, that's a long time ago. Tremendous goalkeeper. Really was.
I'm sorry to say I have not heard of him.
Where are you employing these people from, Ivor? You've not heard of Nigel Martin?
I'm getting stick now from Rash.
Goodness me.
I believe I'm commentating cricket here, not football.
Goodness me. Top keeper.
Don't ask me, I always thought they had goalkeepers in cricket as well.
Good shot. Yeah, you can hear the applause. A long chase for the fielder. Will he get there? No, he won't. Ball beats him. 4 more to Clements then. He's been dealing in boundaries at the moment.
Yeah, it really did. Every time it shocks me how quick this outfield is on that far side. It runs so quickly. You could tell he was setting up for trying to hit that one to the boundary though. His backlift really sat up there as the ball came down.
Yeah, it's slightly uphill as well, Adam. The pictures probably don't capture, but it's slightly uphill. But the fielder had absolutely no chance. And following that last delivery, that fielder goes out into the deep extra cover boundary. Razi Ahmed just trots round to an orthodox cover position, right on the 30-metre circle. Short third, short fine leg. Orthodox mid-wicket, and it's a wideish deep mid-wicket, and 2 fielders out in the deep. Long on, long off. So slightly more defensive. 172 for 3.
He's now bowled. This is his 6th over on the trot here from Vince Mulholland as he comes in. And it just collides with the pad, but definitely running down leg. He's still going though.
Yeah, I think he's been a bit unlucky. We talked about the chance a few hours ago of Phil Hulston that was put down by Simon Routh. Difficult chance though. It's a full toss, turn around the corner, but straight to the man. But, backwards of square on the leg side on the 45. End of that 6th over then from Vince Mulholland. 172 for 3.
Well, we talk about him being unlucky, and he might be finishing his spell there at the 6th over. But we talk about him being unlucky and the drop, but also, you know, it says no wickets on the scorecard, but the run out he probably helped engineer that with some good dots, building pressure, and on the scoreboard it just says no wickets for 31 right now.
Yeah, it does. I think that I mean the run out was a good thing, but like you said, Adam, 3 very, very good dot bowls. Phil Hulston probably just getting a bit frustrated. Great bit of fielding, but good awareness from Mulholland, positioning himself in the perfect spot behind the stumps, and then had the presence of mind to throw it to Simon Routh to complete a run out. Now it's down the leg side, but straight to the fielder, back to square on the 45. Good bit of fielding there.
And we can see that again there as he just taps on top of the ball there. He didn't really get under it. He just managed to keep it out though, and he comes in again. It's just pushed out square of the wicket, and they'll race through for one. It was right in between backwards point and I guess a forwards point.
Yeah, it was a bit squirty. I don't think he was trying to actually play it there, Martin. He just squirted off the outside edge, but as you said, Adam, perfectly described, right in the middle of those two fielders. He gets off the correction. That moves him on to 2.
Yeah, we saw a sweep a couple balls ago. We saw a lot of sweeps early on, but I haven't seen one for a little while.
So more changes in the field. Charles Schofield coming onto the deep point boundary. Ed Gordon Lennox orthodox cover point just inside the 30. Mid off. Very, very wide-ish. Long off. And an orthodox long off as well. Oh, down the leg side. It's going to be signalled a wide. Yes, it is.
It was almost off his feet there, trying to hit that one.
You've got Razi Ahmed, who's going through some stretching exercises. He's 3/4 the way back. It was a long on boundary. Orthodox mid wicket. Man backwards a square on the 45 on the leg side.
A bit of a yes/no there, but no troubles.
And more changes to the field.
Paul Clements again with that walking towards the ball forward defence that we commented on earlier. You can see the slope in the pitch from this camera angle here. They'll take a single again. And Clements gets a run there.
Oh, Beaton. Stretching for it. But Beaton, good delivery from Whitman to finish. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 29 for him then. 32 overs gone, 175 for 3. Nigel Martin is on 2 not out from the 7 deliveries he's faced. Paul Clements, 17 off the 23 for him.
Well, 13 overs remaining, and I feel like we're in a holding pattern right now. We'll see how long that goes on for, because it's a bit of a flat moment right now. And we're looking at all the bowling figures so far. Look at how well everyone's done. And I think it will be Mulholland continuing for his 7th over on the trot here, which is quite a feat.
Yeah, he's definitely proven his fitness. As you heard Jason Court say, he's dealing with an Achilles injury. He was with us at Loughborough a few weeks ago when we had a 2-day meet-up. But didn't take any part in any of the net sessions or the training there. Just wanted to make sure he was fit and ready for this. That's a good delivery. And he did well to dig that out, did Clements. Yorker length.
He turned it into the leg side quite nicely though. He looked calm about it. Trying his best not to look troubled. And it will bring Martin back on strike, still only on the 2. Runs, he's early on in his innings. Just the 7 balls faced. As more Holland comes into him.
Sharp. Yeah, very nicely played there by Martin. Good use of the feet. Just rolled his wrist over the ball. Tucked it through the gap wide of the man at mid-wicket to his left. Nice easy 2. 178 for 3.
On the back foot now, and he's trying to be. He's got the 2, and it brings him onto. He's on 4 runs now. Bit more expansive with that back foot shot.
I think with the score as it is, Adam, sorry to interrupt, but we're just 12 and a bit overs to go. You've got to be looking at a score of 250 minimum. And with the batting lineup that they've got, things go, oh, that's in the air, but chipped over the man at mid-wicket. Trots through for a single. Yeah, with the batting lineup they've got, and normal acceleration, you would fancy, towards the end of the innings. I think if they apply themselves, you're looking at 265, maybe 270.
They've definitely set themselves well up for an acceleration. They've got wickets in the tank. They've got overs left, and they're not at a bad run rate right now.
Well, the guru Mel are saying just to my right, he said that wouldn't be enough, not on that wicket. We're going to try and get Mel on at some point. He's a shy and retiring character, as anybody who's connected with England cricket now. Very shy. We'll try and coax him. We'll try and coax him into the commentary area. But good to see Mel up here. 33 gone then. 179 for 3. I fancy that's Alan Whitman to continue. It is. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 29 so far from him.
These 2 have bowled quite well in tandem together. They haven't got a wicket, either of them, but they've kept a lid on this England batting side. This what's it called, Team B?
Yeah, for the second half, we really are going to have to come up with some names. We can't be saying A and B. That's a nice looking shot. Straight to the fielder on the edge of the circle. On the offside, trots through for a single. 1 more to the total. We'll have a look through the viewers' suggestions, Adam, and come up with something. Can't call them Team A and Team B.
Of course, we'll have a look.
So please do get in touch. Wherever you're watching, let us know where you're watching from. You get comments about this game. Your thoughts on seniors cricket in general. That's missed by everybody. Long chase for the fielder. Will he get there? He does just. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire.
Might. Well, he's not given buys. I thought that was buys, but he's given it as runs. So it must have taken glove or handle or something.
Well, it certainly didn't look like it come off the bat, but yeah. Let's see, that's big heave-ho. That's going straight down the fielder's throat. Can he catch it? Yes, he can. Very, very well judged indeed. He went for the long handle. Did Paul Clements. Got right underneath it. And it's a good catch. Running backwards. And it's the Essex connection. Vince Mulholland taking a good catch. Clements out for 20 of 28. 4th wicket down. 182 for 4. And a well-deserved wicket for Alan Whitman. I think he's bowled very well. 6.3 overs so far. 1 for 32.
He's kept it in the same place, and he's kept going, and he's getting his reward there. Good backpedaling catch. I thought he was going to backpedal too much for a second, but he got the wicket he deserved there, Alan Whitman. And even though he lost his wicket, I think Paul Clements with the right option to try and go after some with just the 11.3 overs remaining in the game and the run rate at 5.43.
So new batsman to the crease. Another left-hander wearing a very natty white helmet. They must be doing a discount at Asda.
Is that where people buy their helmets nowadays?
Well, I don't know if they sell them at Asda. It was the first thing that came into my head. That's very natty. That's very white, isn't it? It's a bit different from Michael Jadanath's helmet.
They've taken playing to whites very seriously.
Yeah, our screen that it's come up looks like Michael Jadanath from Middlesex. I think he's come back in. Would make sense. So wide is signalled by the umpire. Makes sense. Can't see too many people wearing a white helmet, so I don't know what the reasoning is for that. But he's back in.
Well, you were speculating about how many people own white helmets. Turns out just the one.
Just the one, yeah. He's not loaning it out.
That's a bit village, that.
Yeah, it is a bit village, isn't it, really?
He's just tried to put it behind point and found the man. And that's the end of the over. Just look at the scores so far. Steve Small, top scoring with 85, with Sapie opening the partnership getting 30. And then Holston and Clemens, both with 20s each. Of course, Jadanath is back in now. He was on the 12 when he got dismissed. That's what I meant. Razi Ahmed back on for a second spell, and he continues from the same end.
Yes, he's replacing Vince Mulholland. 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 35. And as I said in the broadcast, those figures I don't accurately reflect how well Vince bowled. But a good run out for him, showing the selectors no worries with that Achilles injury that he's returning from. Razi Ahmed, well, he got Michael Jadanath out when he was first at bat, clean bowling him. Oh, slips there. There's Martin.
Yeah, he properly slipped. I thought he was heading towards the wicket for a second.
Like Bambi on ice.
Was it Imzamam ul Haq that I'm thinking of?
Well, he used to do that a lot.
Monty Panesar.
That's a good shot.
And it may just run up the hill again. It's stopped with the boot. And they run for...
Good throw.
Yeah, run round for 2 there. Good fielding in the deep. Just use of the boot and then getting it into the non-striker's end quickly.
Back in the day, again, way before your time, Desmond Haynes. Wonderful, wonderful player from the West Indies. He used to stand on his stumps quite a bit.
See, I'm aware of Desmond Haynes.
Oh, you're aware of Desmond Haynes, but not one of the best goalkeepers we've had in the last 30 odd years.
I'm doing cricket commentary here.
I'm going to tell him, you know. I'm going to bubble you.
We got an underarm back there. He's got through this over quickly here. As Razi Ahmed. Just a small pause here before the last ball of the over.
Well, I fancy if Razi Ahmed's got anything about him, and he's a thinking cricketer, and he's getting better with more experience. Arm ball to Jadanath. Got him last time with it. We'll see if he tries it again.
Well, Rash has called it. Oof. It wasn't the arm ball, but it almost did him.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. He definitely had Jadanath in two minds, because I mean he's looking for that arm ball, isn't he? Having been dismissed previously. But a good over from Razi.
Yeah, he'll have it in his mind. He knows what ball it was, and he's looking for that quicker one. Hold it back. Don't bowl it to him. Almost make him think about it more.
Yeah, it's intelligent cricket from Razi Ahmed. We're going to see a change at the farmhouse end. Alan Whitman, 7 overs, 1 maiden. 7 overs, 1 for 33. Yeah, another part of the Essex Mafia, Phil Hilson.
Oh, that's
Brilliant. Brilliant work in the covers. Crunch by Martin. Excellent bit of fielding.
There's a good shot you can see on the back foot there, but he's almost got it Velcro on his hands. How did it settle in there? Clean. Won't stop him going from that cut shot again. He'll go straight to the same fielder. It's almost an action replay.
Yeah, he's annoyed with himself that time, Nigel Martin, because that one was definitely there to clobber. Mistimed it, straight to the same fielder. Digs that one out. Trots through for a single, 1 more to the total, 1 more to him.
He's really found his favourite fielder here. Peppering him with the ball.
187 for 4. Martin moves on to 10 with that single. The 19 deliveries he's faced. Michael Jadanath back in, having been dismissed. First time around, clean bowled by Razi Ahmed for 12.
And we are in the last 10 overs now. So if we're going to see acceleration, it has to start soon.
Should be wide. And it is. There you see, folks. Ball down the leg side. Oh, dear me. Another wide. It was a big swing and a miss from Jadanath. You see on the replay.
Spread across the wicket, that.
He's lucky he hasn't done himself an injury.
Well, there's something slippy about this wicket.
You're feeling the old groin after that. Goodness me. Well, a good start, actually, from Phil Hilson. Just a couple of wides. A couple of extra balls. Just needs to find his length. That's a better shot. Just the one, though. Good fielding out in the deep.
I was just thinking about it. So far, we've seen the full over sweep from Small. We saw the last over. I think it was Nigel Martin on the back foot, slipped, and now we've seen it from Jadanath. It's something slippy about the wicket. And there won't be a single there. And that will be the over. 4 from it. 190 for 4 after 36. There's 9 overs to go. And this acceleration hasn't come yet.
Well, I think Ed Gordon-Lennox, the England senior skipper who's out there, I think he'll be quite pleased, you know. the way the opening pair set off in Steve Small, fine innings from him, but they've certainly dragged it back.
And Ahmed will continue, and it's probably a good idea to get the man who's already dismissed, Jagannath, bowling to him again. That's a very, very quick single, and they'll make it. Good running. It looked almost predetermined, that, but they made it home. And they're expecting some acceleration to take place too, as we just have a cow corner moved into place. Or a fielder at cow corner, rather. And he advances down the wicket, but it's just back to the bowler.
Yeah, he was tempting him, Razzie. One thing he makes a big show, making sure the batsman knows exactly where he's placing his field. He's just tossed it up there, trying to entice Nigel Martin down the pitch. That's a good delivery, straight back down.
He really is tossing it up, isn't he? He's got a long on and a man at cow, and he just wants the batsman to go for that shot. And he does, and it's right in the gap. And
Six.
I think it's gone all the way for 6. He's hit that really nicely. He knew what was going on, and he split the fielders.
He was worried for just a split second, though, Adam. I don't think Razzie Ahmed will be too disappointed. I mean, no bowler likes being hit for 6, but he laid the trap. Nigel Martin went for it. On that occasion, connected with it well, but just for a split second. It wasn't that far away from the fielder who's out there, but that's nicely turned into the leg side. Good fielding from Ed Gordon-Lennox.
Yeah,
Keeps it to 1.
Stuff. Yeah, you could see the plan taking place as it went. Everyone on the field knew what was happening. You had the fielders out in the deep. Ahmed was tossing the ball right up, but he still managed to hit the ball for 6. And that'll be the over. The 6 from it, but only 2 singles apart from that, so just 8 runs from the over.
Yeah, 37 gone here then, folks. 198 for 4. Nigel Martin, 17 off 24. Can you just see that run rate there? He's going berserk early doors, and it's steadily falling. And it's on its way back down. So it's been a good fight back. It really has. And I think anything under 250, if they can keep him to that, Ed Gordon-Lennox will be absolutely delighted. As Phil Hilson continues, that's a bit short outside the off stump and just steered straight to the fielder by Martin, and there's no run.
Yeah, especially considering as we got towards the last few, or the back end of the innings, you haven't seen that much acceleration yet, and the run rate shows that they managed to keep a lid on the batters so far.
Yes, you saw from that graphic that you put up, Adam. They were rattling along. 70 odd after 11 is pretty darn good. That's a nice shot. No, good fielding again. The old skipper, he's putting some work in. He needs to get a minion on.
I think it's fair to say the fielding's got a lot better as the innings gone on. We've seen a lot of diving stops as it's progressed. A lot of excellent examples of fielding.
Yeah, full toss that time. And smacked down the ground by Jagannath. He's not going to refuse that. And with that boundary, the 200 comes up. 203 for 4.
Well, you know he striked it cleanly when you didn't see Long On move one bit. He just stood there as he watched it go for 4.
Yeah, it deserved the treatment. Filthy delivery from Hilson, and it got what it deserved. through the legs this time, the fielder. One more to Jadanath.
Yeah, he was wanting another. He advanced down the ball before and got a full toss and hit it for 4. So he thought, I'll have another go down the wicket.
It's going to be signalled a wide. Yeah, unfortunately, the Tony Fitzgerald, the England scorer, who's scoring today. I don't know why Jadanath's score's not going on. Maybe because he's already been in and out, which is causing the scorers good fielding.
It was struck cleanly there, off the back foot, but didn't stop it going directly to hand. The question is, with 7 to go, what can these two do? 205 for 4 after 38. So 250's looking more and more difficult right now. It's still very much doable. As Razi Ahmed will continue. And down the leg side, and the umpire signals wide. And this time he's tried to hit it on the back foot, and it's rushed him a bit as he's gone to play the shot, and it's not gone very far. Just another dot ball.
Well, at the end of this over, as Razi Ahmed comes in. Oh, it's nicely played by Jadanath. Back up to square on the leg side. Misfield allows him to come back with a very easy 2. Yeah, at the end of this is over. I've managed to coax him like the dove from above. Melisane, England and Essex. You'll be hearing from him at the end of this over.
He's really flighted that one up, inviting the drive or the big shot. He's bowled very well here so far. Razi Ahmed, that is. Here comes Razi Ahmed again. Just turn around the back foot.
Okay, a boundary there. And the extra one, it gives me a chance to welcome to my right, Melisane, all the way up from Essex. Mel, always good to see you. How are you?
Hey Rash, I'm good, mate. What a beautiful spot this is. Looks an absolute road, doesn't it? I pity the bowlers, to be honest with you. Small boundaries and an absolute flat wicket. Very impressed with the standards so far. Smalley looked absolutely brilliant out there today. And the fielding, incredible. I mean, I was thinking back a couple of years, my trial on a green top somewhere in Leicester, freezing cold, 3 jumpers on, bowler's paradise, and watching these boys here on a beautiful sunny day, on a flat track, and they are diving around and making it look easy out there, which is great for England altogether.
How did you find it then, Mel, when you broke in? Obviously, we know about your past cricketing history, but you're moving up from the 50s into the 60s, you still had to go through the trial phases. I mean, player of your stature and standing, did you still get nervous?
I get nervous every game I play. I could be playing an indoor match and I get nervous because without the nerves you can't function, in my opinion. If you're not nervous, you're never going to be successful. It's very easy to. I don't get over nervous, but I always feel that, being a batsman, it's this one ball that's going to get you, or one brilliant piece of fielding. So it's always stacked against you a little bit. So yeah, of course I get nervous, but yeah, the difficulty at trials is you turn up and you could have a day like today where it's absolutely beautiful and great wicket to bat on, but you could turn up like we had, which was a very bowler-friendly wicket, green top, on a cold, freezing day. And how do you stand out? You have to try and stand out from the crowd, right? So
Absolutely.
you're mixing you're rubbing shoulders with the likes of Tony Burbeck and Nick Gaywood, legends of 50s, and so you need to make a difference, there's no point turning up scoring 30 or 40 runs at a slow run rate. You need to show them, and certainly in my trial it was 50 and retire, but you needed to get 50 quick runs and show them what you could do. So yeah, I'm always nervous.
Good. Well, Mark was talking there. Colin Gibson from Lancashire. He's replaced Phil Hilson, your teammate, Mel.
Yeah, Phil bowled really well on Tuesday in a gale force wind. He's a batter that bowls, so he's not a outright bowler, right? He's somebody that can give you 3 or 4 good overs.
Like you then.
Right, a bit like me. Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna expect 9 overs, and somebody's gonna break through the top order or something, but somebody is steady, somebody you can set a field to.
So Gibson in again then. Ooh, just squirts away into the leg side. Quickly run single. 1 more to the total. So the season has already started, Mel. You no doubt a lot of training in the winter, and
well, we had the tour in India.
Tour of India. I was just going to come on to that. Part of the world you know very well indeed. We were there in 2024 in Chennai, but you're just up the road at Pondicherry. Yeah,
a couple of hours up the road on amazing facilities. You could almost say that they were all test facilities. Great weather, 38 degrees. Ed's going to catch this, or is that Ed?
Oh, it's a keeper.
Always missed it.
Made some ground. Had to make some ground to his right, but just a ball over his shoulder. Stuck his hands out. He went straight through the middle. So 2 more to Jagannath.
Yeah, the standard Rash was excellent in India. I was very impressed. Way they did it, north, south, east, west zone. They had an international side there. Obviously invited the England Lions to be there as well. So the standard was excellent. Every team we played had a quality batter. Yeah. You are, who's been picked, I think, in the squad, the best 100 I've seen in a long time.
Really?
Not the fittest, but so quick onto the ball. Anything short, he just stuck you straight over mid-wicket for 6. Beautiful driver of the ball, typical left-hander, looked very classy. And then they had some decent spinners. Every team had a decent spinner. They had a little leggy from Delhi, I think, who looked very, very good, very compact, bowled the googly. And they had an opening bowler who got 5 for against England Lions, who I bet you in his time was quick.
All right, okay. I haven't actually seen the India squad for the World Cup. I know the Pakistan probables were published the other day. Some familiar faces from the tour in 2024. Sajid Ali, Syed Sagir Abbas, that's big. That's big, and it's gone. Just for a moment, the 2 fielders at long on and long off were showing some interest. But that's Nigel Martin going big again. His second maximum. Yes, they mentioned it. Sajid Ali, Syed Sagir Abbas, Pakali's there.
I see Barber's there as well from Yorkshire.
Yeah. I don't know whether that's going to take place. I know Mr. Fawad is doing his best to entice them away, but it's going to be interesting.
I mean, the World Cup's in August. That's way off as far as I'm concerned. There's a lot of cricket to be played this summer before then. A trial like this can often cause more headaches for the likes of Ed and Paul Bradley. Smalley looked like he couldn't get a run in India, and today he's looked $1 million.
Well, I was saying to Adam, he looked like he was in the form that he was at the start of last season. He made his debut up at Scotland at Saltburn. 80, hey Steve, well battered.
Talk of the devil.
83 I think he got there, and then followed it up with a magnificent century at Dunnington in the second ODI against the West Indies. Him and Gaywood were just smashing it all over the place. And he looked in good nick today, certainly did.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a super facility here, isn't it? But the one thing we know is that we're not going to be getting roads in Canada.
Were you out there the last time?
Yeah, we played there 2-3 years ago, and I think the average score was about 140, and that was a good score. That was a good total. You know, the wickets are up and down. You can bowl the same ball, one will take off and the other will go straight along the ground. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case. I'm hoping they've had 2 years or 3 years of trying to work out how to, you know, prepare a wicket. But
he's got down.
needs to get some spikes. So we're at grounds in the middle of nowhere with no facilities as such, you know, porta cabins, portaloos, and no electricity, so generators that run it. So it's going to be an interesting World Cup. I hope things have come on over the last 3 years.
He's gone big again, Martin. Is that gone all the way?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it has as well. Another 6. Clean pick-up.
So yes, so Canada is you know, it's going to be an interesting World Cup, to be honest with you. And you need bowlers that just put it stump, you know, on line, good length, and let the wicket do its work for you. Outfields are really lush, so you know, if you hit it along the ground, likelihood it's 2 or 3. It's not going to race off to the boundary, and often plugs because the grass is quite thick. There's some pretty grounds out there, you know, but just lack of experience on preparing turf wickets.
Well, I know they've been doing a lot. Cricket Masters Canada. It's a very prestigious tournament, and just following all the posts that they push out with their social media, I know they're trying to ensure that the grounds are fit for purpose for such a prestigious tournament, and I'm sure there's been work done in the intervening 2 to 3 years, Mel.
And it's the same for both sides. So
of course it is. Well, 16 runs from that over, including 2 big sixes from Martin. He moves on to 39 from just 38 deliveries he's faced. 2, 3, 5 for 4. 4 to go then. So that 250 is looking on the cards. Can they get up north of 260, maybe even 270? It's a big ask. With 4 to go, getting another 35, but.
Interesting thing, Rash, is the standard. You know, I look at it over the last 2 years. What I see out there is a much fitter bunch of 60-year-olds. You know, it's they're diving around. The batters are running very quick singles, pushing the infield, pushing 2 to the boundary on a small ground like this. It really has changed over the last 2-3 years to what I remember 2 years ago.
It certainly has, and I think it had to. I mean, batting and bowling people know that. I think when people come to see seniors cricket, they're absolutely amazed at the standard. It's a standout thing. And even at the 65s, when I was at Littleborough, that's played by Jadanath, waltzing down the wicket, but a good bit of fielding there. When I was at Littleborough last week for the over 65s, big crowd there. We always get a great reception at Littleborough. And some of the comments at half-time, the guys throwing themselves about all over the place. The standard was exceptional. Smashed straight down the ground, but straight to the fielder.
There's a big crowd at Littleborough, and there's no cricket on.
There is. There is, yeah. Great facility.
It is superb there.
Absolutely fantastic. Well supported by the local community. Noddy bent me ear again, of course. Reminded me he's a leading run scorer.
Has he lost a bit of weight?
He has actually. Yeah.
I thought when I saw the picture of him with the toss, he looked like he dropped a few.
That's my shoddy camera work.
Or is it been doctored?
No, that's my shoddy photo taking. That's why my wife doesn't let me take any photos.
It looked a slightly one-sided game, that.
Oh, swing and a miss. At one point, it threatened to be competitive. But the squeeze came on from really powerful Northern Superchargers team, I've got to say.
But again, it's a good thing for seniors cricket, right? That 65-year-olds get a chance now to get to play in proper tournaments.
Yep.
And I can only see that in 2 years' time. And again, that will be, kicking off in a much bigger way. It seems like all the countries are getting on the back of this as well, aren't they? Australia,
They certainly are.
India.
Yeah, Australia, New Zealand, India, Canada.
Yeah, I think there's over 65 is going to be in India this year, I think, sometime November, December time, from what I heard.
I think it's been moved to about February, but
Is it?
it's India or Sri Lanka. But Dave Murphy mentioned that when I spoke to him at Littleborough. So great exposure, 8-team tournament. So it just shows you, gives you another pathway. Good footwork by Jadanath there. And it's straight down the ground for 4. Down the ground again, extends again over the fielder, just over the fielder for 6.
So Essex are in the group with Middlesex, Surrey, Sussex, Kent, Hampshire, Berkshire, and I've just seen 2 or 3 of these players. It's going to be a lot more competitive this year, I can see that.
Well, I just want to touch on that, Mel, as the score reaches 247 for 4. Nigel Martin winning a runner ball, 40 off 40. I can't tell you what Michael Jadanath's on now because he was in originally, bowled by Razi Ahmed for 12 off 20. And you can't put him in twice, so I've no idea how many he scored. But last year's county championship, bit of an eye-opener, but it just shows that how competitive it is. The likes of your county, Essex, Yorkshire, Lancashire, they didn't make it. Gloucestershire, Kent, Cornwall, Cricket Wales.
Yeah, well, I mean, Essex, without trying to make any excuses, it was really unfortunate that weather played its part in Cornwall.
Yeah, it did.
So instead of playing the game on the Tuesday, we ended up playing it on the Wednesday, which basically meant that 4 or 5 of the Essex team were not available, which actually made a big difference when you consider we were 8 runs short. The big problem in that game as well was after about 3 overs, Phil Hilson had an unfortunate accident on the outfield,
He did,
dislocating his knee. And so, we were most of the time 10 men on the pitch, and obviously didn't have a guy of Phil's class to go in and smash those 8 runs we needed. Richard Wilson batted beautifully for 90 not out, but overall, without making it, I mean, Cornwall deserved to win and did really well to go on and progress the way they did. But I think Essex would have won that game if we'd had a full side out.
Well, a change at the death here. Cumbria's Paul McEwen back in. 6 overs. 0 for 29 from his first stint. I think he bowled it pretty well, actually. He's a good character, Paul. Brother-in-law to Mr. Nixon from Leicestershire. In he comes again. That's a nice shot. Straight to the fielder. Out long on. Trots through for a single. 1 more to the total. So, all things being equal, 250 will be passed. 260, 265 still on the cards. So the county championship this year, Mel, it started last week, I believe.
We played our first game Tuesday against Berkshire. Looks like the rest of the country was bathing in dry weather, but we had rain Monday night from about 6 p.m. till 9 a.m. Tuesday morning. So it wasn't the usual road at Colchester, but we lost the toss. Berkshire decided to bat first, got bowled out for 128 in about 20 overs. And Neil and me knocked it off in about 19 overs very quickly, and game was over. So, yeah. Well done, Routhie.
Well done, Simon Routh. Michael Jadanath just got me down the pitch. I don't know if he's got a problem with his spikes, but he couldn't get his feet back in time. Good take by Simon Routh. Bails off. He stumped. And again, apologies, folks. I don't know how many Michael scored. Second time in. Having been bowled first time by Razi Ahmed. The 5th wicket down. The score even 250. 250 for 5.
So this is Zahir Nazir. Coming in now as one of the Essex boys. Recovering from cancer. He was diagnosed with cancer a couple of years ago. Fabulous player in our Essex 50s side. So he's come back fitter and stronger. And bowls orthodox left arm spin. You can't say
Okay.
certain words these days, but yeah, he bowls the googly. And likes the new ball, so he likes to take the new ball.
Oh, right, interesting.
Often used by Essex with the new ball. Yeah, so he was also a pretty talented batsman, but I think 2 years out he's got to rebuild his strength and abilities there. So he's currently batting about 5 or 6 for Essex at the moment.
Well, fair play to him for coming back from that. Well, a deserved wicket for Paul McEwen. Much like Vince Mulholland, I don't think his figures do him justice, but 6.4 overs, 1 for 31 so far. And is here off the mark. First ball just pushes it out into the offside. Trots through for a single. 251 for 5. Shorter this time. Oh, QN, that should be out. And it is. and a nice tumble. I'll give him 5.6 for his tumble. QN from Nigel Martin. And Paul McEwen.
He obviously didn't trust Ed after Ed's last attempt.
He didn't. But 2 wickets in 3 deliveries. The big lad from Cumbria. And that's Nigel Martin out, but a good innings from him. 41 off 43. Caught and bowled by Paul McEwen. 251 for 6.
So coming back to the county championship, Rash, some amazing scores out there.
There were Bart's Ian
Bart's
Barton,
178.
who's going to be our guest on the Williams to Wisdom podcast next month. Ian Barton, Lancashire, England Lines, and BBC Radio Lancashire co-host of Inside Edge. It goes out every Wednesday.
Then I think you had, is it Neil Jackson, who got a few? Is it James Cottrell, who did the coaching at Loughborough? He got a few in front of the captain. So there's an interesting headache for the selectors, to be honest with you, with these with all the runs that are being scored.
That's what you want. It's definitely all you want.
You can only take 16, though.
You can take 16, but I think we've got to take a leaf out of the Australia book. Well, been some stalwarts for the England side over the last few years, but Australia, they're only taking 6 from 2024. I mean, it's a big 6, don't get me wrong. So you look the likes of Juddy, Bill Blair, TP, Darren Smith, Paves, and the Big O, Claude Orlando. The rest of them are newcomers.
Yeah, and 1 or 2 big names as well that have come through from the 50s that I came across from my time in the England 50s side. So they are going to be super competitive, as I think Pakistan, looking at their squad. And judging by what we saw in India, I think India will be a force as well. Don't really know much about the others, but you'd like to think Canada at home will be a force. USA are not that far off, so I would imagine they've got a few decent boys, local boys. So it should be a strong World Cup.
It should. And you just follow all the England 60s cricket social media pages, folks, later on in the summer with all the details of, fingers crossed, the live streaming.
So apparently the squads are being announced next week, is it? Lions and World Cup, England
so.
squads.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. So and then we have some fixtures to get through for the season, for the summer. Nobody's touring, so we're going to be playing the usual Wales, Scotland. I think we've got a 50s Lions versus 60s England game at my club, Dunmo.
Yeah.
At Dunmo.
Yeah, to end, I think that's
on an absolute road.
A few days before the party will jet.
So last Saturday, Rash on a 3-match old wicket. Our twos were 321 for 2.
Goodness me.
And the opposition got 280 back. So I think something like 2,500 runs were scored over 2 weekends on that pitch.
That's played down the ground. Nifty bit of footwork out in the deep. Just the one. Yeah, curtailed fixture for England and the England Lions due to the World Cup. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, Mel. I mean, you've got a very robust county championship, so all the players that are going to be on that plane are going to be playing very competitive cricket over and above their commitments with England during the summer.
Well, I'm not sure, Rash, to be honest with you, how much you can take from county cricket. You know, we played in a weaker league last year, I think. No disrespect to Norfolk or Suffolk or, you know, Cambridge. They're good sides. They've got individually strong players there that could easily walk into an England team as well, or a Lions team. But, you know, collectively, as 11 players, they're not as strong as Essex are. So, you know, you could get, you know, likes of myself and Neil filled our boots. What does that really tell you? You know, it doesn't tell you much. It's a different ball game when you're walking out to face Australia in a, you know, third ODI, which is a must-win game, and you've got TP bowling, or you've got Billy Blair running in at you. You know, so it's trying to work out what the character is, and you know, the individual that can come good under pressure.
Absolutely.
And so playing the England Lions 50s is a good workout for us.
It is. So the final over. It's Paul McEwen to continue. Let's finish off Mel Dobson at the non-striker's end. Cheshire's Mel Dobson.
Dobbo, as we call him. Rash.
Dobbo, yeah, he made his breakthrough last year and bowled really well. And the spell with him and Nick Newman at my home club of Uterbridge in the England Lions game against Australia. 18 overs between them for, I think, about 20 runs. They bowled magnificently well. And he's at the non-striker's end at the moment. As McEwen comes in again, bowls. That's turned nicely into the onside. Should be looking for 2. And 2 is the call. And they make it quite comfortably. 260 for 6.
I'll tell you who's been bowling very well for us. I've been training with, obviously, we call it the Indian Lions net group. Yeah. But we had honorary Bedfordshire player with us, Lee Selfie, who had a fantastic Indian tour.
He did.
Bowled,
for him.
Pick of the bowlers.
Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, no movement from the umpire whatsoever.
Yeah, he was pick of the bowlers out there. Bowled beautifully. And he's played a game for Essex this year, as in a warm-up match against my club. Bowled beautifully in that game as well. And for personal reasons, unfortunately, he's pulling out of the kind of England setup. So it's a real shame, because that's a big loss for England. Because he does look, you know, very much the real deal for a left-arm spinner at the moment.
Well, he had a bit of a torrid time as a widey signal. Bit of a torrid time out in Australia, didn't he, Mel? Back end of 2024. But good to see him coming back. And like you said, he's going to be a big loss, because he's grown in stature, exposure in international cricket, and you know, the tour of Australia didn't go his way, but he learnt a lot from it, and he put it into practice. Was out in India with yourself in January.
I think when you play in Australia, it's always tough, but being a spinner in India is not easy, and we played on some absolute roads. You know, they were fantastic facilities. So for a bowler to do well, it was you know, it was a big statement.
I think 15 wickets he took.
Yes. And really, he should have got the bowling award, because the guy who got the bowling award actually got less wickets than him.
Oh, right. So, 264 for 6 then. Should be the final delivery. Oh, it's a big smack that. Oh, one bounce. Good smack from Mel Dobson. He finishes on 5 not out.
A good shout on the final total there, Ash. You said about 270.
Yeah, not bad that.
Yeah.
There's a hit in his ear. Finishes on 8 not out off 10.
But at Dunmo, if you we're talking similar size ground, right? Maybe a little bit smaller. 260's par.
260.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you know, you would comfortably want to chase this total down if you were Jason's 11, whatever they're called.
We'll find a name for the second half.
Yeah. Cool.
We'll just try and pull the scorecards up. Mel, thank you ever so much for your time. That's
thank you, Ash.
England and Essex's Mel Hussain. You can see there the scorecard. So opening up with Steve Small and Andy Sapey.
Well, we've changed back
Sapien first man out, bowled by Charles Schofield for 30. Steve Small retired, not out, 85 off 67. Michael Jadanath, well, he came back later on, but he was clean bowled by what we think was an arm ball for 12 off the bowling of Razi Ahmed. Phil Hulston run out, good work. Run out for 20 off 38. Paul Clements, 20 off 28 at caught by Vince Mulholland out in the deep. Good catch, giving Alan Whitman his first wicket. Nigel Martin looked very impressive, 41 off 43 with some big sixes. Caught and bowled Paul McEwen. Michael Jadanath came back in, stumped by Simon Routh off the bowling of Paul McEwen, giving him 2 wickets in 3 balls, 27 off 24. Then the final pair of Nazir and Dobson took the score up to 268 for 6 in their 45 overs. 14 wides and 6 leg byes. We'll just click on to the bowling figures. Well, McEwen finishes 8 overs, 1 maidens, 2 for 42. Colin Gibson, 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 47. Charles Schofield, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 45. Razi Ahmed, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 49. Vince Mulholland, impressive for Vince. 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 35. The figures do not do him justice. Alan Whitman, again, bowled well. 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 33. And Phil Hilson, just a couple of overs from him. Nice and tidy. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11. Adam, you're joining me back in the commentary area. You're just sitting out while Mel was talking to us. Decent score in the end. It sort of a 3-part innings and got off to a fantastic start, and then they were pulled back and then accelerated again towards the end. And 268 is a very competitive score.
Yeah, I've just brought up the partnerships there, and you can see that opening partnership. They were going quite some 74 opening partnership between Sapien and Steve Small, especially Steve Small getting off to a fantastic start. Lots and lots of boundaries. He hit around 14, I think, in his innings overall. And before Sapie got dismissed, there was a 50 partnership between Steve Small and Hulston as well. Steve Small, again, 40 runs off 24 balls contributing to that partnership. And the final partnership that crossed over 50 was between Martin and Jadanath. That was a 68-run partnership at the end, just to accelerate the score a bit and get it up around that 268-run mark. So it'll be an interesting chase because, as we've heard, this should be chaseable score. It should be an interesting game. The pitch is looking good, and it should set up nicely.
It should indeed. Well, my thanks to Adam, my thanks to Mix on the camera, to Molly and Lucy, and to Ivor Richard. We're going to grab a quick bite to eat and a brew of some kind. Normally the innings break is about 45 minutes or so, but join us when we'll see how the batting team get on, and we will find some proper names for, I can assure you that, folks. But for now, for me, Rash Mahmood, my colleague Adam Harrington, it's the innings break. We'll see you in about 45 minutes.
Well done. I tell you what, the
And here we go. We're back with the second innings here. The chase for the Team A. First ball's just gone. Started with a dot. Mick Haynes running in to deliver here. That's just down the leg side and will be signalled a wide by the umpire. The Staffordshire bowler. Opening up, this is Simon Anderton, rather, sorry. And Scott Stratton. Anderton on strike. And that's just cut away, and that will go all the way to the rope, and it just runs over it. And Rash, my co-commentator, will get up and just field that one. It's so close to us here. And that's a good way to get scores off and running. A lovely shot there from Anderton. Cut away. Well, Rash, you were in the action with the fielding before the mic.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Afternoon, Adam. So 269 the target.
Yeah, we'll have to work out how good a score 268 was as this innings progresses.
Well, it's certainly going to concentrate the batters' minds, Adam. The run rate just a shade under 6 at the start. Shot.
And that's too short, and he can just sit back and swivel on that, and takes it up and almost through that close mid-wicket fielder. He had no chance, it was too quick off the bat, but powered away for 4.
Yeah, short by Haynes halfway down the track, Anderton onto it like a flash, just swivel round and biffed it over mid-wicket for 4. Good start by him, 2 boundaries.
Yeah, it's nice as a batter when you get a couple boundaries early on. You feel like you're off the mark quickly.
Well, it's such a true pitch as well. I know opening up, it's going to be nerves first over. That's going to be a wide as well.
Some excellent keeping there.
Yeah,
down
good
the leg
take.
side.
Different gloves on. Nigel Martin. His professional goalkeeper. Illustrious career he had. Done in different gloves. Had an absolutely brilliant innings when he was out earlier on. Was it 41 or 43? I think it was, Adam. 3 big sixes. That's another wide.
He's just trying to find his radar here. The 2 that have been boundaries were just a touch short, cut and pulled, and then a couple deliveries here down the leg side.
Well, it just puts doubt in Haynes' mind, doesn't it? Because the first one wasn't a particularly bad ball, but it was a beautifully executed shot. And back on the back foot, played straight to the fielder, and there's no run. The second one was a rank long hop that got some treatment. So, yeah, just trying to find his range, as you say, and his line and his length. But 2 boundaries and 3 wides in this over so far. That's going to be another one.
Just needs to settle down on the radar. Get it on the stumps. Get it outside off. That looks fairly high. It's a big shout there from Haynes, but he's appealing on his own, and the umpire not moving there, and that'll be the end of the over. There's 12 from the first. You had 3 wides in that first over, 2 boundaries from Anderton. Good start with the bat.
Yeah, good start. Aided and assisted, of course, by those wide deliveries. But that last shout, Adam, completely agree with you. He was the only one up, was Haynes. Hit Anderton high up, clearly going over the stumps. Good decision by the umpire. And Dave Walkley from Northants, he's going to open up. From the farmhouse end. And Dave plays his cricket for Northamptonshire. I was saying just before he came out, he said, there's a lot of wides in that first innings. He said the last time he bowled a wide was 1987, and he's still disputing that. So good luck to Dave.
Bowlers sometimes exaggerate. I don't know about... That's a long time.
They never forget. They never forget.
It's true.
Like every batsman who's been given out LBW. Anyway, in he comes, Scott Stratton on strike. Turns out nicely into the leg side. Just the man at short mid-wicket was interested for a touch, but races away for 4. Off the mark very confidently. 16 without loss.
It was in the air for a second there. You had a diving fielder interested, but it was too far away from him to ever be catchable, I think, and runs away to the boundary with the flick shot, and boundary off the first ball for him, which is lovely.
Yeah, it was very nicely timed. There is a fielder in close on that sort of widest short mid-wicket. Never really a chance as such. Very, very good timing.
That's excellently played with an open face, and he'll just guide it behind point and get 2 runs for it with the man chasing back. Some good batting there.
Yeah, that was excellent cricket. As you said, Adam, just opening the face of the bat, just guiding the ball through the vacant area, backwards of point. Always going to be 2.
And I don't know how long he'll keep up this 200 strike rate that Stratton's got going. Scott Stratton. His first 2 balls, he got 6 runs. It's a good shot there, and he'll get a single from quick running. Both batsmen looking strong here at the start of the innings, start of the chase. Trying to set a good platform for this chase, and if they do so, they could make it look fairly simple. But a target like 269, it's never going to be all easy. And he comes. Now it's Anderson just on the back foot. Well, the end of the over so far, 19 runs without loss from 2 overs. The run rate sitting at 9.5. Very similar story to the first innings, where they got out of the blocks quickly.
Yes, indeed, Adam. And thank you to everyone who's been getting in touch via the chat on the YouTube channel. And I'm indebted to Chris Dennis. Yeah, Nigel Martin does play for Knaresborough Cricket Club in Yorkshire, as I said. He travels back to his native Cornwall to play for the over 50s first 11. Qualifies for the over 60s this August, just in time for the World Cup. And Thomas Martin, probably a relation. Nigel Martin was an England goalkeeper as well. He was. I was going to get onto that, Thomas, but I was so aghast that my young Padawan, Adam, next to me, didn't know who he was. It completely bypassed me.
What year did he play for England?
Ooh, now then.
Abouts.
It's got to be the 90s, late 80s, early 90s. And that's just played back down the pitch and there's no run. Dobbo, G5B. Nigel lives in Yorkshire. Pretty sure he still plays for Knaresborough CC. He is Cornish by birth, but most importantly, he was a brilliant keeper for Leeds United. And Callum off, giving some love to Paul McEwen. Paul McEwen is the real deal. Oh, that's a confident appeal. Maybe just sliding down leg side. Have a look. Yeah, it's a good shout. It's a good shout. Fancy was just sliding down leg, Adam.
What are you thinking on height? I mean, I think it's probably okay on height.
Yeah, height was absolutely fine, I think. It looked like it hit him below the knee roll, but just fancy hitting the outside of the front pad.
You can tell Mick Haynes was confident because he had 2 bites of the appeal there. And statuesque on the leave, that one. He did not move, Stratton.
Oh, Thomas, thank you. 1998 to 2002. He played for England.
Wow, okay.
Again, you weren't a glint in the milkman's eye, were you?
No.
When were you born, Adam?
2003.
Oh, my God. There's going to be some damage in this commentary area, folks. I do apologise. 2004. Goodness me. There's milk in my fridge that's older. Anyway, this is a good reply from Haynes after the punishment he got in the first over. 5-dot ball so far. Better line, better length. Settled in. As I said, there are nerves on these players. They know what's at stake. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt after that first over. Beaten this time and dropped, I feel. Yeah. Sounded clunky there. I think that was an edge. And judging by the reactions of the fielders, Adam, I think that was a chance.
Well, I think the ball may have stayed a touch low there. He went to drive it and it must have taken a low edge, but potentially that was an edge. The reaction suggests so. And if so, that would be the 3rd chance of its kind that's gone down this game.
Yeah, I agree 100% too. I'm pretty sure that was an edge and went trouble very, very quickly in standing up, but it was low. To reach down for it, wasn't able to get them big mitts around the ball. But a good return there from Haynes. Mick Haynes from Staffordshire, as I said, got some treatment in the first over. As Walkley continues from the farmhouse end. That's a good delivery to start off with. Nothing Anderton can do but just play that out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, he was definitely askew in that first over, Mick Haynes, and it was a really good second over, especially considering he was under pressure. And that will be 4. Rocks onto the back foot, pulls it through mid-wicket, and it races to the rope in under a second.
Well, that just pitched halfway down the track. It just sat up and said, Mr. Anderton, smack me to the boundary. And Simon Anderton did not disappoint. Hit very, very hard.
That was a bit more flighted there. Fuller. And it's driven to mid-off. David Walkley into bowl. And that back foot continues to get him runs. And it should just fall short of the boundary as there's some relay fielding in the deep, and it'll be 2.
Yeah, good work. Good shot in the first instance from Anderton. Made a very, very good chase. I fancy that's Steve Small. Flicked it back to Phil Holston. A good throw in. Kept it to 2. 2 more to the total then. 25 without loss.
Final ball of the over here. And it's just another run from the back foot. All 7 runs from that over, off the back foot. And 26 after 4 overs. No wickets lost, of course. And Anderton going over 100 strike rate right now.
What did you make of that first innings then, Adam? It's difficult to know. First time we've been here. But I was saying, 270 is perfectly achievable. It looked at one point they weren't even going to get to 250, but some good batting. I think it's certainly a score that's within reach with this pitch playing the way it is. Not much assistance for the bowlers. It's pretty easy for the batsmen so far. It certainly looks that way.
Well, after 11 overs, you could say that 350 was on. So yeah, it sort of was an interesting innings where there weren't too many wickets lost, but it was steady throughout, and they did speed up slightly at the end and got around that 270 mark. We'll see how it fares though as Mick Haynes comes in, and it's just pushed, sort of a drive with a push element. Well, since he went for 12 in his first, he hasn't gone for a run since.
Yeah, he's much better. As I said, you've got to appreciate, folks, these players are going to be nervous. I know they play cricket for a long time, but that's nicely tucked round the corner by Anderton. Going to be runs there. Michael Jadinath the chasing. And a good arm. Keeps it to 2. Yeah, they know what's at stake. This is a step up from the normal, and I use the phrase run of the mill, and it's a robust county championship, but you know what you're getting. You heard Mel Hussain talk about it. There are some strong teams in some divisions, there are some not so strong, but it's a step up. And maybe all eyes aren't on them when they're playing their normal county championship games. Well, all eyes are on them here, and it's not just about the cricket, it's about how they conduct themselves.
Well,
sorry, Adam, how they interact. Have they got the character that you're looking for? When the chips are down, can they dig in? Some players thrive on that. Some players go into the show. So, yeah, after the treatment he got in the first over, it's a very, very good return.
well, you were talking about Mel Hussain's comments. So I'll get back to it after this ball. And it's just down the leg side, but it won't be signalled, and the small appeals as such suggest it was quite close to that leg stump. Yeah, Mel Hussain was also talking about how he even feels nervous at the small events playing cricket. You're always nervous playing cricket, it never goes. So when you are playing a game like this, you'll be especially nervous.
Yeah, nerves, and it affects the body, doesn't it? You tense up and you're not as fluid, but he got that first one out of the way, and then he's come back very, very well indeed. Good over from him. 5 gone, 28 without loss, chasing 269. Anderton, he's 17 off 20. His batting partner, Scott Stratton, is 7 off 10. The run rate required just a tick over 6, 6.03. So going along at 5.6. No alarms as yet. Just the one appeal really of note, LBW in that over.
Yeah, it's a really solid start here. They would have really wanted to make it through the early period without losing a wicket, and that's a really nice cover drive. And I don't know if he got a finger to it to slow it down, and it will be chased all the way into the deep. And 2 runs will be scored. I don't know if he slowed it down there, got a finger on the when he was diving.
Yeah, he definitely did. Definitely did. It was well struck. It just shows the athleticism of these fielders at their senior age, not afraid to throw themselves about on the field.
We've seen some really good athletic ground fielding so far today.
Yeah, we have, and Mel, he mentioned it. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to cover England seniors cricket for the last couple of years. I'll just break off as it comes in again. That's a nice angle again. Beautifully played out. That's going to run away for 4. Very, very classy. Square drive, but absolutely minimal amount of effort from Scott Stratton. Brings him another boundary. He moves on to an even 13 off 13. Going to run a ball 34 without loss.
It was really, really well timed that. He hardly hit it. He just stroked it to the boundary. Guided it. Great technique there just to open it. Through the gap. And it was going for 4 as soon as it beat that inner circle.
Prompts a change in the field, and I've completely forgot what I was waffling on about before Scott Stratton hit that 4.
The outfielding.
Well done, my young Padawan. Yes, the outfielding. Yeah, covering England over the last couple of years, you know, the final in Chennai in 2024, we were undone by our fielding, I think. Over and above, Australia played very, very well on the day to win by 8 wickets. But there's been a marked change, there's been a big shift, and you've got to do that. These boys can all still bat and bowl, Adam. It's the fielding that's going to win you the games. Turning the 1s into 2s, 2s into 3s, you've got to be super fit. And these boys are. They're an absolute inspiration. All the boys up and down the country for their counties, churn it out week after week. And then in the international stage, it really does amaze a lot of people who come to watch. And congratulations to them all for keeping up this level of fitness, their enthusiasm. Oh, that's an appeal for LBW. Umpire's having absolutely none of it. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, he's quite a way forward there, flicking off the top of the front pad, holding the pose.
Well, my wonder is whether it had cut into the back pad, just clipped him on the back pad on the way through, but it could have been the front pad.
Well, no, your eyes are better than mine, Adam. You think it's the back pad? I'm not going to argue with him, my friend. But regardless, the umpire was having absolutely none of it. So, 6 gone. 35 without loss, chasing 269. Good start.
Mick Haynes to come back in. And they're looking for a single, but it is straight to the man and there will be no single there. Mick Haynes went for, I believe it was 12 in his first over. Now 3.1 overs, none for 14.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries, and I think there was 3 or 4 wides, wasn't there? So, really good reply from him.
He is just keeping a lid on these 2 openers. Of course, the openers will be happy with this start still. They'll have just wanted to build a decent partnership, and they're going at a good run rate. But Mick Haynes also will be pleased how he's come back after his first over.
Yeah, and so he should, I know. It shows character, it shows grit, it shows determination, all the qualities you want. You know, he must have been a bit disheartened after his first over. Couldn't get his line, couldn't get his length, got carted a couple of times. He's really responded very, very well indeed.
I don't want to tempt fate, but the wind seems to have died down a bit as well. Oh, as a small gust just blows through. It's a lot nicer. And McCain's just finding dot after dot after dot here.
Yeah, he's getting a bit of shape on that as well. That definitely moved away from Scott Stratton.
And now it runs really quickly, but it won't run to the boundary there. They'll collect 2 just to prevent the maiden over. So 2 from it. And that was a really nice shot there. And as we've seen today, even up the hill, it just keeps running and running and running. And for a second, I was even thinking, is that going to the boundary?
Yeah, it was a good chase as well. Didn't hit it right out of the middle, but it was hit well enough. But a good chase by the fielder. 37 without loss there. 7 gone. Good opening partnership between these two. Simon Anderton from Lancashire, Scott Stratton from Sussex. Dave Walkley. He's going to continue from the farmhouse end. 3 overs, no wicket for 21 so far.
And he's just targeting outside and around that off stump. We had an appeal on a leave in Dave Walklate's last over, and that one there were a few little shouts of almost. And to change it up, that one's full and straight.
Yes, he's another one like Mick Haynes actually. He a treatment, but he's settled into it.
And that's a lovely drive. It will go to the boundary there. He's opened up his arms and it just beats the fielder. And once that happens on this outfield, no stopping it.
Yes, well, after singing his praises, a nice juicy half volley outside off stump, which was dispatched with aplomb.
He's tried to do the same thing with a drive, but he's not really forward or back there. It's not as full, that ball, and he's more flashing at it with his hands through to the keeper. It's a good response from Walkley. And that one he's gone forward and he's committed forward a lot more there.
Got him.
And it's bowled him.
I'll have a look on the replay. There you go, yeah, beaten. Betwixt and between, as Adam mentioned, not a forward or back a couple of deliveries before. And that's smashed into the stumps. Good reward for Dave Walkley. He takes the first wicket.
Well, you were saying both bowlers have recovered really well from their opening overs, and that almost caps it off there for Dave Walkley. He gets a wicket, and he'll be really happy to get on the wickets tally early.
Yeah, so it's Lancashire Simon Anderton who's out 21 off 22, clean bowled off the bowling of Dave Walkley. He finishes 4 overs, 1 for 25. 41 for 1.
Well, Anderton was looking really strong at the start. He scored most of his runs in the first 2 overs, honestly. But that was a good delivery, and yeah, he was struggling against Walkley that over and didn't manage to get through it. It was the last ball of the over that bowled him.
Yeah, it was a good delivery, full and straight. If If the batsman misses, you've always got a chance either hitting the pads or hitting the stumps. Good final delivery, but you'd seen it a couple of balls before when you mentioned on commentary, Adam. Neither forward nor backwards. Any pretty much the same there, really. A bit indecisive. I think he'll be a bit disappointed with himself. Anderton.
Well, the best thing as a fielding side when you're trying to defend a total, it's always wickets, and they've got the first one now. And wickets will continue to be the most important currency. New batsman in at the non-striker's end is Colin Cliff, the Nottinghamshire batsman. He's at the non-striker's end as the wicket was from the last ball of the over. So it's Scott Stratton on strike right now against Mick Haynes. It's a really good take down the leg side there, and we've seen 2 of those so far from the former goalkeeper, Leeds United, as someone mentioned in the chat.
We're trying not to mention dirty Leeds, do we? Apologies to anyone who is from Leeds. Now, Leeds United, Crystal Palace, there was a couple of other clubs in between, but England's international goalkeeper as well, let's not forget. Brilliant take, made it look very, very simple. I can assure you it wasn't, folks.
I'm glad that this commentary team isn't one that supports Leeds in any way.
You see, you're going to get rare done now, so who do you support?
It's Middlesbrough.
Oh, like Mr. Bradley.
Indeed.
Yeah, well, Mr. Bradley's been. He was up the Riverside on last weekend when Borough put, I think, 5 past Watford, was it? Oh, how's that missed the stumps?
There's confusion in the running too, but they will make it home.
Goodness me.
There was a bit of confusion all round there, wasn't there?
Well, it was a thick inside edge, Adam, that just, I don't know how it missed the leg stump. Confusion on the fielder first off, who was going one way, then corrected himself, went the other way. The batters were looking at where the ball was going. Yeah. Very, very lucky man.
Yeah, it was all a bit hectic for a second. But to go back to what you were saying, yeah, it was a 5-star performance from Middlesbrough. They needed that as well after their recent form.
Yeah, you were lucky against us Wednesday. Midweek, the other week.
Yeah, Sheffield.
Sharp.
That's a lovely cover drive, and it will just creep over the boundary. It wasn't right out the middle, it was slightly high on the bat, but timed really nicely and comfortably 4 runs.
Yeah, good start for Colin Cliff. Off the mark with a boundary through the covers. 47 for 1. Yes, we outplayed you. I won't hear anything if I was watching it in our local pub, the White Hart in Uterbridge, Sheffield, with Mr. Bradley. He was staying over with myself and my wife Mel for a couple of nights last week. Ooh.
Well, that's run all the way down to the boundary, but they won't be allowed to run between the wickets because he's not offered a shot. Well, I guess they could run between the wickets, but they won't get anything for it. It's a bit of a strange one, that.
Bizarre. Just let it hit his pad.
Yeah. And that one's a lot more confident, planting his front foot forward and defending with the bat. The full face of it.
And who have your boys got on Saturday then? Last match of the season, Borough.
We play, it's a tough game, it's Wrexham.
Oh, so winning Wrexham could possibly be out of the playoffs.
Yeah, Wrexham are right on the playoff boundary as it is, and Middlesbrough right at the top end of the playoffs. Ipswich are 2 points in front of Middlesbrough, and I believe third is, I'm trying to remember who are in third. Southampton? No, I can't remember.
Ipswich played Southampton the other night, didn't it? It was 2-2. That was on Tuesday.
That's it.
Doesn't concern me, of course. I've got the delights of going to places like Bromley next year in League One.
Yeah, Wednesday have not had things go their way this year.
Anyway, Enough of that. Walk late. In again. Split.
He was crawling across the outfield there, putting on a show. That was...
I think that's Steve Small. He was on his hands and knees before the ball even got to him. Crawling along like a toddler. Got absolutely nowhere near the ball. Anyway, 1 more to the total. 48 for 1.
Small would have stopped it if he was a little tall. Oh, that's rubbish. Yeah, no more football talk, no more puns talk. I think we're in agreement there.
Oh, he misses out. Cliff on that one. Rank full toss from walk late. Missed time, straight back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Well, he opened his account beautifully with that shot for 4. I don't think we've seen anyone as confident on their first ball, just cover driving for 4 so far today. It was a nice shot from Colin Cliff. Right, walk late back in, the man with the wicket. And that one was a bit quicker.
Yes, it was, Adam, and it's already into his shot. Thickish inside edge, and squirted out into the offside.
And he's driving that one at the fielder, stopped well. There'll just be one more ball of this over, one from it so far. And just turn to the leg side. Looked a bit uncomfortable on that one, honestly, but it'll be a dot ball, and that'll be the end of the over. 1 from the over. 48 for 1 after 10. And we're just looking at the run rate and the wickets. Of course, both teams started off so quickly in their innings. That's bounced up into the splice or the bat handle there. May have taken a bit of glove even. That's some good work there from Mick Haynes, generating some bounce.
Yeah, some bounce and some decent pace as well, Adam, actually. Hope that comes across on your pictures, folks, but he's really putting his back into it, is Mick Haynes.
Yeah, he's into his 6th over, but still generating good speed. He's actually bowling a lot quicker than he was in his first. Some really good opening bowling here from the two, Haynes and Walkley. And that's a tip and run. He hit it straight at the fielder and immediately set off, and it's taken out the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Stratton was home.
Yeah, good fielding. I think that is Steve Small actually. I look back. I think probably the better throw was to the wicket-keeper's end, but nevertheless, Dead-Eye Dick in at cover point, hitting the stumps at the non-striker's end. Batsman has made his ground. Scott Stratton brings Colin Cliff on to strike. 49 for 1 then.
Guys, just remember that mark slide.
He's gone for the full-blooded drive and he'll get none of it. Straight through to Martin, who's kept well so far this innings. He's had a lot to do early on. Cliff got that boundary off his very first ball. He hasn't scored since. And he's gone for, well, that's less of a drive and more of a push, but he connects with none of it. Same as the ball before. There's some pressure building here from Mick Haynes. He's bowling really well here. Play and miss and play and miss.
Well, he started off like a house on fire and it was up at 13 odd. And you look at it on the screens now, 4.5, 4.52. Required rate 6.44, so still well in touch. That's another good over from Mick Haynes. Very, very good indeed. 6 overs, no wicket for 23. And after the punishment he got in his first over, that's an excellent return from him. 11 overs gone here then at Ticknall Cricket Club in Derbyshire. This inter-squad game. England B. Not England B. Team B. What am I saying? Batting first. 268 they got to. The standout innings Steve Small. And the run chase. 49 for 1. The man out to Simon Anderton. Bowled by Dave Walkley, who I think is going to continue from the farmhouse end. He is 1 for 26 from his 5 so far.
It really was a standout innings, wasn't it, from Steve Small. Held the whole innings together, batted for most of it before he retired. And that's cut, and it is dropped. It was low down to his left. He got one hand to it, and it went in and out.
Oh, that's Mel Dobson. And he is a left-hander. It's a difficult chance going away from him. Got his left hand to it. Just couldn't wrap his fingers around the ball. With a chance.
Well, it was definitely a ball to get cut, but it was catchable. And the ball afterwards, less of a cut and more of a guide. But 4 runs there. And it's almost making up for the error that he gave the fielder a chance last ball.
Yeah, it's the third time Scott Stratton has played that shot. Minimum amount of effort. And just picking the length early, opening the face of the bat and guiding it more than anything, Adam. It flew away once it got past the fielders in the 30-metre circle. It was gone. Another boundary to him, 23 off 30. And with that boundary, brings up the half century. 53 for 1.
Just the movement in the field, trying to cover off that shot that we were talking about, and point comes out.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad area for Dave Walkley to bowl at, in and around off stump. But Scott Stratton, as I said, he's played that 3 times. I think he's had 2 boundaries in a 2. So he needs a bit of protection, sort of backwards a point, if he's going to continue on that line. Oh, commentator's curse as he just strays down the leg side and he's whipped magnificently for 4.
Well, he had about 1 minute of field moving around, and then he's bowled to the other side of the field. There's no fielders on the leg side there, and no cover means 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a wonderfully timed shot, very whippy. That's his 4th boundary. Stratton, 27 off 31.
And that shot is a one of confidence. It's no runs from that ball, but you can see he's hitting the ball a bit harder now with the 2 boundaries he's already got from this over. And he's really gone for that. And it's gone over the man in the deep. That is 6 runs over long on's head.
Well, previous delivery having been whipped away for 4, and the delivery before that being guided backwards a point. Dave Walkley tried to change things up. It was a slow, floaty delivery, and Scott Stratton was on it like a flash. Basically, it was a flick, like a little 9-iron. It's true and straight for 6.
well, it split the crowd watching in the deep. There are people stood exactly where the shot went, and they had them duck in.
As fast as I've seen Mr. Bradley move. Certainly doesn't move that quickly when it's his time for the round in the bar. But he was scurrying away to his left. So 12 gone, 63 for 1. Scott Stratton looking in good touch. 33 off 34. And his partner Colin Cliff. 4 off 11. Going along at 5 1/4. The run rate required 6.24 and the target 269. Well, I think Mick Haynes is going to continue, and why not? 6 overs, 1 for 23.
Well, we have talked about how well Walklett and Haynes have bowled. There was a release of pressure from the last over. There was a build of pressure, and Stratton truly released it with 3 boundaries, 1 6 2 4s. There was some lovely shots, flick off the legs, guide, and what can be described as a smoke down the ground.
Yeah, the flick of his legs has got to be a contender for the shot of the day. I think Steve Small, the cover drive that Steve Small executed in his innings, I think the first one he put was just right out of the textbook. Nigel Martin's shot that hit straight for 6 was also very, very good, but very good from Stratton now. Oh, beaten again outside the off-stump cliff, just prodding forward.
There's definitely a good amount of pace there for his first delivery.
Oh, it is a change of bowling. My apologies, our screen just flipped over for a minute. It's Paul Clements from Cornwall. My apologies to Mick Haynes.
Just push to cover there. No run. Yeah, with the high scoring over, the change in bowling follows. And so far it's been a really good start here from Paul Clemens. Of course, we saw him batting earlier. He's had 4 balls, 4 dot balls so far. And no longer. That is driven for 4. Through cover, and between cover and between mid-off, really. It was a lovely shot and whistled away to the rope. We've seen so many drives, different varieties today.
Yeah, we have had him. It just how good this pitch is. Colin Cliff, all the time in the world, just planted his foot and hit it confidently through that gap between cover and mid-off, as you described. End of Clement's first over. 5 from it then. 13 gone. 68 for 1.
Well, we can see that over before last, the amount of runs that came from that. One of the tallest skyscrapers on that Manhattan there. As the chase truly gets going now.
Yeah, I fancy there's going to be a change at the farmhouse end as well. Can't quite see because it looks like the sheriff, Jason Coates, is standing right in front of the bowler, and he's about 8'5", JC. I really can't see who the bowler is, but I'm sure Tony Fitz, the England scorer, he'll be on it. He'll be on it like a flash. It will flash up on our screen in a minute, Adam. Don't you worry.
There you go. exactly what you said.
He's a good lad, that Tony, you know. Taught him everything he knows.
It's the Essex boy. Zahin.
Yeah, Zahin is here. We heard from Mella saying Zahin, a couple of years removed from cancer. Must have gone through the mill. It shows the testament and the endeavour and the will of these players to get himself back at senior level. Still turning out.
Well, I believe it was Nazir that saw the last ball of the innings to the boundary rope. So can he continue where he left off?
There's a lot of discussions going, a lot of finger pointing. He's moved the same fielder twice out in the deep. Now he's moved him back again.
He's been very specific on his field.
He certainly is. He moved the he moved the fielder at long off about 5 yards to his right, then moved him back to his left. Anyway, here we go then. His first delivery.
That's a good start in the right areas. He's bowling to Cliff here. He's coming in at an angle between the wicket keeper and just connects the pads there. No run. There's a quick single they're looking for. And they'll get it. Well, we talked about how specific they were being at the field. There's more finger pointing going on. Wants to make sure every bit of his field's exactly right, and now he'll come in between the umpire and the stumps again, and that's just driven to the right hand side of cover, and it's running to the boundary rope. It might be stopped. It's just beaten the fielder to the rope, and it trickles over, and it'll be 4 runs. 4 more for Stratton there.
Well, I've been joined by head of the Middlesbrough Mafia, self-proclaimed mayor of the independent Republic of Teesside, the Maltese Falcon himself, Mr. Paul Bradley, joining Adam. Paul, good to have you here.
Thanks, Rash. Great introduction as always, young man.
Well, we've got a lot to cover, Paul, while you're going to be with us for a few hours. But firstly, what a venue this is.
Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. This is like an August day. This is not April. We're looking across. We've got the church, the steeple. It's a tree-ringed ground, magnificent pavilion. What more could you ask for? Of course, it's a batsman's wicket. I think if I'd been asking, I wouldn't have asked for a roller at half-time. I'd have asked for the hose pipe and put a fair bit of water on it and then the roller.
Absolutely. But you want to see the bowlers graft, and just this second innings, we'll come on to the first innings in a bit, but people like Mick Haynes, I mean, he got some treatment in his first over, but that's how I was saying to Adam before you joined us, that's what you want to see from these players. Go through adversity. He must have been nervous his first over, but he absolutely came back magnificently well. The type of people you want in and around squads, isn't it? Showing that determination and character.
It certainly is. I mean, he's Staffordshire. He's clearly played cricket at a high level, and to be honest, he's one of the quickest bowlers I think on the 60s circuit.
Yes, he was certainly pushing it through. I mentioned it on commentary. Your thoughts on that first innings then, Paul? 268 is not a shabby score at all, but pleased were you for Steve Small? He went through the mill a bit last year. His debut at Scotland against Scotland at Saltburn with 83, and then that magnificent century against the West Indies at Dunnington, and it just fell off for him a bit towards the end of the season. Had a bit of a torrid time out in India, but looked in good nick today.
Oh, he certainly did. It was he was timing the ball very sweetly, placing where it went. Magnificent innings. He must be really, really pleased.
He should indeed. And Nigel Martin?
Well, nice to have yet another keeper to look at. Ex-Leeds United goalkeeper, and clearly very handy behind the stumps. Interesting character who plays his Saturday cricket up in Knaresborough in Yorkshire, but then travels down to play 50s cricket for Cornwall on a Wednesday. Fair bit of travelling.
Yeah, he made enough money from goalkeeper. I bet he gets an helicopter down.
I'm sure he was in a different era. You better have that conversation with him, I think.
Well, I'm going to dob my my young Padawan in, young Adam, because he doesn't even know who he is.
I do now.
There's been a few cricketers over the time that have played. I mean, there was Sidebottom, who played Manchester United, Yorkshire. There was Grigovic from Coventry. I think he might have even been Liverpool as well. And Gary Pallister played for my old club Norton when he was playing at Manchester United. They did stop him after a little while, and he couldn't play both sports. Talented at both.
Was it Ian Botham that was a goalkeeper?
Yeah, he played. Both of them played for Scunny, didn't he?
He did. It's one of those quiz questions. The three captains of Scunthorpe who've played for England.
Keegan.
Yes.
Botham.
Yes.
I'll have to have a little think about that one.
It's a good one for both of you. Goalkeeper.
Clements.
Yes.
Ray Clements.
That's right.
Adam's looking at me like, who?
and of course, Scunthorpe won their first leg of their playoff game 1-0, so hopefully they can get back into the Football League.
Yeah, super stuff. Paul, so this inter-squad game, or intra-squad, whatever you want to call it, trial game, what have you, a lot of pressure on these players. Well, we've got you. You can broadcast to the worldwide audience. When are you expecting to name the squads for the rest of the summer series for the England seniors and the Lions, and more importantly, when's the World Cup squad coming out?
Monday.
Oh, right, what, for all three?
Should do, yep. No reason why not.
Oh, blimey, O'Reilly. Well, that's absolutely screwed the podcast. Podcast's going out on Monday tea time.
Well, everybody will be interested in both. You'll get more listeners.
Well, maybe.
Oh, I'm sure you will. The first podcast was brilliant.
Oh, that's very kind.
And I think, what are the numbers, Rash? I think it's over 200, and I think you had, 15 to 20 countries?
Yeah, it was pushing about, I think 210 when I looked the other day, in 19 countries, including some very far-flung ones. Japan, Vietnam, Kenya, Switzerland.
Well, you're a little bit of a famous character, you know. You're getting a reputation now in the cricket world.
I don't need another reputation. I've got a reputation as it is. I don't need another one.
When you mentioned Middlesbrough earlier, I met a lovely old gentleman as I was walking round the field. He's lived here for 20 plus years. His name's Bill, and Bill is 82 years old. And he asked me where I came from because of my my accent. So as normal, I said the Independent Republic of Teesside, and he smiled at me and he said, "So am I." He said, "I'm actually from Norton," and I had to smile back at him because that's the village that I lived in for many years. And then he told me the name of the street he lived in, and I said, "So you and here Freddie Nattrass or St Joseph's?" And he said, "Yeah, I went to St Joseph's, and it's a small world, many years apart, but I also went to St Joseph's Primary School as well." So it was lovely just having a little chat with him, reminiscing about him growing up on Teesside and comparing notes to me growing up on it.
What's up, Luce?
What a shot that, flicked through mid-wicket aerially. It's all wrist that, and it will be 4 runs on 1 bounce. It's a fantastic shot from Stratton. We've seen some really good shots from him early on, Scott Stratton, and that's one of them.
Yeah, great timing and never in danger, placed in between fielders. 4 from start to finish.
First time I've seen him live. I obviously know about him, Paul, but he looks the real deal.
Yeah, he played for England at 50s. Peter Ryder speaks highly of him as well. There's a lot of talent coming through, and it's nice to see the, as the 40s develop, they're getting stronger and stronger. They go into the World Cup in Guyana in October. The 50s go from strength to strength. They're the strongest side globally at the moment. They're the World Cup holders, and they hold the Ashes as well. And we're now starting to pick up some players who are from the 50s who've just turned 60, and it adds some strength and depth to our squad as well.
It certainly does, and I think the last competitive game for England before the players depart for the World Cup is at Mellor Saints Club, Dunmow, isn't it? Against the over 50s Lions.
Yeah, it should be a very interesting game. Dunmow's a lovely ground, as you'd expect, because Mel has something to do with the ground. It's a batting track, so you wouldn't expect anything else, I don't think, Rash. But it will be very interesting. The 60s pitched against 50s Lions on a good batting track. It's Stuart Felstead who looks after the Lions, and he actually played at Dunmow as well, so we had no problems convincing the Lions to play us there.
So the end of the 16th over, 81 for 1, chasing 269.
It's a fantastic view from the commentary spot, but I think you guys have got the coldest spot on the ground. The sun's shining and it's really warm out there, and there's a little bit of a breeze here.
Oh, you don't know the agonies we go through, Mr. Bradley. It's all right for people like Tony Fitz in his nice little commentary area, and he's got his Wi-Fi and his power. Would you like a cup of tea, Tony? Have some more cake? We've had nothing here, nothing.
Well, I tell you what, I'll take that as a cue. I'll leave now, and I'll get tea and biscuits for you guys down here. Is that a deal?
Oh, that's a deal, Mr. B.
Sounds fantastic.
Right.
Stratton there at the end of the last over was looking really confident with the bat. Just getting into the flow and with the chase of 269. I think if he gets going as he's looking, it could be quite ominous.
Yes. As I said, I've known about him, Adam. The first time I've seen him live, he looks very, very accomplished, and you heard from Mr. Bradley. And thanks to Paul, he's going to whip away and get us some refreshments. Always good to hear from him. Resides in Malta now, does Paul?
And that's another good diving stop there. We talked about the outfield, the diving, and you can see it here. Gets down early and stops it with everything.
Yeah, well done, Lucy, on the camera, and Molly recognising that, just showing the athleticism of these fielders.
Just a few field movements going on right now.
This time it evades the fielder, beautifully timed. That's running away to the boundary. Big chase for Michael Jadinoff. Does he get there? Yes, he does. Good chase, good throw. Well done. Oh, beautiful shot. Beautiful shot from Scott Stratton. Just straying down the leg side. Paul Clements whipped away. Wasn't as fancy as his first one from the other end, but that was sheer class. He moves on to 49 off 44.
Yeah, we talked about how well he's batted, and when he's used his wrists, he's looked really good as well. He's looked really good on the drive. He's looked good behind point. There's been some really good shots from all around the ground in this innings.
Oh, yes, no. Could be trouble here. Oh, no. Well, it was yes, no. After you, Claude went straight to the fielder. He was out by a country mile, but Nigel Martin, unfortunately, in his haste to gather the ball, knocked the stumps over.
And that'll be 50 there for Stratton. It's been a really, really good innings to watch. Of course, the second 50 that we've seen today, and both have been littered with many, many good shots. Lots of boundaries today.
Well, Ian Barton from Lancashire, who smashed 178 in the county championship for Lancashire earlier on this week. Just break off. Oh, crunched. There is a fielder out in the deep. On the offside, keeps it to 1. Yes, Ian's going to be, fingers crossed, my guest on the Willows to Wisdom podcast next month. He's over at Punchestown at the moment, Adam, at the horse racing festival in Ireland, and he's just bumped into Mr. Bradley's lad, Luke. And there you go. So the only wicket to fall. That of Simon Anderton. Got a good one from Dave Walkley. Out for 21 off 27, but these two are going along very nicely. The lead taken by Scott Stratton, 50 not out of 45. He's had 7 4s and 1 6 in that. And his partner Colin Cliff, not out 14 off 30. 90 for 1 then. Off 17 overs. The target 269.
Yeah, it's been some really good batting so far. And well, here comes Nazir bowling and strikes Cliff on the pad there. I believe it was in the 90s that the second wicket fell in the first innings. And so both teams are similarly placed, and that's an incredibly flat 6. Slog swept straight down the wicket, and it cannons into the fence. You can see it smacking into the fence there at the far end. It was hit so flat and powerful. That's an incredible shot, that.
It certainly was. It thumped into that fence, as you said, Adam. Oh, that's gone again. 4 this time. Bit more orthodox. Well, Colin Cliff, sick of seeing his batting partner, Scott Stratton, sprayed all round the ground. He wants to get into the act. The 100's up now with that boundary. 100 for 1. Cliff moves on to 24 off 33 deliveries. Back-to-back boundaries. 6 and a 4.
And what's the response here? Big shout. That's what you want after you've been hit for a 6 and a 4, an appeal. But the umpire's not moving. I don't think he's looked like giving an LBW today. And that's a lot more secure on the front foot there. Yeah, the first one smoked down the ground. It was sort of a slog sweep that went straight into the fence at the far end, and then he just used the pace. The next ball round the corner, off the bottom of the bat, and just tucked it round for 4. So 100 for 1 after 18 overs, just going under 6 and over. 5.56 the current run rate. The required is 6.26. It's been a good partnership, this.
Certainly has. Very pleasing on the eye as well, Adam. Gone about the business very, very well indeed. As Paul Clement's going to continue from the Slatefield end.
Thank you.
And it's in the air, but it will just fall short of the man. He got a bit caught there, and the ball ended up going aerially. But a bit wide and a bit short of that mid-on fielder. Sort of stuck at the crease there. For a second I thought it was just going to go up.
Yeah, and I don't know if you picked up on the effects microphone, folks, but it's just got a bit flat in the field. A bit of encouragement to G them up. Need a breakthrough. That's half stopped again. Hit very powerfully. Just the one though.
And when it's flat in the field, good fielding like that, making sure you stop the boundaries, it's important.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the previous over, the 6 and a 4, the 6 was a hell of a shot. And then to follow it up with a much more orthodox 4, you know, you haven't really done too much wrong. It's the batters taking the initiative, but every run counts. But they're just going through a bit of a flat spell here. Is it? Oh, what a shot that is. That's gone high and handsome. That's out of the ground. What a shot by Stratton.
He's sauntered down the pitch there, only a couple of steps. He's just sort of left the crease and unfurled his arms and just let it go over the fence, and it's gone into the field that the end gets its namesake from.
Well, that was like one of my wedges that I played earlier this week at Cave Castle Golf.
Keen golfer?
Keen, absolutely garbage though. No, hit some good shots. I played well for 2 days and then blew up on the last day. But what a wonderful shot that was! Absolutely effortless.
Well, how do you respond to that? Oh, and it's beaten the man, and it was a bit slow in the field there from everyone, and it just goes away for 4. And once again, back-to-back overs, we've seen a 6 followed by a 4. And
well, the beauty of that shot, Adam, not only was it impeccable timing, the sound it made off the back. Bearing in mind he was playing off the back foot, it was like a rifle crack, and the fielder had absolutely no chance.
And he's used his feet again and just pushed it into the offside. It was a bit of an edge, but they'll make it back for 2. It's a good throw.
Well, hammer down time from Scott Stratton. I don't know if he's got the hurry up sign or what have you, or you've said you're coming in after X amount of balls, but this is worrying. 14 off the over so far.
Yeah, first time since the early overs the run rate's gone back over 6. And that's tucked just over the fielder, and it'll run right down to the van next to us. It almost takes our legs out. And Rash does the fielding once again. Was knocked just over the fielder. Use of the wrists. And that is an expensive over. I'm just trying to tally it up now. I think 18 from that.
Where's Owen when you need him? We could have used him as cannon fodder then. What a shot that was. Well, as I said, I don't know whether he's under instruction, Scott Stratton, or he's just thought, do you know what? Got to my half century, I'm just going to tee off. But this is some display of batting. Steve Small's innings was an exceptional one, but in the context of what we're seeing, Adam, I think this is right up there, if not better. 118 for 1.
And we'll just look at the partnership of these two. 77 runs so far off just the 65 balls as they sneak through for another single. Some really good stuff from these two.
Yeah, it is. And after the boundaries, things like that, just dabbing it in, 10, 15 yards from the wicket and sauntering through for a single. It just knocks the stuffing out of you as a fielding unit, because anything short or wide or not particularly bad is getting clubbed. And then when they feel like it, they're just dabbing away. Colin Cliff, he's quite happy to sit at the other end and watch his partner flay it to all parts of the ground. Difficult times these. Got to dig in. Got to back yourself. Hope for a bit of luck.
And that's a drag down. That is a drag down, but it has to be put away, and that is put away in style. He's not gone onto the back foot, but he's hit it on top of it, on the front foot. Got over it and rifled it.
Yeah, right over the top of the ball. And like you said, Adam, it wasn't front foot, it wasn't back foot, it was somewhere in between. But it was just picking the length so early when he's backing himself, and he just crunched it through the offside.
He has to have had a message to just go for it. He's using his feet every ball almost.
Well, it's a great batting track. We heard it from various people. He's just teeing off. He's seen it like a watermelon. Pitch holes absolutely, and that's gone for 4 as well. Colin Cliff this time. Not right off the middle of the bat, but he got enough on it. Powerful man. Through mid-off. Another boundary. 128 for 1.
Yeah, Colin Cliff there, not to be outdone. He's just watched Stratton smoke it to all parts and thought, I'll get in on the act.
Well, as I said, it's so demoralising for a fielding side now, because you've got one batter who's obviously teeing off and seeing it, like a watermelon and smashing it to all parts of the ground. And his partner's just quite content to give him the strike. And when they do take a single, the non-striker chimes in as well. They are absolutely flying.
It's not only the pitch, it's the quick outfield, it's the small boundaries, it's the pitch. All of it makes it such nice batting conditions.
It's going to be a leg side wide. So 11 from this over already.
Again, he's just dropped a bit short of a length there. That's not going to challenge the batsman.
Yeah, I think he was a bit lucky in his ear then. Cliff just checked his shot. I think he was eyeing it straight first off. Just changed his mind. But a good reply to finish then. 2 dot balls to finish the over. 20 gone here at Ticknall Cricket Club. 129 for 1, chasing 269.
If you look at some of the shots all around the ground, we're not getting boundaries just from one type of shot. It's truly covers every single shot you could play. We've seen sweeps, we've seen drives, we've seen straight down the ground sixes, and it doesn't look like they're slowing down. Look at that run rate now, 6.45, and Stratton is the main contributor. His strike rate must be well above 100 now. Well, it is well above 100. And it's a new bowler here with Dobson. Mel Dobson, the Cheshire bowler.
Yeah, Mel made his debut last year in the Lions side. Cheadle Hugh, I think he made his debut. And I mentioned it in the commentary earlier on, a wonderful spell of bowling at my home club of Outerbridge in Sheffield when the Lions played the second match against the Australians. Himself and Nick Newman. 18 overs between them. I think they went for 22 runs, and he then forced his way into the senior squad for the Grey Ashes matches. Good bowler. But his first delivery just dabbed through the vacant gully area for 2. 2 to Scott Stratton.
Yeah, it's another one of those nice guide shots that he has in his locker, and it's one of those shots that batsmen either have or they don't, and it's so useful just to turn over the strike on one that should be a dot ball. And he's playing it again, but this time short third is there to collect. And uses his feet, and he's gone down the pitch. Will it go all the way? And that is 6 more, using his feet once again and just knocking it, this time over long off. And another 6 for Stratton. And again, everyone's going to have to search for that ball. Stratton on to 80 now. Let's just have a look at this partnership from these two. 96 run partnership so far. 4 runs off 100 partnership. And it's only been the 75 deliveries to get 96. Running away with the game right now. The Team A. I think that describes it quite well. I mean, let's look at, you can see, look at that, the last few overs on the worm. They've well and truly overtaken the first innings, where they were in the first innings. The Team B, and we've got the ball back now.
Well, you've got a job to do with Big JC, the Sheriff, Jason Cohn. Cheers, troops up.
It's well stopped though. Prevents any more than just the one there. What can they do to get this wicket? Because the only way they're going to slow this run rate down is with a wicket. There's a lot of thoughts in the field. You've got a lot of people sat back on the rope now. And it's so tricky to bowl your first over when you've got Stratton hitting it as he is, Cliff set.
Yes, it's very disheartening. Well, the first wicket went at 41. 97 run partnership between these two. It's come in very, very entertaining fashion. Quick time too.
Nine runs off that over there as they continue to accelerate quickly in this second innings. And I think we're seeing a retirement here. It must be Stratton. Scott Stratton walking off.
I'm sure he's going to get a big round of applause. His teammates in the crowd here, and he certainly does. It's a fabulous note. Fabulous note. 81-57. 10 fours and 3 sixes.
I'm okay for now.
It's Phil Hilson from Essex. Makes his way out to the middle. Wonderful tour of India, Adam. Very, very good. Hard-hitting batsman. Likes to get on with it. I don't think the fireworks are going to stop.
So no
Man into the crease.
no respite then.
Absolutely none. He's his Essex teammate. Ian Nazir is going to bowl to him. He's had a bit of tap. 33 going for his first 4 overs. These two know each other very, very well.
So tricky when you finally see the back of someone like Scott Stratton and you've got another batsman who can give it a whack coming in.
Yeah, I mean, Stratton played magnificent as well. I mean, in the vein he was going, you may feel a touch aggrieved that he's been given the hook. The way he was playing, I would have said another probably 10 balls, 12 balls, he may well have got to his century. But nevertheless, very, very entertaining innings by him. So in a couple of overs' time, I fancy we'll be having drinks.
That came back to bite you last innings though.
Yeah, they did. I'm going to be made to look a fool again. Having said that, I'm looking over my left shoulder. There's nobody making any attempt to get any drinks. So.
And that's
Straight down the fielder's throat. Has he got there? No, he's over him. 6, Phil Hilson. Well, I think it's Paul Clements down there. At long on, it looked for a minute, it was going straight down his throat, and then just as he was getting to him, there was a bit of a gust of wind and it just took it over his head.
yeah. It was quite the. I mean, I wasn't sure whether he'd got it initially. It was one of those ones where is it a 6 or is it out? It was right on the rope, but just over the fielder's head.
Drive. It was a fabulous shot, good contact, but it looked like it was going straight down Paul Clements' throat. It was powerfully hit through the offside and one fielder.
One thing I've also realised about Stratton retiring, you talked about if he'd faced 10 balls, he maybe could have got to a ton, but I think they were on a 98 partnership at the time of him retiring. So just a couple more, and it would have been 100 stand together.
He's probably absolutely launching his bat at Ticknall rather than skip.
Well, Hilson's clearly come in with a plan, hitting a 6 in his second delivery.
He's a very competent batsman. It's a real joy watching him on the live stream from India in January and February. Different types of innings he played as well there, Adam, just to know. Some belligerent, some very, very well crafted ones when time was needed. 22 gone then, 145 for 1, chasing 269. Sponsors needed, but we are indebted to our sponsors who continue to give us their loyal support. Without them, none of this would take place. So it's a big thank you to Stonehill Sports, Sport and Tourism, MV Play and Clean Craft. Thank you for your continuing and loyal support, and if anybody would like to get in touch regarding sponsorship, please send us a message on any of the England social media platforms search for England 60s cricket, and then we'll pass your details on to Mr. Paul Bradley, who can tell you what your sponsorship will get you and what you can expect in return. So a big thank you as always.
Right. It's probably worth saying about sponsorship. This has reached 160,000 people. Give it a little bit of that, the statistics. Well, last time, the last series we covered, this live streamed across the world.
And there's a big shout here. It's turned down. It hit that front pad. And the whole team went up excitedly there.
Shows the interest in English seniors cricket, not just here in England, but globally. I think it was 55 countries over, if I remember rightly. Either 55 countries. Swing across the line, animals, writing on the pad.
Get a lot of eyeballs on this then.
Yes, we do. So it's England seniors cricket. I know the boys down under will be watching. I know GT, Graham Tyson. Sent me a text message. Pleasure to see you, Graham. Out at St Moritz. February for the Cricket on Ice Festival. He was part of the Victoria's Tally Kimbos team. Pleasure commentating that event alongside Henry Blofeld. Legendary cricket broadcaster. So I know GT's part of the Western Australian team. They're touring again. I will buy you a pint, Graham, as I know this is your second trip to the UK in consecutive years. So you must be skint, so I'll buy you a pint when I see you. I think you're scheduled to play the Lions at East now. Memory serves. And I think it's a match that's been good there. So
Well, it'll be good to see that.
good one to the Western Australian lads. Have the lads from Geelong as well. They're coming over. Better over from Mel Dobson. Right on point, just a single from him. 23 gone. Oh, you see, look. They've heeded my words. Drinks break, I think, folks. 146 for one, chasing 269.
Well, it's drinks now, but what a session that was for the batting team, especially talk about Scott Stratton with that 81 he scored. It was an incredible knock and finishers not out, and it was almost and virtually in 100 partnership from Cliff and Stratton.
Alright, okay. Do I need to say it again? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, cheers, Deeks. Alright, okay. Thank you. No, it's because I picked up the wrong mic, apparently. Yeah. Alright, mate. Did the sponsors thing come out at all? Did you hear anything about the sponsors? Yeah? Oh, that's fine then. Okay. Alright. Okay. I will do. Alright. Cheers now. Bye-bye.
Switch over. Yeah, yeah.
That's why I was hanging around. I saw them and I thought, God, lovely, thank you. How's it going?
And we're joined here by Paul after the resumption of the drinks. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. Nice to be in the this lovely ground at Ticknall CC.
Were you happy with your bowling?
Yeah, I was actually a bit nervous at the start, and sorry, just stopped there while a good ball came in. Yeah, but trying to find a consistent line and length, which I kind of did. But if you're not on the money here, you go around the ground. It's as simple as that.
It's delivered really full, and he's jammed it back to the bowler. Yeah, it's a quick outfield today, really quick.
Very much so, and if it doesn't go to the fielder, it's a boundary.
Just sits back and steers it through third, and calling for the second run, but
No run.
no, Hilson doesn't want the second there.
No. So yeah, it's a bit of a batter's paradise. I mean, you know, we're just at end of April, and this week it's a bit of a road, really. Anything with a little bit of pace on, if it doesn't go to the fielder, and the guy that opened the bat in the left-hander, he had about the size of a barn door, to be fair. So he batted really well.
He's hit that firmly out in the deep. You've got point racing round and cuts it off with the big boot, and just keeps it to 2.
Yeah, you know, the old size 9. It's a much maligned field in practice, but I'm quite a good exponent of that, to be fair.
I think many a fast bowlers are.
Yeah. Old age sometimes gives you a few restrictions, and bending down is, yeah, unfortunately, is one.
Just get the boot in the way and it stops.
That's it.
And he's really gone after that, and it's gone
Six,
all the
that's
way.
six.
It's over. It's gone all the way over the hedge there. There was a 6 earlier that I believe was hit by. It was hit by Stratton, I think, and it went flat into the fence. And that one's gone over the hedge.
That's a lovely strike from Phil there. He's timed that to perfection, and it looks like it's gone over Beecher's Brook there at long off. Fielder's disappeared in there. I'm not sure whether we'll see him for a while, but that was a tremendous hit.
It was lovely, wasn't it? He just decided to go after that one, and it properly got sent.
Yeah, a bit of flight there from Naz, and Phil's just leant into it and popped it over the hedge.
Well, I think you might be right. I can't see them
No.
too confident looking over the hedge.
No, there's two of them scabbling around in somebody's back garden.
It's a classic image of cricket there. Everyone poking their eyes through the hedge, trying to find a cricket ball.
Yeah, there's there is two of them. There's two of them looking through the fence, doing absolutely nothing, and the other two are in Mrs. Miggins's cabbage patch, I think. So
I believe a replacement ball has just been chucked on. That'll be interesting.
which is probably wise. 155 for one. Going along nicely, I think.
Well, we'll see if the cricket ball that they've been thrown is going to act any differently to the one that was being launched for 6.
Yeah, it could go one or two ways. It could start turning around corners, or hopefully for us, the batting side, that it goes the same way that previous delivery went.
Well, that was the end of the over. Dobson's back on now from the field end.
Yeah, no, played against Mel. Mel plays for Cheshire. Wily old spinner. Doesn't look very happy, but actually he's not a bad lad.
And that's hit out to long off in the deep.
Yeah, they're turning they're turning the strike quite nicely now, and you know, the chat from the skipper is to keep the board turning over and don't get bogged down.
Well, Phil Hilson's come in, and it was his second ball, I believe, he hit for 6.
Yeah.
He went after it from the off.
Yeah, he's a proper little bulldog, Phil. He was doing the warm-ups. He could do them, and the other 11 couldn't. But he's a fit lad. He's a bundle of energy.
Well, I've been told from Rash about his successes in India, and apparently he had an amazingly good tour.
Yeah.
He went really well there.
Yeah.
And he's looking like a dangerous batsman, especially in a chase where you'd say you're on top right now.
Yeah, I mean, things can change in cricket, as we know, but Phil looks pretty confident. He looks pretty set, and yeah, he's part of that very strong Essex side. Oh dear! Oh, just got in.
That was very close, wasn't it?
That was tight there. I'm not sure Colin at the other end was ready for that single, but he got in. And I think it's crucial to keep this left hand, right hand combination going. Certainly as a bowler, it takes some adjusting and readjusting too.
And he really he sort of warmed up. I'm trying to think of the word. He winded up there, ready to hit that.
Yeah,
he just didn't quite get all of it, but he definitely was trying to smoke it into the church.
Yeah, I think that's where it was heading. Slightly agricultural, but it's a run.
It's a run. And that's far less agricultural, and it will go all the way. We had a big leap in the deep, but it will just clear the man. It clatters into the fence and just goes back over the boundary rope. 6 runs, and it was a lovely shape from the bat.
Yeah, he just punched that, did Phil, and that, yeah, that's just got over the edge for 6, but another lovely shot.
It's one of those really nice ones where you don't have to hit it that hard and it goes.
Yeah. And then in true style just blocks the next one for a dot.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough bowling right now. Tough bowling today as a whole.
Agreed. It was particularly tough. You're just trying to hit the top of off stump if you can, but certainly anything with a bit of width was disappearing to the edge. If it doesn't go to the fielder, it's 4 runs. So what I found is it's a lot of these grounds are batting friendly. Certainly up in Cumbria, it's a bit more of an even contest with bat and ball. Probably because of the weather, but these wickets do take some getting used to as a bowler.
What were your guys' thoughts at the innings break? Did you think done a good job?
Yeah, I mean at one point we thought we were staring down 300, 320 maybe. So to pull it back to just under 270, I think we were quite happy with that. Nice tickle down the bank. That could be 4 runs down to third man there.
Well, that shows you the pace of the outfield there.
There you go. It's a nice shot from Colin Cliff from Nottinghamshire.
The ability to just guide the spinner and use the pace of the spinner for it to go up the hill for 4. As the bit of the slope.
Yeah.
On that end.
Yeah, the fielding side are just losing a bit of energy here at the moment. It's a bit quiet out there. Something needs to happen for them, I think. And he's tickled that on the leg side now.
Yeah, that won't help the fielding side, and that also trickles for 4 more.
That's gone up the hill for 4. Yeah, there's a lot of double teapots going down now, and there's at least 4 double teapots that I can count.
Sugar bowls.
Yeah. So they're not happy. They've gone a bit quiet. Jason Corn, the captain, will be he'll be pretty disappointed, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, 1 through third man, 1 through final leg, and now he launches one over Cal, well, through Cal. It's a big slog sweep as we see it on the replay here.
Yeah, a couple of paces down the pitch and bang, he's hit that nice. So that's 3 fours in 3, and yeah, there's a real momentum shift now in this game.
Yeah, he met that one on the full, and once he had, it was 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean that's just pushed the run rate up to a tad under 7, and the required run rate is a tad under 5. So this is a good over for us lads at the minute.
Well, look at that partnership so far between these two. It's 38 runs off just the 28 balls.
Yeah, it's come in no time. And there you go, dead bat, dot.
And the only way to slow down this run rate is wickets, most likely.
Yeah, that's the only way, I think. So as I say, something needs to happen. Either a fielding change, a bowling change, fluky run out. Yeah, they just need something to or somebody to step up and make something happen, because we all know that wickets can change the course of a game, and right now at 176 for 1, 26 overs, we're doing quite well.
If we just take a look at the worm here, we can see how far ahead they are.
Yeah,
they're really pulling away, and if it continues like this, it's going to be tough to stop them chasing this down.
Yeah, I mean the first 5 overs it was pretty nip and tuck, but as you can see there, into 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, it's the blue and the dark blue and the light blue. There's a bit of a gap now, and that over, I think was it 14 off. It certainly helped with a bit of momentum shift.
Yeah, it's really tricky now, and Mel Dobson's got the role of trying to prize this wicket, or keep the runs down, and it's tough being introduced in the middle of a team going at quick run rate.
Definitely, it is. As I say, someone needs to step up and try and make it happen. but right now, it's pretty. The two boys look quite comfortable out there, without really having to break sweat.
Yeah, I agree. They have the ability to run quick singles
nice single,
really,
yeah.
really easily.
Yeah,
And that's almost evidence of it. The fact that they were able to turn that into a single.
yeah, turning the strike over nicely. Again, very much what Ed, the captain, requested and required, and they've managed to hit boundaries again, just to keep that run rate going. Still just a tad under 7. So yeah, touching wood, things are looking pretty good.
Nice rhyme there. As another dot ball. Cliff now, of course, into the 40s. We've had 2 people so far that have made 50. I'm not going to say any more because I don't want to ruin it.
Oh, it's a deft little touch from Colin down the bank. Is it going to go? Yeah, it's just gone over there.
Yeah, that will run. If it's running uphill off the spinner, it's going to run downhill.
Logic would dictate. That's right. Yeah, looking at the body language of the fielding side now, they're very, very quiet. Not a lot happening. Somebody needs to step up now. So certainly, somebody needs to keep the energy levels going and believing that they can win this. Because right now, it looks fairly cut and dried.
Yeah, and Colin Cliff will keep the strike on 47 runs now. Colin Cliff off 60 balls. 184 for 1 after 27 overs. The current run rate, just under 7 and over. And the required run rate has now dropped below 5 and over.
Yeah, there's definitely been a shift in the last 5 overs, and just slowly taking the game away from the fielding side. And as I say, for fear of repetition, somebody needs to step up now and make it happen, because 184 for 1 after 27. It's looking pretty ominous.
Do you have anyone in mind that you'd bring on to bowl if you had to prize a wicket here?
Not really.
I thought opening the bowling, Mick Haynes looked like he had a bit of pace on him.
Yeah, he had a nice action, did Mick, and he hit the pitch. That he could be. Yeah, you're right. He could be one. But I'm looking around, and there doesn't seem to be that many volunteers stepping forward. It's always a tester when the ball's going around the field, and the captain looks up.
It's flat
for inspiration.
It's very flat.
Pretty flat, and there doesn't look like there's many sort of saying, me sir, me sir. A lot of heads down. Yeah, maybe mix one.
You're suggesting someone needs to go for the make eye contact with the captain and start rolling your arm over?
Yeah, if you're up for it. Yeah, if you're not, hide behind the sight screen. Teammates walking past me there, giving me their best regards. I think they were giving me their best regards. As I'm walking past.
One way or the other. And we've got...
Yeah, we have got a bowling change.
It's opening batsman, Sapey.
Andy Safey from Somerset.
He opened the batting in the first innings and made 30-odd runs.
Yeah, he did. Thought I had him first ball of the game, actually. I thought he was hitting middle stump in the bails, but the esteemed official thought better.
I don't think there's been an LBW so far.
No. I suppose first ball of the day, maybe in his favour.
I'm not suggesting anything against the officials by saying that.
Me neither.
Just want to make that clear.
Me neither.
You especially, because you've been playing.
Yeah. Something going on here. The umpire. Yeah, I'm not sure what the umpire's doing here at the moment.
He's just having a chat with his square leg, I think.
All right. Something's...
Oh, it might be one too many fielders outside the ring.
Ah, right. They're on it. These officials are on it. Yeah, you need to come in. Yeah, that's a good spot. That's exactly what's happened. Yeah. I don't think he pulled him for a no ball either, did he?
No,
No.
there are no no balls today.
Ah, right.
But
Okay.
there must have been 5 outside the circle.
Yeah, oh well. Told you these two were good umpires.
So they've made sure that the fielding has been adjusted. And
Oh, single.
this will be close, and it's hit the stumps, and
Oh,
umpire has not moved.
not out. Not out. Not out.
Excellent throw, that.
Good throw. Good throw.
That was a fantastic throw, and a really, really quick run. There have been a lot of really, really quick runs between the wickets. That is a go-to shot for Cliff. It's been a go-to shot for a lot of people today.
that chop down to third man has proven quite beneficial for a few of the lads today.
It's a horrible one as a bowler because you don't think you put it in
No.
the wrong place and
No.
they'll just take a single from it.
Yeah, never great. Shot for a field. Mind you, as a bowler, none of the any of the balls you bowl, you believe, shouldn't be going for runs.
It's tough, especially when you're a fast bowler and you take an edge and it goes to the boundary and you think, why do I run in every day? He's struck on the pad there, but it's going down the leg side and they'll just take a leg by as it's signalled by the umpire.
Last ball of the over, I think. Now is it last ball of the over?
It must be last ball of the over now.
Yeah.
6 runs from it so far, 5 off the bat.
Oh, Phil was going to give that some stick. End of the over.
And you can see the shot. It's a bit agricultural, but dot ball.
Okay.
Well, thanks very much, Paul. It's good talking to you. And in a sec, we'll have Rash going back in. This game's needing a wicket right now. Colin Cliff on 49. I believe he has the strike as Mel Dobson is at the top of his mark. As he just taps his bat down on the pitch.
Yes, afternoon, Adam. Afternoon, everyone. He's good value, Paul, isn't he?
Yeah, he was good to chat to.
Yeah, he's a top bloke. Top bloke. Well, it's been a bit more rinse and repeat as I've been glad on my way around the ground, speaking to the great and the good. Ball disappearing to all parts.
It's very golden hour right now, isn't it? With the sun.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Here's Dobson coming in. Mel Dobson. It's a bit short, and he'll push it into the offside, and that will be his 50. 50 for Colin Cliff. He's batted really nicely, and he started a bit slower than some of the others, but got going, and 50 from 64 balls. A lot of shots around the ground. I believe he may have hit a couple sixes. Yeah, he had the 1-6 and the 7-4s, and he did play some lovely shots. Had that guide through third that he played well.
Yeah, just walking off the pitch, retiring, not out, getting a congratulations from Ed Gordon-Lennox and a warm round of applause from his teammates and the crowd here in the pavilion at Ticknall. Splendid innings, as you said. Started a bit slow, but really got into his groove. It's all right starting slow when you've got the likes of Scott Stratton, who I've managed to grab a word with when I was on my preambles. Just stood there and watched him smash it all around the park. So, Alan Whitman, red helmet on at the non-striker's end, Hampshire batsman. He's the next man in.
Did Scott enjoy talking about his innings then?
Yeah, we were talking about some of his shots actually, and the one that he flicked off his hips was one of his favourites, and one of my favourites as well. I mentioned it on the commentary. It was a wonderful shot.
You definitely have a wide collection to choose from. Eclectic innings of boundaries.
Yeah, we've had some good ones, haven't we? We've had some very good ones. Steve Small's cover drive was an absolute glorious shot. Nigel Martin's, that lofted six that he hit, I think it was his second one, which was no more than a flick, was a very, very good shot. Edge and gone. Lucky man. Yeah, let's just see on the replay, Phil Hilson just trying to give himself a bit of room, force it off the back foot, thick outside edge, flew past Nigel Martin, nothing he could do. Nobody at third man, 4 more to him, he moves on to 30, 195 for 1. 74 runs to win, 9 wickets in hand of course, and just 98 balls remaining. So, in the present course, Adam, it should be a relatively comfortable victory for Team 8.
And I think everyone, including especially Mel Dobson, would argue an outside edge for 4 was not put him in the best of moods. It's pretty flat out there right now, and you get a chance and it goes all the way to the boundary. As they just take a single there. There's 1 more ball left in the over here, and the calculation is 73 more runs required off 97 balls. And that'll be another single. Oh, it's running actually quite fast across the outfield. There might be a chance to get a 2, and there's a bit of a yes-no call. They set off and go back, and they make it in comfortable time. And it will just be 1 run from that ball. So 7 from the over there. 197 for 1 after 29, with 72 more required. Off 96 balls. Whitman off the mark now. He's just 1 from 1. And Hilson 31 not out. He's a tall man, isn't he?
He's a very tall man, yes, he does hit the ball very powerfully as well.
I was just
you can see
looking
it on the screen as opposed to Phil Hilson, a pocket rocket.
It definitely is a a fun batting partnership in height. Well, Sapie back onto bowler's second over. The Hampshire batter just getting forward to that. And again, that was nicely played under the eyes. He's just getting into this innings here. He's only faced the 3 balls. He's off the mark, so a few nerves will be gone. And Beaton trying to cut it just through to the keeper, who collects it and sends it back to the bowler. Sapie with 2 more to come. Here he is.
Yeah, just drifting down the leg side was Andy Sapie there. Called a wide by the umpire. I know people have been in touch and saying it's harsh, but those are the rules of the competition. Anything that passes down the natural line, the batsman down the leg side is going to be called a wide. And in fairness, I can only think of one occasion during the afternoon, Adam, where we sort of questioned one that wasn't given. I think Nigel Martin was batting. But overall, been very consistent, the umpires. Not an LBW in sight, however.
Yeah, as a bowler, Paul was making sure that he didn't say it in a way that it was against the umpires. And he's just rocked onto the back foot there. He's not timed it really at all, but he'll take 4 for that. It was a poor ball.
Yeah, it was a poor ball. It needed hitting. He didn't get all of it, Phil Hilson, but he's a very, very powerful man. And although it wasn't right off the middle of the bat, it was in no danger. Smashed it over mid-wicket for 4. 200 up then with that boundary. 30 overs gone. 15 to go. 203 for 1 then. Teammate chasing 269 to win. Phil Hilson with that boundary moves on to 35 not out of 27 deliveries. His new batting partner, Alan Whitman, just come in after the retirement of Colin Cliff. He's on 2 of the 6 deliveries that he's faced. And Mel Dobson's going to continue. 5 overs, no wicket for 34 so far.
Just push back there again. Whitman's still getting into this innings. And that will be turned nicely through the leg side. And it's a bit of a misfield as he tries to get down nicely using his wrists there. Just 1 run there. And it will get Hilson back on strike. I'm sure every batsman seeing this pitch, seeing how easy it is to score runs, wants to get out there, bat on this.
That's close.
And we've just seen...
Pad. Yeah, you see it on the replay, folks here. I fancy that hit him on his back pad. Yeah, it did. Oh, there you go. Just outside the popping crease. Maybe looking at height, but I think that's a pretty fair decision, in fairness. And Phil Hilson has to depart. LBW off the bowling of Mel Dobson for 35 off 28 deliveries. Second wicket down then for teammate. 204 for 2.
Well, we mentioned that there hadn't been LBW. There has now. Phil Hilson battered really nicely though. 35 in good time, keeping the scoring rates up and getting a decent score.
Yeah, he just looked down. I mean, he saw on the replay, folks. It's probably just above his the top of his pad, but I hope he don't mind me saying it. He's not the tallest of people compared to Alan Whitman, so I think it was a pretty good shout. And the umpire obviously took his time, but up went the finger of doom, and he has to depart. It brings Kent's finest, Simon Routh, out to face. Had a relatively good day behind the stumps. I was chatting to Simon at half-time and we were discussing those 2 nicks. We said the first one I had absolutely no chance. And the second one he feels he could have done a bit better, but we thought that was a harder chance, didn't we? But such is the life of a wicket-keeper. They want to take everything that comes their way, but overall I thought he kept wicket very, very well, as has Nigel Martin. Got to say, been very impressed with him.
He batted well earlier too. So now we'll see how the other keeper bats.
Well, as I said at the top of the broadcast, got a wealth of talent. Wonderful, wonderful wicket keepers. And obviously Nigel, very good wicket keeper, and showed his batting prowess. Steve Aston we know all about. He can open the order. Steve will go middle order. Simon Routh, only about 6 or 7. Very rarely lets you down. Was on that tour of India recently and was out in Australia as well. had a torrid time in the 2024 World Cup in Chennai, India. He was unwell after the first game and only managed to come back for the final group game against South Africa. He was a very poorly little chap. But he's a good player in his own right. But he doesn't keep wicket for Kent. Actually, I think Joyce did, Gary Joyce. So, yeah, so many good wicket keepers.
Is there something about England wicket keepers not keeping wicket for their county? You got Jamie Smith as well.
Well, it happens a lot. But I think if you're a talented batsman as well, I mean, England have, certainly over the last couple of years, they've played Steve Aston and Simon Routh. One of them's kept and one of them's been in the field, and they're good fielders in their own right, as well as being good batsmen. So, you know, abundance of riches. Who do you take on the World Cup? I don't know. That's for people way above my pay grade to make the decision. I think you need two. Personally, you're asking a lot for one keeper to keep throughout the tournament. If you get to the latter stages, you're possibly playing 6 group games. I don't know, 6 group games and a semi-final, and then the final, possibly 8 games. You're asking a lot for a keeper at senior age to 45 overs. I think you take 2 keepers, and as I said, we've got an abundance of riches. Anyway, Andy Sapie's going to continue from the farmhouse end. Alan Whitman on strike. 204 for 2. 65 more runs to win then. It's a nice looking shot. Plays straight down the ground. Should be just the one, and it is. Paul Clements does the fielding. 205 for 2.
Yeah, keeping wicket's a tough job. One that people don't really think about when it's time to come back as well, that you've been keeping wicket.
Yeah, it's very, very tough. And don't forget, we've seen the keepers standing up. I know they're not express pace, but Mick Haynes was, delivering that ball at fair old speed. And to the naked eye, it's quick.
Yeah, he's a quick bowler.
And you heard Mr. Bradley say he's probably one of the quickest in the 60 circuit. And Nigel Martin was stood up to him, made it look very, very easy.
And that's a wide on the offside. We haven't seen too many offside wides, but that's just been called there by the umpire. Drifting too far, too off. That's a lovely straight shot there. And he's going to collect 4 runs, and that is beautiful to watch. And that's a fantastic way to get off the mark. Just a straight drive, and it was pure. Really pure.
Well, that's a contender for shot of the day. I know we've seen some big shots, but straight drive. Beautiful timing by Simon Routh.
Well, that may not have got any runs, that one, but it looked just as aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, he's got long levers, tall man. Oh, beaten that time, just trying to nurgle that away through the gully area. Just have a look up there so you can just see him. Oh yeah, got his... Well, I think the idea was right. The problem was for that one, his back was going in completely the opposite direction. You could see the face turning towards the leg side as he's looking to nudge it into the offside. Again, a very nice looking stroke. But well stopped there in the field, and there's no run.
It was a good stop. It was a tired looking stop as well at the same time.
It was OJC. He looks he looks tired, doesn't he? And these boys, I think nearly all of them played in the county championship on Tuesday. Sharp.
It will beat the man in close, but the man running around will cut it off. Just looking at that back on the replay, and he cuts it behind point. It was cover point running round to deep cover point running round to field that one. It were just behind the square, gets it back in. It was a nice shot, that.
Yes, it was very pleasing on the 8 from the over then, 32 gone, 212 for 2, 57 more runs to win. 78 balls remaining. And the 8 wickets in hand, of course. Strong position for team 8. And whilst I was out and about, Adam, talking to various people, you heard Mr. Bradley say that the teams are going to be announced, but the squads, the senior squad, the line squad and the World Cup squad, going to be announced on Monday. And there's certainly a few people who have put themselves in the shop window today. Difficult decision for that selection committee.
Well, it's always tricky when you have a really good game of cricket. It's always tricky when it's a batting day as a bowler. You want to stand out, and it's so tricky. And it depends what you're looking for when you're picking a team.
Yeah, it does. But as I said when Paul Bradley was on, Mick Haynes has done himself no harm whatsoever, because after that first over, when I think it went for 13, he came back, bowled marvellously well, and that's the type of character you want. Yeah, okay, first over, got some past deep, but came back and bowled really, really well afterwards. You know, people like Dave Walkley from the other end, and he had a bit of adversity in his first couple of overs, but he came back well. It's the type of people that you want in and around squads. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that, you know, they're going to be in the World Cup squad, but I can certainly see them playing a part in the seniors and the Lions, and it bodes well. Lots of talent coming through. Competition for places is what we've been advocating for the last couple of years. Can't rest on your laurels. There's a lot of good players coming into the ranks of the seniors now.
And when it comes to having a bit of pace, it's always beneficial. People always love to watch that. And when a bowler's running in and hitting the pitch and getting a bit of bounce, it's one of the best things to watch in cricket.
It is, and it's seniors cricket. That's just tucked round the corner. That should just evade Paul Clements, and it does. He's going to do well to stop that. Just paddled round the corner from Simon Routh. He's not hanging about. He moves on to 10.
A lot of top edge in that, but 4 more runs. Oh, you get them. He's played some lovely shots. We were commenting on his last boundary was the shot of the day, potentially. It was up there. That one, not so much, but you get the same amount of runs.
Yeah, he'd actually set his intentions out, didn't he, early on that one. A bit fortunate, more top edgy than middle of the bat, as you say, Adam, but he was in complete control of it, really. Yeah, that straight drive, that's definitely up there. As I said, Steve Small's cover drive, Nigel Martin's straight 6, his second one, and Scott Stratton's flick off his hips. It's a difficult one. I'm probably going to... You see, I'm a purist, so... if you had to ask me to nail my colours to the mast, I'm going to go Steve Small's cover drive.
I also want to throw in the one that... Was it Stratton? Was it Cliff? The one that was flat into the head, into the fence down at the farm end. It was a destroyed 6 that went clattered into the fence. For me, personally, I do think that... my favourite might be the straight drive. It just looks so pleasing, especially from our side-on position.
Yeah, it's difficult choice. It certainly was a very good shot by Simon Routh, I've got to say. But we've seen some wonderful shots today. It's been hard graft for the bowlers. And it always was going to be on a track like this. Beautifully set up. Heavily weighted in the batsman's favour, of course. But what a shot that is. That's nearly decapitated, and he's nearly taken his head off at the bowler's end. I don't think we've caught the follow-through with that. Andy Sabey took avoiding action. It's a good job he did. That was going straight for his noggin. Hit straight down the ground for 4. Simon Routh, another boundary, moves on to 15. His third 4 of his innings so far.
Yeah, it looked like he was holding axe and he was trying to chop a tree down. He put everything behind it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Andy Sapey, he was getting out of the way sharpish when he did. And it's a good job. It went true and straight. And if he'd stood where he was, that was hitting him straight in the head.
And that's delightful to look at again, and it's very similar to the straight drive. It's more through the offside, and it will just be one this time.
My good friend Melvin Holmes, who toured Australia with us, the famous Richie Benno score, 2 for 2. Hope you're tuning in, Mel.
Ooh. So it's now under 50, the required runs. 67 balls remaining, 46 required. And again, it's just guided beautifully behind point and stopped in the deep. Throw comes in, and it's really good running, and the keeper has to go to meet it. And it's the bails have been taken off at the non-striker's end from a very good throw from the wicket-keeper who had to run round to about point and then had to throw at the non-striker's end. He took the bails, but the batsman was in.
Well, even in the position that they're in, you can't say that wasn't full of effort. Steve Small running at least 30 yards to his left, stopping the ball just in front of the boundary. Phil Holston, who's been like a jack in the box. He's been all over the field, diving away. He then throws a bit short. He fell over. Nigel Martin runs from behind the stumps, picks the ball up, shies at the non-striker's end, direct hit. Just a wonderful example of the effort and commitment that these players put in. Great cricket. Well done, boys.
Is there anyone that you've watched today that you haven't seen too much of before that you're particularly impressed by?
Oh, yes. Yeah, Scott Stratton. Yeah, I know you heard Mr. Bradley say he moved up from the 50s, and he just looked an absolute class act. That was a very, very accomplished innings. Mick Haynes has impressed me.
Yeah, bowled very well.
Vinnie Mulholland Vinnie got no luck at all. He bowled well again, carrying on his good form from India. Paul McEwen, I thought, bowled well without very much reward. The figures aren't going to, show that, but he bowled well, put his back in, got the ball to zip through. Nigel Martin, yeah, he looked good. He's been good behind the stumps, batted very, very well. Listen, these selectors have got some decisions to make.
Good great fielding.
Great fielding. Zahir Nazir there, diving to his right, one-handed stop. That was going towards the boundary.
Yeah, that was an excellent stop there as he went across the outfield, rolling, tumbling over, and presents. Anything else from that? Leaning forward on top of that one there.
So 35 gone, 10 to go. 227 to 2. Well, I'm delighted to say we've got another guest in the commentary area, and it's the England Lions team manager, part of the Essex Mafia. They're here in force today, folks. Paul Gelder, how you doing, Paul?
I'm good, thanks, Rash. Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Thank you. Ex-Yorkshireman as well.
Ex-Yorkshireman. Hey, listen, difficult decisions. I was saying to my colleague Adam, you've got a tough job, haven't you?
How many laps do you think we've done?
I saw the worry
trying
beads
to work
come
it out and counting on our fingers and toes and going, oh no, what do we do here?
But that's what you want, surely. All joking aside, Paul, we want competition for places. We want a robust county competition. We want these players to come here and show us what they've got. They've been picked for a reason. They're in the shop windows. Now, not everyone's going to get a chance, but you want to see character, you want to see grit, you want to see determination. We've had all that today.
Yeah, we've had some really good players on show today, and yeah, it's created quite a bit of a dilemma for us. It's a good dilemma to have, to be honest. But yeah, there's some guys have bowled well, batted well, and as I say, it's given us quite a large headache.
Yeah, well, we had Mr. Bradley on earlier on. The teams are going to be announced on Monday, so that's the squads for the remaining summer fixtures for England and the Lions and the World Cup squad.
Yeah, that's correct. So it will be announced on well, supposed to be announced on Monday, unless we end up in deadlock over the weekend. I don't know.
Is it an arm wrestle? Is it a tie break?
I don't know. Ed's a bit bigger than me, so I think.
Oh, what a shot!
Yeah, great shot there by Ralphie.
We're short from Andy. Short from Sapie. Look at this on the replay. Into position quickly, picked the length, just swiveled and smashed it through mid-wicket for 4. 20 off 21 for Simon Routh.
Yeah, he's batting really well. He didn't do too good early doors with the gloves in. He'll be disappointed with that because he's a really, really good keeper, and it's good to see him shake that off, and he's got some good runs now.
Slight misfield.
And he's a great confidence player, and he's always jumping about. He's always, really positive.
I was speaking to when I was walking around, Paul. He was very disappointed. I mean, the 2 dropped chances. You don't have to see that. The first one, there was nothing he could do about it. Hit him just below the shoulder. Just break off for the time being. Whitman just plays that into the offside and there's no run. The second one he was more disappointed with. He thought he should have done better, but arguably from mine and Adam's perspective it was a harder chance, but such is the nature of keeping and such is the nature of the high standards that he and the other keepers set.
Yeah, and he's such a hard taskmaster with himself. You could see he was disappointed at tea. He was sat there. He was really disappointed. But it's good to see him in coming out now and getting some runs. As you say now, he's 21 in 22 balls. So he's hopefully he'll kick on now and see it through.
Listen, just go some of the comments on the YouTube channel. Thanks to everybody who's been in touch. Chris Jury, if you get the opportunity, say well done to the groundsman over there. It looks absolutely wonderful. Well, I echo that, Chris. First time I've been here, it's a wonderful setting and an absolute belter of a pitch. So well done to the groundsman and all the staff here. We've been royally looked after. I'm sure at some point we will be back.
Yeah, they've done really well. They really put a good show on for us, and I think the only disappointed people will be the bowlers. I think it's a cracking wicket, and the batsmen, would probably like to roll that up and take that home with them.
I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would. Just in relation to selection, Paul, I'm sure that people out there listening. The wealth of talent that you've got, how difficult was it just selecting the 22? And I know if there was a few people who had to drop out. I think Dean Sykes has got an injury, and Dean, if you're listening, we wish you well. But he must have been high up. He's been a very consistent performer since he was introduced last year. Mohamed Zaid, I think from Yorkshire, he couldn't make it. But how difficult was it just selecting the 22 to be here today?
It's difficult. We've got a lot of really, really talented cricketers out there playing 60s, and it was really difficult whittling it down to the 22. And as you say, Dean Sykes, he's injured, and Zaddy's, I hope his wife's okay. But yeah, it's really difficult. And if people want to get a chance to trial for England, get in touch with your county rep, and it's your county reps that will put you forward, and then next time we have a trial, the county reps will let us know. But yeah, it's a difficult choice. There's always going to be people that's disappointed not getting selected for a trial. But as we did last year, if people do well during the season, then as we did last year, we picked them up to play for the Lions.
Yeah, absolutely, and with the Lions tour, and the first Lions tour, I know you couldn't make it, Paul, for personal reasons, but watching from afar, you must have been absolutely thrilled at those Lions boys who played so well during the summer. You know, clean sweep in the West Indies, clean sweep in the USA, and arguably the 3-match series against Australia should have won it 2-1. But they went out to India, their national championships, and clean sweep.
It was, yeah, and the boys did really well out in India, and say I was convalescent at home. I had a hip replacement in early December, so I couldn't go out with the team to India. But yeah, they did us proud. They did really well.
And of course, a recurring invite, I believe, to that India over 60s championship. Just see on the replay, Whitman. Classical forward defensive,
lovely.
Just pushing through the line of the ball, trotting along. Only takes him about 3 strides to get to the other end. He's a big lad, isn't he?
What was it, 6'3", is
He's a big lad. He was out there batting with Phil Hilson, his colleague, like little and large. But yes, future tours, and of course the Lions are going to go from strength to strength, providing healthy competition to the England seniors, and we saw that last year. The likes of Timor Alam and Simon Routh at Cheadlehume, that first game against Australia, Timor making 93, and then getting into the senior squad and doing himself no harm whatsoever with a string of excellent performances. Mel Dobson making his way through, Neil Brathwaite making his way through. So those senior players who've been in for a few years, they're looking over their shoulder. Then they've got to perform and perform consistently, because there's plenty of talent waiting in the wings to take their place.
That's right, and that's what the Lions is all about. It's putting pressure on the England first team, and you know, luckily the guys, you know, they've been talented enough to go. When they have gone up, they've made an impression, and they're still in the side now.
They are indeed. So Mick Haynes, in he comes, and just defended by Simon Routh, pushes it out into the offside. End of the over, 37 gone, 236 for 2, 33 more runs to win to get to the target of 269, 48 balls remaining. Just a quick one on just moving away slightly from the 60s, the 65s, Paul. I was at Littleborough the other day for the Northern Superchargers versus the Midland Mavericks. For the players who played the 60s, maybe 63, 64, with the wealth of talent we have, particularly coming up from the 50s, which is something you know well, the strength of the 50s, and they're coming into the 60s now. There's a big difference between playing cricket at senior level at 60 and playing against 60-year-olds when you're 64, 65. But that 65s gives you another pathway.
Yeah, and that's why the 65 has been set up. So we've got talent coming through from the 50s. You know, you can see Nigel Martin's, what's he, 59 at the moment. Yep. It's not 60 till August, but we've got 50s coming through, knocking on the door for 60s, and then what do you do then when people get to 65? Do they not play? In the Lions and England, because you know you've got younger players coming through, and then the 65s, you know, was created to bridge that gap, and then the 65s then will go on into 70s. So we've bridged that gap now, and it's great to see the talent in the 65s. There's some cracking players there, isn't there?
There certainly is. It was a real treat to be at Littleborough to watch the Superchargers versus the Mavericks. I don't think he was in charge of the tournament committee names, but we might need them for them, because we've had Team A and Team B here with some exotic ones. You've got, I think, was it the Southwest Falcons?
Yeah.
The Southeast Saxons?
Yeah.
The East is a bit disappointing.
Yeah. I think that will probably change, you know, as the league develops, and I think they'll probably get some better names for them. But yeah. But it's brilliant. It's brilliant to see, you know, players now getting to 65. You know, what do they do when they get 65?
Yeah, long time till the 70s, isn't
yeah,
it?
exactly right. Yeah.
Well, it's Cornwall's Paul Clements from the farmhouse end. Alan Whitman on strike. Just goes back in his crease. Tucks that into the onside. And Michael Jadenough from Middlesex does the fielding. And there's no run, as we welcome back my colleague Adam. He's just had 5 minutes. Are you going to stay with us for this over, Paul?
Yep, I'll stay for this over, and then I'll go for another walk and scratch your head and count my fingers.
Well, we've been royally entertained here. It's been a fabulous day.
Think of the tea. The tea was very good, wasn't it?
Oh, yes.
Brilliant tea.
It certainly was.
Yeah.
You just seen a shot from Alan Whitman. He's got long levers. He just makes that look very easy. Just dabs it into the offside. No force whatsoever, but it came very, very quickly to Steve Small. As you can see there, on the replay, Steve in front of us. Batted tremendously well,
Yeah,
Steve.
brilliant.
Didn't he?
Brilliant.
Very,
yes,
very good. Not
yeah.
place for him after his trials and tribulations
Yes,
in India.
Yeah, he was injured. He didn't get much of a run out in India because of his injury, but yeah, he batted really, really well today.
And Simon Routh continues on his merry way. He's flipping that through mid-wicket. Another 2 to him. Well, we wish you well with your selections, Paul. It's been a real pleasure talking to you. I don't know where your other co-hunters in crime are. Where's the other?
There's
2 amigos out of the 3 amigos. Good shot by Simon Routh. Well fielded, Mel Dobson. Good one-handed stop.
right. I'll make a move. Thank you. Thanks again. Nice being here. Nice chatting with you again. And I'll speak to you soon, mate.
Lovely old job. Well, that's Paul Gelder, the England Lions manager. Thanks to Paul. That's just flat battered back down the ground by Simon Routh. Trots through for a single. End of the over. 240 for 2. He moves on to 25 from 29. His batting partner, Alan Whitman, 12 off 24. And sorry, welcome back, Adam.
Yeah, that was well fielded because it was at it, but it was hit really hard, that one. So he just made sure that the long barrier was out and he'd stop it one way or the other. As we're reaching the towards the end of this game, and this has been a really nice cameo here from Routh so far, littered with some nice shots, and it's been good to watch.
Well, he's I think he's a very underrated batsman. Those that have followed England, particularly on the tour down under the back end of 2024, the 4th one-day international in Perth when him and Razi Ahmed were batting, I think we needed 51 off 5 overs. And him and Razi got us home. Razi Ahmed smacking Bill Blair over deep mid-wicket for 4 and then smashing a 6 down the Western Boulevard. I think he's still travelling in Perth. Got England home improbably. But Simon Routh was a mainstay of that. Very, very good batter. As Haynes comes in. His 8th over. And he's quick between the wickets as well as Simon.
Well, you've been talking about how much you enjoyed his first spell, Mick Haynes.
Yeah, I did. I mentioned it to Paul. It's a spell full of character, and I've been impressed. I don't know if it's coming across on the pictures that you're seeing on the YouTube channel, but to the naked eye, that ball is travelling. It's coming through quickly. Oh, it's a good shot. Misfielded. Just lent on it. He played a similar shot the over before that we showed the replay on. That's rinse and repeat. Yeah, you can see the misfield there, but Michael Jadinos, but it was just guided, but it came right off the middle of the bat. 4 more to him then.
Yeah, that was really well played. Just as we were bigging up Haynes, he's fall to his bowling.
Yeah,
bowling
maybe a
figures.
bit tired. You know, it's been a tough ask for them in the field, but I think that opening spell was very, very good. And it'll certainly keep him in the conversation for selection, I would have thought. And of course, I have no say in that. It's completely my own opinion. Doesn't sway anybody whatsoever. Nobody listens to me anyway.
Not when it comes to bringing drinks out, apparently.
Well, no. Yes, I'm going to have a word about that because they made me look a right buffoon. Not for the first time, Adam. You'll get used to that during the summer, old boy. That's a really good shot.
We'll see as he gets into this spell whether Mick Haynes can keep up the speed that he bowled in his first spell, because the second spell is always quite difficult, especially when you're bowling it in 38 overs into an innings.
Yeah, and he was out in the field, wasn't he? He was running about a bit, and you start to stiffen up a touch. But he's still coming through at a fair old leak. But that's nice played. back down the ground. Mel Dobson does the fielding. Just the one more to the total then.
Well, I think also the bails came off at the non-strikers end. I think the throw was so perfect.
It did, yeah. Mel Dobson, underarm throw. Whitman was home though. I think we'll give it a couple of overs then, Adam. Then I think we've got to have a discussion about player of the match.
Yeah, I've been considering thoughts about that. But let's hold it back a couple overs.
That's close. That's close. Yeah, up goes a finger of doom. Here we go. I think that's hit his back pad as well. Simon Raff just going back. Yeah, there you go. Slightly bended right leg. That's hitting below the knee roll. Good decision by the umpire. Simon's going to be unhappy. Back in his crease. I don't think he can have much complaints. It looked close to the naked eye. I think the replay just showed it.
And we were talking about how good his first spell was. And he hadn't got a wicket in his first spell. And now Mick Haynes, he has a wicket, and he's bowled really, really well. He's bowled really, really quick, and he's now got a wicket, and deserved in that.
Yeah, deservedly so, absolutely. Comes back. Simon Raff, good cameo from Simon, 26 off 30. Having played predominantly on the front foot, it was just a bit of a fuller length. He decided to go back, and once he had, and he missed. Bent right leg, hitting below the knee roll. Though he's a tall man with that bent leg, I think that's a really good decision by the umpire. Routhie won't agree, of course. But as I said, batsmen never believe they're out OBW. But good reward for Mick Haynes with the final delivery of his 8th over. 1 for 32, good return.
Yeah, excellent bowling, and I think the LBW was very close. It looked pretty good, and second LBW we've seen today.
Yeah, and you know what? I think there were good decisions by the umpires. We've seen them on the replay. I think both players may argue the toss slightly, but I think they were good decisions.
Yeah, I think so. Paul Clemens back onto bowl.
Yeah, been a bit expensive. No wicket for 37 off his 5.
As Mulholland takes his place at the non-strikers end as the new batsman, Vince Mulholland. He bowled well earlier.
Yeah, another Essex player. Top bloke is Vince did really well out in India. And as I said in the broadcast earlier, I've just had his Achilles injury. Kept him out of the training sessions at Loughborough. But bowled well today. Figures don't do him justice. Ooh, chopped down. Lucky that time, Whitman. You should see it on the replay. He's played a couple of those shots through the backward point area and played them very, very well that time. Just a bit laboured. Chopping down in it.
Ooh, a bit jumpy there. That got up at him, and it pops up just to around short mid-wicket area. Nowhere near a fielder though.
Yes, he wasn't expecting that. That was going to concentrate your mind as a batter when you're this late on with an absolute belter of a batting track, and the ball does that. And beaten. Oh, wide signal. Oh, well, poor Clements can't believe it. Alan Whitman beaten, all ends up, but wide signal by the umpire. And he's still waiting for acknowledgement from Tony Fitzgerald, and the score is Hutch.
And that's
shot.
That's what he was trying to do. He missed out last time, but he'll collect 4 there, and it was a good shot. Point trying to track round, but he was never going to get there. Cut through the covers, and 4 runs.
Yeah, very nice. Very pleasing on the eye, that shot. He didn't try to thrash it. Punched it through. And there was no chance for Steve Small. Absolutely none whatsoever. Once it beats, I think it's Mel Dobson there in the circle. It was gone. Touch. Really nice. Should get a couple.
Some good fielding there to track it down.
Yeah, good chase. Good throw. Good shot.
Yeah, the first one, he's cut it in front of square and then used the pace, guide. We've seen a lot of that today. We've seen a lot of really, really good batting, using the pace, hitting it in front of square, changing where you're hitting the ball. And now we'll flick it.
I think they've had an extra ball there. As that disappears to the boundary, Ruben wicket for 4. I think that was an 8 ball over. Never mind.
Well, I don't think Whitman will mind.
No, he certainly won't. Dispatched that very nicely through mid-wicket for 4. 40 overs gone then, 253 for 3 with that boundary. Alan Whitman from Hampshire moves on to 23 from 34. His batting partner, Vince Mulholland, yet to face a delivery. He'll get the chance now.
Well, that takes us into the last 5 overs now. 30 balls to go. And just the 12 runs needed. So we're getting towards the end of this game. And I think it's time to start talking about who we think the best players today have been.
Yeah, do you want to go first, Adam?
Well, okay, I think I'll start it off with a knock from the first innings and talk about how good we all thought Steve Small was. The shots were incredible and it was really nice to watch. It was pleasing on the eye.
Yeah, he's going to be right up there in the conversation. Can't disagree with that at all.
And we'll toss that shot into a man of the match. That's beautiful. You saw the elbow there. The elbow alone gets you 4 runs.
He's got a massive smile on his face, is Vinny. Well,
That's
how
his
about that?
first ball?
Yeah, what a way to get off the mark. Straight out of the Steve Small textbook. Glorious cover drive for 4, 261 for 3.
Well, if we're talking about textbook cricket, we've seen a lot of it today and a lot of it done very successfully. At the same time, we've seen some incredible shot making and sixes, as well as textbook stuff from Scott Stratton, who would probably be a favourite for a player of the match.
Yeah, again, can't disagree with you. I think Nigel Martin deserves some recognition, not only for his glove work today, which has been excellent, but that batting performance, pretty special. Looks a very, very good player.
As much as many bowlers have done an excellent job keeping on top of the batsman, taking wickets at important times, it's a tough one for a bowler today, and it's probably a day where you see someone who scored runs get player of the match.
Yeah, absolutely. The bowlers have tried. I mean, it's been really difficult for them. Paul McEwen, I thought, bowled well. That's going to be a wide. There you go. Just waiting for the umpire. Yeah, Paul McEwen bowled well. Vince Mulholland bowled well. As I said, their figures don't reflect it. Charles Schofield did initially well, then he got a bit of tap. But it's been hard graft for the bowlers, really. Mick Haynes, I know, coming back, he's into his 9th over now. His first spell was excellent after the treatment he got. I like the way he's fought back. Getting a bit of treatment now, but probably a bit of tiredness, a bit of weariness. He's done a good job. But for me, yeah, I think it's between Steve Small and Scott Stratton. We'll give it a couple of overs. And,
Yeah.
And at the end of the match, hopefully we'll get that player of the match that myself and you select, and we'll try and have a few words.
Well, when we were talking about the bowlers, it seemed to me that especially the pace bowlers have done an excellent job running in hard today. You've got a lot of the pace bowlers, Vince Mulholland. We talked to Paul, who bowled very well, and also Mick Haynes. They all have tried their heart out, and we've seen some really good bowling.
Yeah, we have, because Must be soul destroying for the bowlers, really. They're certainly putting the back into it, running in hard, and even Mick Haynes here in his final over. 1 for 36 off his 9. A good return from him. Yeah, it's soul destroying for him. You know, hot day, temperatures approaching 70 degrees. It's a bit of a cooling wind, but you're out there for a long time, and they've not shirked any responsibilities. Ball's been tossed to them. They've come.
Just looking at the worm graph here, and they're about to converge, but one line is definitely ahead of another at this point. They chased really well here, and there were a lot of questions whether 270 or 268 was enough, and it's proved to be a very, very well put together chase so far.
Yeah, well, I'll get Miller saying to put my lottery ticket on, because he said 270 wasn't enough.
He said that early too.
He did. He's a font of all knowledge, is Mel. He would have loved it. He would have loved batting on this. Mind you, I think I could score on this, in fairness.
I think there's not many batsmen in the world that don't like one that's quite docile. They'd all be running out their house to bat on this. Or taking it home, alternatively. So just the 8 runs to play with. 7 runs to equalise scores. And that drive will bring the total down 1 more.
So my vote is going to go for player of the match to Scott Stratton, Adam.
I second that one. I think as good as both innings were, I think it's so tough. Both innings were so fantastic, but Scott Stratton's, as much as it hasn't happened yet, part of the winning chase, setting up the chase so perfectly, and some of the shots were just eye-catching. I think it's fair to say both Small and Stratton had eye-catching shots, but maybe the fact he's done it as part of holding the whole chase together leans his way.
Yeah, well, 7 to win now. I'm going to depart and try and find Scott and bring him out to the front. And we'll grab a quick word with him after proceedings here have ended. So I'm just going to leave you now for a few minutes and try and grab hold of Scott.
Fantastic. Well, Paul Clement just bringing Long on into the circle, and there's a misfield. It was a tough one. It's bouncing away and it's gone just behind point, and it will trickle away for 4. Rolling over the rope. Just stopped after it crossed. And the 4 runs brings the required runs down to just 3. 266 for 3 after 42 overs. So 18 balls remaining and 3 to win. So it's not really in question anymore. But some really good cricket today. I've watched some excellent batting. I mean, it's a batting day. So batters definitely have dominated. But at the same time, there's been some really good bowling and some excellent fielding. It's a bit of a saying that everyone says, but there has been good cricket all round. So Paul Clement probably done for the day. And the opening bowler, who bowled from the farmhouse end, is back to finish his spell. Dave Walkley, the Northamptonshire bowler. Of course, took the first wicket of the chase. There have only been 2 others in what has been a very well put together and organised chase. They've stayed on the run rate the whole time, and that is just going to run through past. It's kept low, it's beaten the keeper. We've talked about how good this pitch is, and that's just stayed low. He's rocked on the back foot, it's gone underneath the bat. It's gone through to the boundary for 4 runs, 4 byes, and that is the end of the game. In what has been a superb chase. It's a bit of a strange way to end the game, but a deserved win for the chasing team, and some really good knocks, some really good performances, and a little cameo at the end from Alan Whitman to make sure he gets the team home. Some fantastic batting in that chase, especially from one particular man, Scott Stratton, who we've talked about it. Some of the shots just incredible. It's fantastic stuff to watch, and I've got to say I've really thoroughly enjoyed watching this game of cricket. Some fantastic stuff on display. It's a bit of a shame for Dave Walkley. He's come back on for a second spell after opening the bowling, and the first ball stayed low. Gone to the boundary, and that's him done. Just looking at that scorecard, really strong opening partnership from Anderton and Stratton. Before Walkley bowled Anderton for 21 or 27 balls. And then there was a unbeaten 98 run partnership, I believe, between the 2 not out retired batsmen, Scott Stratton and Colin Cliff, the sibilants there. And then Phil Hilson came in, quick cameo of 35 off 28 balls, before Whitman took it home, 28 off 39. A nice cameo as well from Routh, the 26. But a really well put together chase. Really, really well done. Chasing that 268 within 42.1 overs. Just looking at the bowling here, Mick Haynes opened the bowling. 1 maiden, 1 wicket for 36 runs at 4 and over. Dave Walkley, 6.1 overs for 40 runs, 1 wicket, just over 6 and over. Paul Clement going at 7.5 and over from his 7 overs. Again, also just as tough for Zahir Nahir, going over 8 and over for his 7 overs. Mel Dobson, 8 overs, 1 wicket, 42. And Sapie, the opening batsman, came on and bowled 5 overs, none for 33 at 6.6. Well, I talked about how strong that opening partnership was, and it was important for setting out a stall for a really solid chase, 41 runs between those two. Before that unbeaten 97 shared between both Colin Cliff and Scott Stratton. And Scott Stratton retired before they could bring up the 100 partnership, sadly. 53 partnership from Cliff and Hilson before Cliff then retired. Hilson then batted with Alan Whitman before he was dismissed. That was 13 runs. And then the 42 partnership from Alan Whitman and Routh, just to get them just to the line before Routh was dismissed. Whitman taking them across the finish line in the end with Vince Mulholland. Well, there we go. We talked about the best batting performances, and both innings had scores of 80s. Steve Small in the first innings, 85 off 67 balls. Incredible shots, especially that cover drive we talked about. Also, we've got to include wicket-keeper Nigel Martin in the conversation. He batted very well. But in the second innings, Scott Stratton with that incredible 81 off 57 balls, really holding that chase together. Cliff was the other man who crossed 50, retiring after he crossed the mark. 50 from 64 balls. Bowling, we had wickets from Paul McEwen. He got 2. The only man, actually, across the day to have 2 wickets. Alan Whitman, 133. Schofield, 145, and Ahmed, 149. In the second innings, just the 3 wickets. Mick Haynes with 1. Alan walked late with 1. And Mick Dobson with 1. So it turned out 268 runs was not enough to defend on a really docile flat wicket. With the chase comfortable, I believe 16 balls remained at the end. They had plenty of balls left, and they chased it comfortably. 268 chased comfortably, and turned out prediction from Mel Hussain was dead on. Easy chase. But a fantastic game of cricket as a whole. Shots all around the ground across that chase. Lots of cover drives, lots of cuts behind square, flicks off the pads, and look at all those sixes straight down the ground. As well as many really quick singles were a highlight of the innings.
Very quickly, everybody just gather here. Just gather here. Just wait for you take it first. Please. Smile.
The best place in England is in the independent Republic of Teesside.
Well done. Thank you.
Okay, let's do this interview.
Just find the copies of Newton. Yeah, choose your own position.
Right.
Cue Adam to let me know when you need one.
Fantastic game of cricket, and we'll have Rash with more to talk about it. As he's talking. So I'll be handing this over now to Rash, who's going to talk through the rest of today.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, out here on the boundary edge, the players have just come off the pitch a few minutes ago. A few words of wisdom from the England team manager, Paul Bradley, with both sets of players, Ed Gordon-Lennox and Paul Gelder. It's been a fabulous day's cricket here at Ticknall. Well over 500 runs scored. Team batting first, 268 for 16. You heard my colleague Adam Harrington give a very, very good summary. Great innings by Steve Small. 85 retired off 67, 15 fours and 1 6. 268 seemed a very challenging target. In the end, folks, those who have been watching the coverage, was nowhere near enough. Thanks in part to the man on my right, who we've decided is the player of the match, Sussex's Scott Stratton. Scott, 80 of 56 retired, 10 fours and 3 sixes. First off, many, many congratulations. It was an accomplished innings. It was a real privilege to watch you bat.
Thank you. That's very nice to hear. Yeah, it was lovely batting track out there. The conditions all day were fantastic for us. If you got through the infield, it was 4 runs. The ball wasn't doing much, to be fair. So it was a perfect day to be batting.
Super. I mean, the county circuit is a very, very tough county championship. You're not going to get many batting tracks like that, but you've got to cash in. What was particularly impressive with your innings is the way that you accelerated through, you picked your moments, and some devastating shots, particularly the shot off your legs that you flicked round for 4, which is in our top 4 of shots. You must be really pleased with how the day went, bearing in mind the pressure that you were probably under.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, these days are always quite nervy. I mean, you've got to overcome your nerves to perform, and that's quite difficult. The way I went about it was to try and be as calm as I could, get a few shots under my belt early on, and just then start to feel confident to go on and up the tempo. So that took a while. I got a couple of lucky breaks, but you've got to take them and cash in when you can. So I sort of overcome those early nerves fairly early on and managed to get into the groove and accelerate quite nicely.
Any disappointment on your half? I mean, the way you were striking it, you've seen the ball like a watermelon. I mean, maybe 10 more deliveries, you could have got to your 100.
Well, that would have been nice, but that would have been greedy, I think. I mean, you've got to think about what this day is all about, and everybody needs to try and show what they can do. So I was a little bit surprised that maybe I didn't get pulled in earlier. I couldn't have argued. If I'd had another few more balls, that would have been great, but it wasn't to be, and I'm not going to complain about that.
Well, Scott, it was an absolutely fantastic innings. It was a real pleasure, and many congratulations on being I'm afraid you haven't got a magnum of champagne or anything like that, but I think there's some sweeties in the BBA media truck. Scott, okay, well played. Congratulations. There's a player of the match, Scott Stratton from Sussex. A thoroughly entertaining innings, and he's put himself right in the shop window. Well, that's it from us here at Ticknall. My thanks to my co-commentator, Adam Harrington, and the crew behind me, and I couldn't have done this without them. New crew this year from Gloucester University. Mix on the camera, well done mate, excellent work. Lucy, Molly, and it doesn't happen without the kingpin. BBA Media's very own Ivor Richards. We won't be covering the next internationals in a couple of weeks' time when England and the England Lions take on Scotland, but we will be back in June. Follow all the details of the fixtures and where you can find us and the live stream by clicking onto any of the social media pages. Just search for England 60s Cricket and you'll find us then. But from everyone here, from Ticknall in Derbyshire, this inter-squad match, it's goodbye. We'll see you in June.